for all of us here today. I just want to say thank you. And so we're going to go to our first our panelist here. I know Travis Cloud here, being a young man here and representing his Ho-Chunk Nation. You know, he's very instrumental within his tribe, within his community. You know, so upholding to all his teachings and all his duties and responsibilities. You know, so as the Native American Church ceremonial, you know, spiritual leader, you know, so I'll turn this time over here to Mr. Cloud here.
Aho, hijan kishna hira jewira hinikaragiwina. Iwa kanjama niga wahajera hiske me jana gaja hanichawira haipina hakiki jana agreshana reshke womashainske. I'd like to say my greetings and acknowledgement to each and every one of you at this time of the day, and it is a complete strength to be able to be in your presence. I consider it a privilege and a great blessing to my life, and it's strengthening to see you, and that strength goes within my entire being, and I'm happy to be here to speak and share some of my experience here in regards to our beautiful way of worship that we have been blessed with, and it is my understanding. I cannot speak for anyone but myself, and I have teachings that I have been given throughout my young life, and a lot of those were given to me from my maternal grandmother, and I was raised in her home. Therefore, all the things that her parents were telling her and were teaching her, those were in turn what were given to me, which I consider myself very fortunate to have had a mentor such as her throughout my life. So I am the fourth generation in my family that practices this way of life, I would call it. I don't really consider it a religion, but a way of life, and I have since then understood what exactly that those words mean based on things that I've seen my elders do and how I've seen them conduct themselves and the way that they lived their lives. They weren't just words, but they were actions. Those words were followed by actions, and I'm so very grateful to have had people like that in my life. So since my upbringing, I inherited this way of worship, I guess, through my grandmother, and she got that from her father. And the things that he was telling his children and what this way of worship it came to do and the purpose of it for us. And back then, the elders, they couldn't read or write this language that I'm speaking right now. So the coming of this manka, we call it in our language, and that's kind of two words put together, and that's how they kind of one of the words that they reference this medicine. And the ma is the referring to the earth, and we identify the maker of that. One of his identities that he is to us is Ma'una, and that Ma'una is the one who created this land that we walk on. So that's where that first word comes from, Ma. And then the second part is Ka, Manka, and that Ka is referring to like a vein. That's what that is. So that's like a earth vein. So then from there, they were blessed with it, and we consider it a blessing because prior to that we were practicing our traditional ways of life, believing and how we acknowledge the Ma'una, the creator of this earth. And then even there they have another word, Wajahanach Guzra. Wajanananch Guzra, and that is the one who created everything that we see, from the moon to the sun, the stars, the land, everything that's in the water, on the land, in the air. He is the one that created all those things. So then, since the coming of the Manka, then from there it kind of gave us like a deeper understanding of who this creator is and what he is about. So from there, they were given a lot of more kind of like revelation of our people. And since the beginning of time, our people have the stories. There's a beginning and there is an end. And everything that was going to happen from that beginning all the way through till the end was told to our people. So we are still in line with every one of those prophecies, and we are living in those times right now. So it's through this holy medicine that we are able to have that direct connection with the Great Spirit. And we know in our minds and our hearts that there is no one over him, and he is the ruler of all things on this creation. So in there, that's who we pray to. When we say our prayers, that's who we talk. We encourage one another to create a relationship with him. It's not, that relationship is very, very important to us in our lives. And so I'm thankful for what little bit that I have been able to grasp thus far in my life through the use of this holy medicine. And this way of life has been everything to me in my life. So because of the present world and all of its doctrines and the teachings and how that they talk and they think and they do and they say in their way of life, that has a detrimental effect on I see my people and my community and our ways of belief, because then we have to learn how to live like them, and that is not anything like how they were taught how to live. So in there, then we are plagued with disease and the drug epidemic and the alcohol epidemic, and that in turn has an effect on our mental health. And from there, that's kind of like our present situation right now. Back home where I come from, in my community, in my nation, there is a lot of that going on. So then we look to our elders, and we look to our spiritual leaders and the ones who are supposed to be leading us in a direction that's going to help us kind of turn back to the creator of all things versus turning to the world for some kind of comfort or some kind of healing or some kind of direction. So in there we're learning how to kind of like turn away from the world and turn back to the creator of all things. And this medicine, this manka, has a very profound effect on our lives, on our young people, with myself being one of them. So I have my own experience with it and what it has been for me in my life. And this, I wasn't raised in like your traditional mother and father and one family under one roof, like I was saying. I was raised in my grandmother's home, my maternal grandmother. And with that being like that, then I had to learn kind of how to like be on my own and kind of accept my life for the way that it is. And that's because of the present, alcoholism and drugs and, more things that are appealing to our generations as time is coming along. So how does somebody like myself kind of like navigate through all of that? How do I kind of accept that? And if I didn't have the kind of help and mentorship that I did throughout my life, I would probably still be out there in the world lost and using alcohol and drugs and just standing on my head and not having an identity, not knowing who I am or where I come from. And I would probably die out there in the world living like that. So this way of life has been my mother. This way of life has been my father. This way of life has been my refuge. This like a safe haven where I could go. My grandmother, she didn't force it on me. She didn't say, you have to believe this or you have to believe that. She more or less brought us to it and let us decide for ourselves. And I have had very beautiful experiences through the use of this medicine, and it has helped me come to a better understanding of myself and who created me and that purpose in which he created me for. So it was through a lot of trial and error, I would say, that in my own life that I was able to come to a better understanding of self-identity and who I am. So this way of worship it's very instrumental, and it's a very good place to kind of like help anyone else like myself who may have like some confusion, because in this present world that we live in, there's lots of fog, and there's lots of things that can mislead you. And I see that happen a lot in my community. So it's been my experience and my kind of my goal, my desire, my heart's desire. In order to lead the people, you have to love the people, and that is the way that I live my life. And it's hard, it's difficult at times because of the way that we are as humans. Nevertheless, I do my best to encourage someone. And what my grandmother was telling me, this way of worship, it helps us kind of like stay in line, and clean living in our thoughts, our words, our deeds, our bodies, the things that we put into our bodies. There's so much that goes into it. It's not just a religion that we claim or we identify with. It's a way of life. And then that teaches us how to conduct ourselves and how to get along with somebody else. And this way, it teaches all that within it. So I'm thankful for this way of life, and it's been like a foundation. It's been foundational, and it has since then it's been solidifying to me in my faith and my belief in this Creator of all things that we pray to. And my family, my relatives, they encourage us to always to be consistently working on this relationship with Him. And as we are living this life, we're going to continue to have all these things at hand, and it's a constant battle back home. And as a leader, I don't consider myself, I don't really like titles or anything like that. Nevertheless, this is where my life has brought me, so I'm here. And I do my best to lead my relatives in a good way. And more importantly, for my children, I have 2 children. I have a son, 8-year-old son, and a 6-year-old daughter back home. So in this learning everything, this present state of our way of life, it's very I guess disheartening at some points, and it's very rewarding too in other points as well. So my heart is for the children, the ones who are coming after us. And they're looking at us, and they're watching us. They're hearing the things that we're saying. They're looking at the way that we're interacting with each other. And I too, throughout my whole life, I've been a part of this organization throughout my life. And my grandmother would encourage us to be kind of like proactive in our locality. So I come from that NAC of Wisconsin Dells in the state of Wisconsin, and I am very thankful for this opportunity to come here today and have this time. Thank you. Hijankishana hanaina gihuina waini ginabui hina gigiwi.
I want to thank Travis here for his good words, his good encouragement, some good encouragement and good feelings and vibes here, the way he was brought up, and then sharing it with each and every one of us in a way, kind of reminders, it's nice to see younger, folks to express themselves, so it goes to show, that they're upholding to their duties and responsibilities in their tribe and their community. So I just want to thank you, Travis, for those good words there. So we'll go down to Dr. Avery Denny. He's the how you say that? Hatina Association, Ceremonial Practitioners. So let's give Avery here a good round of applause here for being here. So I just want to say thank you.
Again, good morning, all my relatives, and I'd like to say thank you to all my relatives and the prayers that was uttered onto the holy people digging in there. So those are the kinds of prayers that we use like that, talking to the divine nature and all its representation and creation. And we as Navajo people of the Navajo Nation, and I am the president of the NACNA Association. I got my board of directors, vice president, treasurer, secretary, and that we have a representative too, board member. And there are a list of almost about 200 different Navajo practitioners. We call medicine men, practitioners, singers, hatashi. We use the traditional Navajo way of healing, our ancient ceremonies. And it's been here over 1,000 years, and we make contact around about 200 years with the Spaniards, and we still have these ceremonies. Overall, we had at least about over 100 different ceremonies because of the change that was made and invasion, wars, and just everyday common aging and school education took a lot of our ceremonies away, and we don't have that much. We have only 13 different ceremonies that's left. That's where we come from. And it's very critical that we talk about this preservation of our sacred ceremony, and our medicinal herbal plants, our medicine bundle, and our healing ways, our language. Because that's the only way that we could administer, that's the only way that we could apply, that's the only way that we could help our generations, especially the young ones that suffer mental illnesses, PTSD, and other cancers, and diabetes, and so forth. And the way that we apply, the way that we process these ceremonial ways is that we start with our diagnostician. They are the one that sort of like, they diagnose the symptom, where it's coming from, what it is, identify, and then they have a referral. And then from there, we select a practitioner to do the services to render an application of medicine, songs, and prayer. And at the end result, there's total healing. It's not like it's an addiction. It's a total recovery. And a lot of our traditional Navajos, they still rely on these type of ceremony because it's genuine. It's embedded into our hearts and our mind, and with the language, the prayers touches the heart and the mind. So it's genuine, you can't replicate that. It's genuine, it's still reliable for healing. And then a lot of the things that we had, feedback and is that it's valiant, it cures, it heals, and by far most, it takes the language, understanding the language. And the language is our belief and our faith, how we speak it like that. So even if you do not believe or don't understand the language, but these ceremony, if it's administered properly, the medicine, the herbal medicinal medicine is applied, then there's usually a positive outcome that the individual would come out of their illnesses and they have total recovery. And we need these ceremonies. And talk about, like stories that are mythology or mythic or myth. There is reality that we still use it every day and every night. And we apply it, we administer it. And these are like ceremony, 1 day, 1 night, 2 days, 2 nights, 5 nights, and 9-night ceremonies. And we need to save that. We need to protect that. We need to continue to use it like that. And all these medicinal herbal plants, and I can say that there are at least about 5 categories. The first one is just the ones that grow to keep the land steady, to hold down to take care of the erosion. The next one is, yes, there's poison herbal plants that are out there, but they're still utilized with a special prayer that we could go over there and harvest it and use it for a prescribed medical use. The next one is for food usage or consumption of food. The third one is used in a ceremony, use herbal medicine or plants that's used in there. And then, of course, our ceremonial medicine. And they range, if you count it, I believe you can go over like 1,000 different plants that can be used and then can be prescribed. And herbalists, they collect these and they administer it. And you can't just go out there because they grow wild out in the valleys and in the mountains. There's got to be a special prayer when you go on site and put some offering down, talk to it, and then take it home and then apply it, administer it with a song and a prayer. So that's how we harvest it. We just don't just go over there and cut it or just kind of like abuse it like that. So just take only what you need. And I do the ceremonies. I conduct the ceremonies, and I am I can actually come back and say that it helped me, it healed me. That's the reason why I'm talking on behalf of these ceremonies and the songs and the prayer. So, and we really kind of like want to protect it, to shield it, to foster it. And then by far most, we like to teach it in a ceremonial site and sort of like to let the young people know to share and continue to use that. I am an educator too, and I know that. And through these ceremonies, we can talk about psychology. Through these ceremonies, we can talk about like in a social society, and there's problem with all these kind of problems, domestic violence and what have you. And we can go in there and use our traditional knowledge to preserve that. And it heals, it helps people. So it's real, it's genuine. It helps people. And my father was a practitioner, Hatati. My mother was a healer and a Hatati. And I come from a long line of these faith keepers, knowledge holders, and we don't all have that knowledge. And a lot of people, our own people, don't understand and that if we lose our ceremony, if you lose our medicinal herbal plants, how to use it, and we're going to lose our language, our culture, our ceremony. And what do we have then? Nothing. Because, yes, we can talk about it and say things like, what are you doing over there? You don't know nothing. But still, we're trying to do something about it. And a lot of our people out there and societies and the world probably think that, we're talking about something that is not real, but we have it real as indigenous, as Navajo tribe and all other tribal nations like that. So we have a ceremony that we utilize. We have the songs, we have the dances, we have medicine that we use, and we talk to it. We don't pray to it. We talk to it as a relative, and we gather them, and it takes the language to consume it as medicine so it can heal us. It touches our heart and our mind, and we can feel it and we can touch it. Our fire and all of these things that we have, just like the song that I use, explains about some of the things that is in our world today, like in the language that I've used, it explains a lot of things like that. So could have been yene dado and banate in the bayel and then there's a lot of interest. Young people, they want to go in there. Young people, they want to utilize it, and they want to continue to carry it on. So we have maybe like a lineage this far, and then there's a future for it. So for another 50 years, 100 years, we need to preserve it and to shield it and take care of it like that. So that's what I want to say today, Kogo. As a hatashi, as a practitioner of these medicine bundles that we have and benahagaha that we have, I want to say on that behalf of our medicine and our medicine bundle and our songs and our prayer, our belief as Indian people, that we could carry on and learn to use it. And let's talk about it like that and preserve it like that. Thank you very much.
So I want to thank Avery for his good acknowledgement and his good encouragement as well about all the plants, the medicines that are utilized. That's why we're here today, relatives. We have this panel of practitioners, on preservation and protection of our sacred ceremonies, our medicine, sacred sites, and native languages, So I know we're live, I know some that are unable to be here, they can kind of hear what we're saying, because I know there's a lot of them, are watching that couldn't be here. So next we'll go to Ernest Beay, the Dene traditional counselor and healer. So.
Senate Committee on Indian Affairs, Chairman Senator Schultz, incoming Chairperson Senator Murkowski, Senate staff members, congressional staff members, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Ernest Harry Beay. Also want to acknowledge the President of the Native American Church of North America, and then also the President of the NACNA Association, Avery Denny, my good brother. I'm also on the board for the NACNA Association. I want to say it's good to see our Vice President of the Navajo Nation, Shemayaja, good to see you. Members of the Navajo Nation Council that are present here, former president of the Native American Church of Navajo Land, and then the Ben Nation, Honorable David Sam Clark, my good brother, Yate. And also to my left is my dad, the man that taught me, the man that taught us, a historical figure in this day and age. I am going to tell you all that it's an honor to be in this room where history has taken place for many years. I have worked in the behavioral health field for nearly 30 years. I'm a traditional counselor licensed by the Nehetathi Association. The Nehetathi Association is like the American Medical Association, who give licensure to doctors, providers throughout. So it's good to have my dad, Roland Beay, here. I got to work with him with the Indian Health Services. I started with the Navajo Nation Department of Behavioral Health Services. I worked there as a traditional counselor. And in that, one of the most important things that we did, it was an honor to be part of that. In the area of behavioral health, there's always talk of methods and modalities. There are many, many modalities used that came from these universities, and then the research is made in places like Washington, D.C., LA, so forth and so on. Many of them, they do not fit Indian country. It's a total different story there. So based on that, we put together methods and modalities there, and they go based on self-awareness. And in Navajo, it's our clans that we go by. And then that goes to self-respect. You learn to respect yourself. Your clan has many gifts and talent. We Navajos, we have 4 clans, and each of those clans, they have a gift and talent that's based on where they were made, how they were made, so forth and so on. So in that, to shed light on the gift and talent of the 4 clans, and then through that, respect that, and then to help themselves recover from that. In Navajo, we have stories that were given us by my dad here and by Avery. We came through a time called the Black World. We came through a time called the Turquoise World, the Yellow World, and the White World. Notice that it's coming from dark all the way to purity of white. That is the process. So the one modality that is most closest to the way that we go about our help in helping people is the stages of change: pre-contemplation, contemplation, planning, action, and then maintenance. That is the one that's closest to us. So it's more along that line. And that's what I do to help people. Help people with substance abuse, behavioral disorder. We label one of them, in Navajo we say ajite. In English we label as altered sexual behavior. So a lot of these things we work with in helping people. That's what I do at the Utah Navajo Health System now. Montezuma Creek, Aneth, Utah, Monument Valley, Navajo Mountain, and even the urban area of Blanding, Utah. That's where I provide services. That's where I am now. So this here, what we are doing here, to us, the most important thing is we want our senators and House of Representative members, and even the President of the United States, Honorable Joe Biden, the incoming President, Donald Trump, we want them to know that we have this traditional healing going on at IHS facilities, Indian Health Service facilities. It is right there that we have our hogan. It is right there that we put our teepee. That's what we do. We have our ceremonies there. And it is good that we have understanding from our CEOs and the board of directors and the providers. We are at the time now where providers, like providers at Montezuma Creek, the Utah Navajo Health System, they refer patients to us. And one of the biggest ones that is there is mental hurt that's being hurt by the loss of a loved one. And then that goes to grief. People are in that stage. Some of those things, that hurt that you get into your system, that can actually lead to cancer. That's all it is. And providers try to treat it. It doesn't work. They just make it worse. Here, it's just that prayer, to bring them back out of that. Those are the things that we do, and it is good to have the providers recognize that. It's time to go a step higher. We need our own members of the Navajo Nation Council and our own leaders with our Indian governors to understand it's there that we use these things. And that's where we need this AIRFA. It really helps because it sheds light on the medicine. Peyote, in my understanding from my dad here, peyote is an herb that was sent to us, all Indian tribes, and us as Navajos, to really open our eyes. It says, wait, my child, who are you? Where are you coming from? What is your language? What is your way of life? What is that? Remember that as we are acculturated into this day and age, the society that we're in. It helps us do that. So in that way then, from 30 years to now, where are we? That the NACNA Association has many young people learning. The interest is there in the ceremonies that Dr. Denny described. The interest is there. His grandchildren, his children, they are all into that. They help there. They even do those significant sand paintings. That's where we are at. It's growing. And with the Native American church, there's a lot of interest in praying and in singing, in drumming, all these things. So it's growing. And that's what we need protection for. We need to preserve that from outside forces that are there for a high, so forth and so on. It's not for that. It is a way of life. And that's why we really need this protection there. And through that, then, we have sacred sites that we go to, sacred places where water comes from, sacred springs, different places, and then even sacred young Douglas fir, so forth and so on. That's where we need to go. Sacred mountains. The one that we think of is the San Francisco Peaks in Flagstaff, Arizona, near there. That's where we need access to, and we need to have the Forest Services and all these places recognize that we have that. And that's how AIRFA works. It's not, from the NACNA Association, we think it's not just the Native American church. It goes to our traditional ceremonies. Many of my brother here, the Vice President Darrell Red Cloud, they have their Sundance that they go to, that they respect. That's what we have here. And it's so sacred. That's why we need that. And I'm glad that we are here to have the senators hear this, to have the Senate staff hear this. And we are going into a transition. And that's where then we have a lot of hope, and we pray that they will continue in this way. So I'm thankful that many of my Indian people are here. So in that way then, the whole point in behavioral health, traditional behavioral health, the to re-beautify the mind of a person, to re-beautify the body of a person. That's the job that we have, and the prayers are there structured. The songs are there. The teaching is there, and that's what I do, sometimes 10 hours a day. It's a big load to do that, but one day I was a teacher, one day I was an elected official, one day I even served as a chief of staff for the late president of Navajo Nation, Albert Hale, working with them. I went through that. One day I got into behavioral health 30 years ago. And in that, as talking to people that use substance abuse, I was talking to them, telling them stories, and this feeling came over me, and I felt good to see that there were people who were listening to what I was saying. It touched my heart, and in there was a message. This is what I was born for. I found myself there. And that's why I enjoy doing it, even though it gets tough sometimes. I go to Dr. Aranys, I go to Dr. Denny, I go to my nephew, Justin Jones here. And now I have another nephew that's the president of the Native American Church of North America. I got to meet him and his wife, my niece. I get to meet people like that. Along all of this, I got a good white man for a brother, Jerry Patchen, and his wife, Linda. I've known them for many years. So this is where it takes us. This is where it takes me, and I'm proud of that. And we look forward to moving on. But the most important thing, we need protection from the federal government, the laws that it has. AIRFA is a blessing that came along. It's like a spirit that came along, and that's where we're at 30 years. That's how far we've come. But now we had adversaries. There are people out there that would like to we label as abusing the medicine, to take abstracts of it and to use it other ways. That is not what it is for. It is our cultural belief that that is not what it is for. It is for us to use, and that's where it's at. And that's what I want to express. I want to inform all of you that the behavioral health is alive and well. It's not only behavioral health, it goes to mental health. People, they have a lot of problems out there, and we have to help them, get them back on the right road. That's where we're at with that. And I'm glad that we could take our message to here, to this place. It's good to have you all here. And I want to say that the halls of Congress, there are many people that have helped us along the way. I recall a hearing in here, in this very room one time, with our Arizona Senator, Dennis DeConcini, and then our former Arizona Senator, John McCain. Great men in our life, a Democrat and a Republican, that really helped the Navajo people and other Indian tribes throughout. That's that very room that we're in, and these words that we're saying, they're echoing through this wall here. We have a rug over here that recognizes us as Navajo people. So this is a place that's recognized by the senators, and it's good to express this. And we all pray for the best. Tomorrow night, we're going to go into the teepee, and we're going to pray about all of this again. So I'm thankful to be here. I'm thankful that I got to be chosen to be part of the panel, and I wanted to express myself this way. I
want to thank Ernest here for his good encouragement and shining light on a lot of the traditional services that we have here within the tribe and this community, protection and all the sacred sites, on behalf of the American Indian Religious Freedom Act. So kind of basically that's the father law, and the son would be the 94 amendments. Kind of look at it that way, So that's what we're trying to take care of, the son. Have more enforcement on it. Today it's being violated every day. So that's why we want to hear firsthand from ceremonial practitioners, spiritual leaders, and healers here. So we'll go down to Dr. Wilson Aranys Jr., ceremonial practitioner, and testified in 2004 at the American Indian Religious Freedom Act hearings before the Senate Select Committee on Indian Affairs. So turn this time over here to Mr. Dr. Wilson Aranys Jr.
Yat A. Najone Mimikin
Wiplaho, Washtelo, Gatag. Good to see all of you, relatives. My name's Wilson Aranys Jr. I'm originally from a place called Tojalina, New Mexico. That's where I was born and raised. I have a wife and children, great-great-grandchildren, 3 times great-great-grandchildren today because of this holy peyote medicine brought me this far. And maybe I shouldn't say this, but tomorrow I'll be 92 years old. I give credit to this holy medicine to bring me this far with good health and good sound mind. It's an honor for me to be here today, relatives, all you professional people here at Washington, D.C., our native people that are affiliated with high office. I don't have to go down the line, but address all of you good, nice, intelligent people here today, this morning. I'm going to try to explain the meaning and purpose of Native American Church peyote ceremonial way of life from educational viewpoint. And I grew up with this holy medicine all my life. And so based upon that, my experience, I'll say it like this, as Native Indian people, our children, our grandchildren, and our people, we eat and internalize our sacred, divine, holy medicine as a sacrament. Peyote is a sacrament. When we eat our medicine peyote, we eat the seed of love and the seed of faith of our divine Creator and the Holy Spirit. Through this seed of love and faith, we know spiritually that our life will be clean, pure, fruitful, healthy, productive, organized, and we will harvest our divine Creator's blessing, knowledge, and wisdom with our children, grandchildren, and our people. And through that, a lot of our people, Indian people, they were frustrated, had alcohol problem, diabetes problem, cancer problem, and mental, emotional health problem. They were lost. They were out there for healing. When they came to this Native American Church peyote ceremony, to be honest and truthful, all these years, they got healed. They got healed, and they were put back in the proper, beautiful road of life to understand their purpose in life and to be saved and to go from there into, they say, a sacred, happy hunting ground. So one of the outstanding part of Native American Church peyote sacred ceremony is you were born, you're going to grow up, and this medicine is going to take you to everlasting life. There's a sacred place prepared for us. That's where this peyote, Holy Spirit, is going to take us. That's the truth. And then I always say this, remember truthfully and honestly, Native American Church way of belief is not a religion, okay? It's not a religion. It's a beautiful, organized, ceremonial way of belief. That's the way that we understand it. And we always tell our children, grandchildren, and our people, and that our sacred holy medicine peyote it has its ceremonial values, belief, it has its own principle, its own standard and teaching. And if we learn it, it can teach us to keep our spirit clean, to keep our soul clean, to keep our blood flow clean, and to keep our mind clean, and keep our thinking clean, and our body clean, and our life clean and beautiful. By this discipline and spiritual understanding and social understanding, we will have a pure, healthy clanship, kinship, to show love and honor for one another, and also to be organized, to be humble, to be spiritually fit, holistically fit, ceremonial fit, socially fit, and to have joy and happiness, to live with our children and our people in this world. We know that our sacred holy medicine peyote becomes our spiritual creative thinking, our social creative thinking, and our spiritual humble feeling and thinking. And this will help us to develop spiritual motivation and spiritual comprehension to educate ourselves and our children and our people. And this is how we will show and have love for one another. And this is the holy medicine that can teach us and our children how to understand and use our native feeling, native thoughts, native thinking, our native mental ability, and our native emotional ability, and how to use our native language in an honest, truthful way to live in this world. This holy medicine, peyote, can help us all to understand our attitude, behavior, our character, personality, and our nature. This medicine, peyote, can teach us to have honesty, hope, faith, love, and charity. Remember, through our holy medicine, peyote, we worship our divine creator. They say peyote, way of worship. Okay, peyote, way of our worship, means that the state of having love for one another, having faith, being worthy, being humble, and follow the truth principle of life. And then through this peyote way of worship, we deserve the truth, honest, reverency, honor, and respect. All this becomes our principle of reverency. Reverency then becomes our acknowledgement of our divine medicine peyote and our divine creator. And through this, the power and the teaching of our holy medicine, it can teach us to praise our Holy Spirit, to honor and to control ourselves, to behave ourselves, not to lie, not to steal, not to cheat, not to criticize one another, and not to have evil mind. This is how we learn to discipline our minds and our life to follow the truth principle of peyote's sacred knowledge and the sacred fireplace, and to understand that there is a sacred place, there are sacred mountains, there are sacred rivers, and all the sacred divine creation. Learn to respect it and keep it clean, healthy, and pure, not to pollute it or to hurt it. And our holy sacrament, medicine, peyote, most sacred spiritual ethics of it is prayer and song. Prayer comes first. It is said that the most spiritual, holistic part of Native American church ceremony is in the form of a divine worship, which is prayer comes first, then singing in a humble ceremonial way, not to sing our prayer or say our prayer somewhere way out there. It has to be bona fide, organized place, all set in the reverency. You have to discipline yourself to kneel down on your knees to pray and sing, even talk. Praying and singing is you have a conversation. You communicate with your creator through peyote. That's how we came here today in a humble way to ask people who is professional, however way their title are identified, to help us to defend it, protect it, shield it. They say this, to protect it, shield it, foster it, perpetuate it, enhance it, and preserve it, promote it. Our holy medicine. Don't abuse it. Don't take it apart. Don't internalize it any other way, because it wasn't meant for you. It was meant for the Indian people. That's all I want to say. Aho.
No.
I want to thank Uncle Wilson for his good words, his good encouragement, and I know tomorrow we'll be celebrating another year, so it'd be really awesome, that he's going to be in a prayer service here at Capitol Hill on his birthday, but nevertheless, I just want to say we love you, Uncle, and we appreciate all that you do for the Native American Church. So next we'll go to our legal rep, our legal team here, Justin Jones, General Counsel of Native American Church of North America. You're on the air.
I want to say thank you for this good opportunity, this privilege and honor to sit before all of you here today in this wonderful room that pertains to us Native Americans, American Indians, Indigenous, however way we want to translate. But in my language, the hoka dene, like that. And then all of you that are listening on social media as this is being broadcasted live today, and yat in hidini do lit anosco shik edo shidene no senigi shedi bit ahnido nensle khatnes zahne bashin kinlit shi ne da shedo shi eda shinal ako yat in hidini do lit kahasin so. I want to say thank you for all of our tribal leaders that are here. From our great Navajo Nation, my sister here, the Vice President of the Navajo Nation. I also want to acknowledge the council delegates from the Navajo Nation Council that are present here today, and the different leaders from the other tribal nations that are here as well. I want to acknowledge all of you for being here. It makes me feel humble and privileged to be in your presence here. In addition to the leaders of the Native American Church, we have the Native American Church of North America, the different chapters that are here. We also have former leaders as well of Native American Church, as they've been Nahaga of the Nen Nation, Native American Church of Navajo Land that are here, and the other organizations that are here as well. So we have a convocation of different people that are here that are comprising of our common quest, of our common goals to protect and preserve our sacred medicine, our sacred ceremonies, our sacred protocols and ways of life that we have as natives. And we have a common goal, we have a common cause, we have a common purpose for coming together like this. But when we're not together like this, that commonality still is bonded between all of us through the prayers that we say throughout the course of our days and our years that we come here to this Washington, the Capitol, and back at home as well. And so it is really an honor to talk about these things. And one of the really, I think one of the most wonderful things that Native American Church of North America has begun to do about 4 years ago, this journey began. One of the things that we have realized along the way was the fact that we were no longer just talking about peyote anymore. We were not just talking about Native American church peyote ceremony anymore. We were talking about all ceremonies. We were talking about all forms of medicines that we still have at home. And we were talking about the protocols that we live by. We still live by cultural protocols. Like, for example, at home, we live by our seasonal protocols of ceremonials. We started our winter ceremonies here the other month, and we're right in full swing now. Those ceremonies, in all actuality, do regulate our lives today. Ceremonies regulate our lives at home. There are certain things that we can do, there are certain things we cannot do. These are embedded in our prayers, in our songs, but it's also embedded in our daily life. And so that makes all of this non-religious. Let me say that again. What we talk about here, we cannot label the Western definition of religion into that because it doesn't fit. But what we talk about is ceremonial. Ceremonial is present every day. Ceremonial thought, feelings, and ways of life is present from the time we wake up in the morning throughout the time that we go through about our day, and then when we go to sleep at night. That's what's really important here, is the fact that we have to begin to perceive, we have to begin to approach all the things that we do here. The way we talk about it, the way that we educate others about it, is to make that definition and distinction between religion and ceremonial. Because this town here is still caught up on this thing called the Establishment Clause. They're still caught up on the fact that there's a separation of church and state, that government cannot be part of prayer, and prayer cannot be part of government. I used to have a grandfather, my father's father, he used to say at one time that if there is a separation of church and state, if that was the case by the federal government, state governments, whatever, he said, why is it that they don't work on Christmas Day? What's the whole idea? Because if you're going to separate that, then everybody should be working on Christmas Day. And I thought that was a really good point that he shared with me a long time ago. So we tried to apply that concept to our Navajo Nation government at one time, when we said that the birth of White Shell Woman, if that's going to be the case, that's in February, we should observe that holiday as a nation. But we don't do that. And so that's the concept, I think, that's really much embedded in a lot of things that we're talking about. So by virtue of that, we have to begin to talk about the ceremonies, the medicines, the protocols, and the language. Why is it that language is part of this whole process? Because of the fact that language is the essence, is the lifeblood of our ceremonies. Because the prayers are rendered in our native tongues. Our songs are rendered in our native tongues. If we don't have that language anymore, we can't perform. We can't do a lot of the ceremonies that we have. Interesting. And it's critical as well. So we have to have language embedded in our presentations, in our education, in how we deliver things here in Washington. And I was just sitting here thinking, it's only been 404 years ago since they came over the big waters in a small, tiny canoe called the Mayflower. And we celebrate that. Here we're going to do that next week, Thanksgiving. And so from that time forth all the way up to now, a lot of us, not by choice, a lot of it was at gunpoint, that we were indoctrinated, we were brainwashed into something that was so totally unfamiliar to us. And so we suffer from that today, and we had an extensive discussion on that yesterday. And we took the boarding school experience. And so applying that same mentality today is that we're very much consumed by that today in every parts of our native life. Our governments are not premised upon our traditional forms of government. Our governments are formed upon our maybe the Indian New Deal, constitutional tribes, and all of that. We totally had a different government prior to first contact, prior to all of this. We had an educational system that was totally different. Today it's preschool, kindergarten, 12th grade, then into post-secondary education. The curriculums are structured accordingly. We're so caught up with standards, we're so caught up with all of these things. But our educational system was totally different. And then even our health care, we relied upon our medicines, we relied upon our holistic healing, we relied upon all of these things prior to westernized medicine, science today. We had psychologists in our camps, in our communities. We had certain ways of doing things to resolve problems. We had conflict resolvers. Like back home, we call it peacemaking. If person A and person B has a conflict with one another, then they go through this protocol to resolve their conflict. But today, in our tribal nations, we call it tribal courts. But they're premised upon the Western way of practice of law. It's adversarial. It's person A versus person B. It's adversarial. There's nothing in there that talks about resolution. There's always a winner. And so, when you put all this together, today all of it is foreign to our spirit. It's foreign. Our spirit does not understand this. Our spirit does not know any of this. But when we apply our traditional ceremonies, when we, like this song that was sung at the beginning of this gathering this morning, it's a traditional song talking about first man, first woman, the deities. The words in there describe certain things in terms of meeting with one another for conflict and then for peace, resolution. At the end, there's going to be healing. That's what really that song was talking about in one way or another. So imagine going to IHS and say, hey, I have kind of a mental problem here. I have some issues here. The modality, the methodology that my uncle talked about here is totally foreign. So I often think, a lot of times us tribes, we come up here to Washington requesting for money. And then we get appropriated certain amounts of dollars. We take it home. But we give it right back to the non-Indians. We give it right back to the non-native methodologies. There is a disconnect there. And so we need to begin to start talking about traditional healing, traditionalism, our traditional way of education, our traditional way of medicine, our traditional way of psychology, our traditional ways that are there. And when we bring that a lot of our leaders are educated in the universities and whatnot, and they oppose us and say, show me some data. Prove it to me that it works. Prove it to me that what you're talking about, your medicines and your stuff, prove it to me. And this is, like in my case, it would be a Navajo person telling me that. And my reply today is usually this: I don't have to prove it. Our ancestors already proved it. Imagine, do you absolutely believe that prior to first contact with Western America, that we were living in the dark? Do you absolutely believe that we didn't have any education? Do you absolutely believe that we didn't have any medicines or anything, how to have good health care? Do you absolutely believe that? If you do, then we wouldn't be here. Our people had all of this already together. We were doing all right. We were doing okay. We had our own form of government that worked for us. We had our own form of laws that worked for us, that we were using and living. Okay. So somewhere somebody is going to have to say, time out. Let's stop and think about this, because we're getting too consumed into this. And for an example, they say you have respect for your leadership. You have respect for, in our case, there's a basket full of medicine bundles that sit there. And they comprise of our 4 sacred mountains. When it's there, then the ordained Khatkatis that are there who administer the songs and the protocols of it. And so when they're around, there's certain things that we say. All tribes are like that. When they have certain bundles around or certain things that they have respect, you don't talk. You don't do these things. These kind of protocols that we have. And so one of them is that wherever that your government is, you should have respect for that, because the leaders are ordained and they're chosen like that. There was really no concept of voting in our societies, in our tribes at one time. So applying that concept, now what we're caught up in today, a really good example was made here not too long ago back home. They say that, so let's take a step back here. Us natives, let's come back over here on the side of, let's get back on the res and look through the fence outside. I guess it's okay for the foreigners to paint their leadership house, to break the windows and bust it and do this and that and whatnot. And then tell the people that we're going to lead you here and go back into the same house again without any cleansing. Not for us. That is not our native way of doing things. So those are some things I think we need to begin to teach one another. And the Native American Church of North America, I believe, that has begun that journey through the American Indian Religious Freedom Act. 1978, this law was passed. It was based upon civil liberties that we have here. It was based to protect and preserve our inherent rights as natives, to have that freedom to pray and sing and perform our ceremonies, to have that freedom to exercise it. Back in 1978, this was already put together. And then a situation came around in 94 when the Smith versus State of Oregon case came around. And because of that, we needed to have some resolutions here. And it was in this very room that conversation went on in the Senate Indian Affairs committee room. And so 30 years later, how far have we gone? And one thing for sure is that we have to go back to the 1978 law, the intent of it. The whole purpose of passing that law, the American Indian Religious Freedom Act, is we need to go back and begin to really work with that law. We got caught up in the fact that it's only peyote. It's not only peyote. It's all of our ceremonies. It's our sun dances. It's our nahast hetkal. It's a lot of these things that, a lot of these ceremonies that we still have, our access to sacred sites, our access to their medicines. Yes, we have that concern that we don't have access to our peyote. And then the peyote that's there in southern Texas, it's being consumed by corporate America, by energy development. We have all of that we still have to contend with, but we still have other medicines at home. We can't freely go to a river or even a sacred stream to make our offerings. We still have to ask permission to do these things. And I think it's that concept that we're really focusing in on now. In this day and age, 2024, why do we still have to ask permission to pray? Why do we still have to ask permission to lay down our offering, lay down some tobacco, lay down some khadatin? Why do we still have to do that? There is a problem there. There's something wrong with that picture. That's what this whole movement has been about. It's not about belonging to this organization or that organization or who said what in 94. It has nothing to do, it has everything to do with the fact and the reality that we still have to ask permission to pray today. Regardless, we still have to face the fact that when you go through airports, we get interrogated. If there was a person that, maybe a man of the cloth, maybe it was carrying a holy Bible through airport security, and there was another person that was carrying a bag of sacred paraphernalia, the guy with the sacred paraphernalia is going to get interrogated, not the first guy with the Bible. That's the reality that we live in here today. That's what we're striving for and fighting for. And we're coming up here to Capitol Hill to educate all the senators that are going to be sitting here in the next session. Perhaps that we can make some inroads on that. Our ceremonies, our native thought, it's colorless in terms of red and blue, in bipartisan, the way that this city works. Our red and blue is totally different. We respect red and blue. We respect these colors. And believe it or not, we even have that same sentiment on the United States flag of America, red, white, and blue. We have cultural ties to that. We have cultural interpretations to that. So through that, I see a lot of veterans out here. I commend us because we served under this flag. We didn't say it because of this and because of that. No, we raised our right hand and promised to defend this country at the time of need. And there are a lot of names on that Vietnam memorial just down the road over there. They're native. So we deserve at least one piece, just a little piece. We're not asking for much. Allow us to pray. Allow us to sing. Allow us to make offerings. Don't bother our medicines. Don't mess with our ceremonies. This is the last piece of sovereignty and identity that we still have intact. Leave it alone. That's the message that we have here. And that's the message that we want to relay to the Senate staff, the House of Representatives staff, and members of the executive branch. That's the message we want to leave here once again. And that's the prayer that we're going to say tomorrow night and put our smokes down again and burn some of that cedar again. Talk to our medicine again. Talk to that sacred fire again. Talk to that sacred water again to ask for these kind of blessings. And I want to thank the support of the Native American Church of North America for facilitating this discussion once more here on Capitol Hill, for facilitating the gathering of these leaders here yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Tribal leaders, senators, and congressmen for facilitating that and making that the mission and the cause. Not just peyote, but all ceremonies, all prayers, all songs, our language, our protocols, ways of life. At this time, I want to say thank you for this opportunity and honor and privilege to share a few words and thoughts with you.
Hey, I just want to thank our panelists here for really awesome, some good encouragement, and it was well, instructed. It was well said, and I appreciate it very much. So it is about 10:30. We're kind of right on track here, but if you want to take a break here, and then when we come back, we'll start with our American Indian Religious Freedom Act reflections and a celebration and anniversary. Mr. Daesh and Mr. Clark here. So we'll, about 5 minutes, we'll all kind of reconvene here. So thank you.
know that peyote is classified as a drug, but it's not a habit forming, or it's not a narcotic. It's just a drug. So the law Congress had approved and established, and the Interior Department at the time, and also some other leaders on in the West Coast, these states, they know that the Native American people use peyote in a ceremony. So from that point of view, the director of Food and Drug Administration, Mr. Fendlater, wrote to Mr. Frank Texcon. He was the national president at that time, and also Holaso Navajo, a national president. Frank Texcon is a Crow Indian from Lodge Grass, Montana. And at that time, he got a letter from Fendlater, the Food and Drug Administration director, asking him to establish custodians for all the Native American church people across the country. So that's what he did. And then to establish custodians so that these people will have some regulation to go to peyote garden. The only person that can go into peyote garden to harvest peyote is another Native American that's a member of Native American church. That became the law. And if you're not an Indian, you're not allowed to go on that ground, on that sacred site. It's a sacred site. And the government realized that peyote was established as a sacrament in the services of a Native American church. That's the way the law was established. So we want to go back to that observation of the improvement and the taking care of the sacrament, peyote, for religious purposes only. We need to get back to that. These are the laws that were established by United States Congress and the Food and Drug Administration to oversee the use of this medicine, make sure that there's a identification that the peyote is being used by the right purpose, by the right people for the right purpose. That was the way it was, and these are the law that needs to be exercised so that we can preserve our sacrament. And that's one thing that the concern that we have. There is a law, yes, it needs to be exercised. And that's the way our sacrament, this medicine. And that's one thing, and also that we're, as they've been, the nation has some other interests. But the reason why we established the coalition of peyote is because of the decriminalizing the use of peyote. We're going against it. We don't want to get peyote open to everybody. We want to preserve and protect that medicine. The peyote is not used only in one night during the ceremony. After a ceremony, for the next, we live it, we do it day and night. That's our medicine, that's our way of life. It's not just one night ceremony, that's not what it is. And we look at our medicine as our teacher, our way of life. When we go outside, we see all those birds and all those flowers and those mountains. We see God Almighty, that's His creation. That's the way we believe this medicine, this peyote. It's a way of life. It's not just an overnight thing. We live by it, day and night. That's the way we believe it. And also, this peyote it also goes into our people in the American soldiers, military. It goes into that area. There's the government, the Pentagon. They found out that there's a lot of Native American who are members of Native American church. They use this medicine. And they recognize it that way. The commanding officers, they recognize it, they know about it that way. When they go out into when they serve in the military, when they're out there overseas somewhere, then if they get permission, they're allowed to get permission to take a few days leave. And the commanding officers are allowed to do that, to give the military person leave for so many days. They can come home. When they come home, they go have a peyote ceremony. When they have that, they go back to the military, to the commanding officer, but they have a waiting period before they go back in. And then they go through a drug test. When they pass that, they can go back to their go back to the company where they were. That's the way the military, they take care of them. And they say that the military allows the Indian people to have a membership card. And if you possess peyote in your body, you're not allowed to eat it. You just keep it for safety. Just like some of us, we carry an arrowhead in our pocket sometimes for safety, for protection. That's the way the military, that's the way the service, they allow that they oversee the Native American members. I want to mention it this way. And also that one other thing that took place is that in 1990, the Oregon case went to the Supreme Court of the United States. At that time, there's two men that were working for the drug abuse control in the state of Oregon. And then one night they went to a peyote meeting, Native American church. They were counselors, and they were, I guess, in the law they weren't supposed to allow. They're not were allowed to go to a peyote meeting. So they've been found that they participated in Native American church, and they were excused. They were taken off to control as a representative in that state. So they asked to get a payment on the retirement. They were allowed first, and then the Attorney General of the state of Oregon, they said, no, that you're not allowed to get your retirement pay. So that's the case that went to Supreme Court. In the Supreme Court, they decided that the Constitution of the United States does not allow peyote, does not protect peyote. And that caused us, a lot of the members, Native American church across the country, the Native Rights Fund, we got the legislation. That's what took us to Congress, because of the Supreme Court denied the use of peyote. It doesn't protect the use of peyote. That's what we were told. So that's what took us to legislation as Congress. That's where this amendment, we finally got to the result, is that public law. That's the result of that. That's what we're celebrating. That's what we've been celebrating the last 30 years. 30 years ago, and we were a part of that. And at that time, I was on the tribal council. For a while there, I was holding the president of Native American Church of Navajo Land. I was holding two offices at the same time for a while. But Peterson's asked me to help him, gave me a job in Window Rock, got me a desk, got me an office over there. He wanted me to advise him on the issue. And at the same time, my son-in-law, late son-in-law, Michael Beay, was the director of Navajo Nation office here. And we worked on the issue. Navajo Nation office was the office of all the tribe, all the information, and going through with this legislation before Congress. At that time, we Native American Church of Navajo Land members, they wanted to come and lobby over here, and testify over here in Congress. So the late President Zah, his sister-in-law was the administrative director, Shirley Etzidi, and another individual working at the Navajo office over there in Window Rock, and they decided to get some money. So they got some money from different programs within the tribal government. Got all those together, got enough money. At least we got members of Native American Church, Navajo Land, to come over here and lobby over here. That's what happened. When we got here, we got some medicine men at that time too. They went to the Atlantic Ocean that one day. They went over there and they made an offering to the pray and talk for this medicine. When they got back over here, later on we made arrangement. We lobbied with different congressmen on this peyote issue. We had a program, each group, and talked to the congressional people and lobbied. And that week, it was on a Wednesday, that week that we were here, we went to TP up over here, Greenbelt Recreational Hall. The late Michael Beay and my brother was here at that time. He was living here and helping out, make arrangement to put up a teepee. Got 3 teepees up, North America, Navajo Land, and also from Navajo Native American Church, as well as District 7, the small community, put up teepees up there. We had peyote meetings, honoring the late Michael McCain, what he was doing for us. And at the time, my daughter was living here. They were here at the time. And that's what happened. That's what we did. That's how much we want to preserve and protect the use of this medicine. We fought real hard back home. We fought real hard. Took us 27 years since 1940, the anti-peyote law on the reservation. We fought to protect this peyote. We had a lot of law enforcement. They fought police. We were having a meeting. People from Taos, Joe Bernal was his name, conducting a meeting for my parents. Police came around and we had a lot of argument. And we got into a fist fight. And we fought for this. Finally, they had about 4 police panel came around. So we saw jail term. That's what we did. We fought. The Navajo. They just don't sit around. They're strong people. They're fighters. Good fighters. A lot of them today, you don't see them around here anymore. They're gone. But we remember them. We know them. That's how we saw jail time to protect and preserve this medicine. And we followed that. So during the time when the Supreme Court ruled against the use of peyote, that we weren't protected by the law, we were here to lobby, talk, and make arrangements to lobby with the congressional people. And on top of that, we put up teepee over here. We had peyote meetings, 3 teepees up. And I just want to mention this. And then at the same time, there's other big project was going on back home. Or people from Big Mountain, Low Mountain, into Jedito, into Loop, Bird Spring area, relocation. People had to be taken off the land there. That's what we were doing too. At that time, I was elected as a council delegate and tried to protect those people. A lot of people that, my neighbors, my relatives, my late father's birthplace is in that area where that Sar Mountain, that's the name of that place, close to Kings Canyon. He was born and raised there. That was his birthplace. All his relatives, my relatives, they all had to relocate into the new lands. We were fighting that issue too at the same time, on top of the Supreme Court case. That was what we were fighting at that time. And then there's a lot to say on this. And right at that time too, we had some people got thrown in jail in Mexico, Navajo from St. Michael's area, trying to resolve that question too. So we were all doing 3 things all at the same time. And I just want to mention it this way at this time. And we're just so happy and so glad that the public law 103-344 was passed by Congress. We were here at that time. And with President Zah. So myself, I've been busy throughout my life. My wife and I, we celebrated our 65th anniversary the other day. And we have grandchildren, who have children, grandchildren. Right there, my grandson, Herschel Clark. He's got two big brothers, so people better be careful. He's been here. He was living with his aunt, the late Michael McKay. He was here at that time. He grew up around peyote, around the teepee, around the laws that were being discussed. He was going to elementary school here too at the time. I just want to relate this, and we've been doing a lot. My family and the rest of the people are Navajo people. Good fighters, good fighters. I'm so happy, I'm glad that those things are of the past. We made it happen that way. I'd like to say in this way, and we got to know other people, the Native American people across the country. Reuben Snake came out in the open, well-recognized person. We had a big meeting in Albuquerque, and a lot of people, a lot of natives, talking about the issue on this congressional, this Supreme Court decision. And they worked hard, and Robert Whitehorse going across the country informing the public the freedom of train, the freedom train. That's what he did. This will be my conclusion on what I have to say. Thank you.
David, we're going to read one of the rulings of the many court cases you were in, and then when we're completed with that, President Brady and Sister Tookie, they're going to bestow this Pendleton on you. This is inspired Pendleton from a Navajo chief design, and he's going to sing a praise song. But first I want to read this ruling, so bear with me, relatives. It's important, and I just got back from the Traditional Healing Summit, and one of the things I was expressing is sometimes with our younger generation, they hear these stories, and even the stories of the pilgrimage to harvest this medicine, and it doesn't always translate to them. Sometimes they think it's myths or fairy tales, or that we're embellishing. So you're living physical presence here today to remind us again what we traversed, the road we walked, and how that happened. And then the great attorney who tried 20 peyote cases and won every single one of them, relatives. We're going to be honoring him shortly here as well. This was in the District Court of the 49th Judicial District, Webb County, Texas, March term 1968. The state of Texas versus David Clark. The defendant in this case was charged with violating Articles 726D of the Penal Code of the state of Texas as amended by acts of the 60th Legislature, 1967, effective August 28, 1967, which among other prohibitions forbids the possession of peyote. The defendant has stipulated that in fact he was in possession of peyote in Webb County, Texas, and that he did use peyote, but contends that he is a member of the Native American Church, and that said church is an established and recognized religion, and that he used peyote in a bona fide practice of this religion. He claims that the statute is unconstitutional as applied to him, and relies on the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, which guarantees every person freedom of religion, and Article 1, Section 6 of the Bill of Rights of the Constitution of the State of Texas also guaranteeing freedom of religion, and which states in part as follows: all men have a natural and indefeasible right to worship. Almighty God, according to the dictates of their own consciousness. The plant Leucophora williamsi, a small spineless cacti found in Webb County area and also along the northern Mexico border, produces peyote, which grows in small buttons on the top of a cacti. Peyote's prime constituent is mescaline. Peyote is a hallucinogenic drug, and his unlawful possession of the same is specifically prohibited by subsection 3, section 2, article 726D as amended. The provisions of this subdivision, however, do not apply to unharvested peyote growing in its natural state, but no other exemption is made by the statute. The defendant, therefore, is guilty of the crimes of unlawful possession of peyote unless the statute under which he is charged is unconstitutional, as the defendant has contended. The court takes judicial notice of the federal statute which forbids the possession and use of peyote, but specifically exempts the use of peyote in bona fide religious ceremonies for the Native American Church. The defendant in this case also relies on California case, the People versus Jack Woody, 1964, 394 Pacific 2D 813. The California statute is quite similar to the Texas statute, prohibiting, among other things, the possession of peyote. The Supreme Court in California ruled that the statute was unconstitutional as it applied to a member of the Native American Church who possessed peyote in the bona fide exercise of his religion. The defendant also relies on the state of Arizona versus Mary Ataki, criminal cause 4098, Coconino County, 1960. The People of the State of Colorado versus Mana Partitan, Criminal Acts 9454, Denver County, June 27, 1968, which reached similar results as the Woody case. Peyoteism is defined in Webster's Dictionary as an intertribal American Indian religion, adopting Christian elements to traditional tribal beliefs and practices and distinguished by a sacramental use of peyote. It has been stipulated for the record that peyote is not a narcotic drug, but is classified as a dangerous drug, and that it does not have a hallucinogenic effect. The evidence shows, however, that it is not harmful to the mental or physical processes of the users of peyote. The evidence in this case has also shown that peyoteism is a recognized bona fide religion practiced by members of the Native American Church, and that peyote is an essential ingredient of the religious ceremony. It is the sole means by which the members of the church were able to experience their religion, and without peyote, the court finds from evidence the members of the religion cannot practice their faith. In view of the above evidence and findings, the court finds and concludes that Article 726D of the Penal Code of the State of Texas is unconstitutional as it applies to the defendant herein, who possessed and used peyote in good faith and sincere honest practice of peyoteism, a bona fide religion, and therefore the defendant herein is found not guilty. Judge 49th Judicial District, Texas, James Kazin. If these brave people hadn't have done this, where would we be? And thank you, Jerry, for representing him. So, relatives, our northern custom, we're going to sing a praise song for David Clark, and Herschel, come help your Chase stand up. We're all going to stand together. And brother's going to sing This Is His Right too, in these Hidatsa ways up north. Very close to the Crow tribe. It's the same tribe, so we mention Takes the Gun often. These are the same songs, same purpose. And then sister's going to put the Pendleton on him. When we complete this, we're going to go ahead and serve our meal, relatives. But this is part of what we wanted to accomplish here, was these ones that had this hand that are still here walking Mother Earth with us, that you can share. And that we got our ears and that we're listening and we hear you. And we won't forget.
So with that being said, good relatives, it's sad that we have to kind of endure some of these kind of things that all we're trying to do is pray. All we're trying to do is uphold to our duties and responsibilities as Native American church people, ceremonial practitioners, and our way of life. That's all we're trying to do. And on behalf of Native American Church of North America, Canada, Mexico, on behalf of everyone here, our prayers. We're sorry that, you had to put up with all of that. And we know how it is out there. It's a cruel world. That negative tries to come around to kill, steal, and destroy. But nevertheless, you made it. We all made it. So here we are today, 2024, still having to educate, still having to remind the government here today. And within this Senate Committee of Indian Affairs building, maybe some way, somehow, the power of expression, the power of prayer, the ceremonial song, the prayer that was said here at the beginning of day 2, maybe some way, somehow, that our Native American church, our ceremonial way of people, they could have a little bit more of an edge, of way of, hey, these guys are here. Let's sit down. Let's listen to them, what they have to say. They even have one of our Native people on top of their Capitol, looking overseeing the nation. So we got to kind of remind them here today. We could go on and on, but my brother wanted me to sing a praise song. So along that, maybe maybe through your thoughts, your prayers, maybe was it really recognized or appropriately, and or however it may be, every tribe, every community has a real awesome, unique way to praise, to lift someone up, whatever something unspoken, whatever something that was unaware about, through the praise song, through my ancestors and my my grandmas, my grandpas, they would say, sing a praise for them. In high regards to God, the Creator, the Great Spirit's going to recognize this person. It's going to recognize this person, honor them, and do something nice for them, in front of people. Give gifts away, maybe put some food out, that will be, this individual will be uplifted, encouraged to do something, nice and wonderful again. I'm just re-expressing what I heard my elders say once upon a time, my good relatives. So while I'm singing this praise song, you can all make a good wish here for this gentleman, what he had to endure, just to pray, just to uphold to his teachings, his beliefs here. So, ya hey, ya hey, ya hey, ya hey, ya hey, ya hey, yo 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 hey, hey, Delay Nation, David Clark, hey. Ooh. Thank you.
Aho, brother, for that song. And aho again, David. Good relatives, we've come to that time. We're going to go ahead and open up the lunch part, and I'm not sure, brother, if you want to assist him to do this, but we have a little bit of older people here too. Maybe some of the younger people can get some of the box lunches and take it to them. And are you guys going to be the olders too? Here? Okay, good. Oh. Okay. Yeah, let's start in the back where there, and then make your way by, and you can pick your refreshments up last. Faith, just to refresh, this gentleman here come from Navajo land, and back in the 60s he had been involved in numerous court cases to be able to utilize this medicine, this pejuta that we use. And yes, you can shake his hand. David, can you hear me? David, can you hear me? One of the Yankton he's got to read lips. Okay, can you hear me, David? Okay. She's going to shake your hand. She comes from Yankton tribal community there, and this Faye, Spotted Eagle. This is David Clark, Faye. And she's one of our ceremonial spiritual leaders in our part of the country back there. So all you Navajos that sing these Sioux songs, these Yankton songs, this is where it comes from, right here. Shake her hand too. Say ho-ho. Yeah. And Jerry, don't get nervous and shaky. You're up next. So you better drink something and eat something. I'm getting butterflies for you. You know. So. All right, good relatives. We were down on a panel at the Hubert Humphrey HHS building with this elder, and they're doing that traditional healing initiative and demonstration projects, which includes Arizona and New Mexico. And she was on the panel down there, and some of you were there yesterday. It got real good today. It got real today. You guys missed out. We want to call up Frank Daesh. Brother Frank, if you could come and acknowledge this gift. Yeah. Get Frank. And then our panelist is coming up after lunch as well, and there's going to be some special guests coming in and out of the room here. Are you guys happy with this dim light? It feels dark in here.
Absolutely. I was trying to open.
They don't open? Or?
And then it's freezing in here.
Yeah.
Slurs going by.
I don't want to tell them to come here because they'll make a deal. You know, you guys, you know why it's dim in here? Kind of. Jerry Patchen just said those bright lights need to take a break on his life here, you know. When Frank comes back in the room, we're going to recognize him as well, good relatives. His kinship with NACNA, with this way of life.
They're going to let me say something.
Not yet.
Wait a minute. Do you know the world's greatest romance? It's a lawyer and the sound of his own voice. So get ready.
This relatives, this engineer and a doctor and a lawyer were eating lunch together, and they started They started arguing over what the world's oldest profession was. And they were arguing over it, and the doctor said that from Adam's rib, they created woman. Remember that story? So the doctor was the oldest profession because he operated and got that rib out, and then woman come into being. And then the lawyer, Jerry, the lawyer said, Creator God made this whole universe and world out of chaos. So that's the oldest profession. It was chaos that created the whole world. The engineer. And then the lawyer said, yes, but who created the chaos? So you're the oldest profession, Jerry. It's awesome. Aho. When we get settled, we're going to go ahead and Frank's here now, brother. Brother Frank's here now. All right, Frank, we'd like you to come up. If you could recognize this gift, Frank. Brother.
Thank you, sir. President Brady, thank you, sir. Hey,
We want to acknowledge him for his years of dedication and service here as well. And then the venture, this brave adventure of creating this new coalition and unifying people and bringing them together in a good way. And then coming here on Capitol Hill, arm in arm with all the peyote people. And I think, Frank, to say it this way is this medicine, if we took all the titles away, took all the organizations and just said, we're peyote people, we're serving this medicine, and we all stand together. And we appreciate you for doing that, and coming here with us. I hope.
thank you.
Another round of applause for Frank Dayish. I also want to recognize the United States Patent and Trademark Office. There's a representative here, Susan Anthony. If you just want to wave, look in the back of the room here, relatives. Susan Anthony. This is a huge issue with what we're doing with the World Intellectual Property Organization, with the efforts by pharmaceutical companies to extract genetic resources and commodify them. The other efforts to legalize all these psychedelics and how that's going. We had been in discussions about having her and some other agencies, and we're going to have to figure this out when this new administration comes in, but we've been in discussions about how can tribes, doesn't matter if organizations do it, it's got to be the tribes, strengthen their codes for intellectual property and strengthen their codes, ceremonial codes, and to do that as well. So we're going to be having a convening, kind of a Zoom convening to help with some of that development too. And I know in my dad's tribe, they were really against that, putting anything ceremonial or traditional in their codes. But as time went on, they realized what people were trying to take, what was trying to happen, they had to have some protection. And even from their own members that were running off without established protocols being followed, trying to do stuff to rein them in as well. So Susan, we thank you for coming here. Just so you're aware, yesterday we had DOJ reps here, we had the White House with us too, and then we had Naomi Miguel from the White House Initiative on Indian Education and Tribal Colleges, and then an array of congressional staff too. So we thank you. And I appreciate you being here. I wanted to acknowledge you that way. So Jerry, are you ready? Okay. Is Linda ready? We could wait till she gets back.
They're under there in Joseph.
In front of the church thing? Okay, all right, we'll be right back. Yeah, that's the transport. Just call me. Linda, we weren't going to start without you. You guys all have heard that patience is a virtue, right? This is extreme virtue, you know, Linda. And I appreciate you being here. We didn't want to do that, but if you both want to come up here, and we're going to acknowledge both of you, because Linda, you're a partner with your husband and what you guys have accomplished together all these years. It's awesome. Now we're going to say a little bit about Jerry. We're going to acknowledge him, and we're going to have him say a few words as well. Also, we got our keynote speakers in the building. They're going to bring her up, and we'll get her settled too. And then we're going to acknowledge the panelists that were here in the morning part and acknowledge them. You guys could sit down and get comfortable. And okay. All right, Jerry. We're already getting ready for the budget cuts, so this is your certificate without a frame. But it says, Dr. Jerry Patchen, with grateful appreciation, the certificate is respectfully awarded to you for a lifetime of educating others about our holy sacrament, peyote, for defending the Native American Church and practitioners pro bono, in recognition of the tireless efforts to protect and preserve the peyote way of life, and the tirelessly advocating for amendments to the American Indian Religious Freedom Act. We salute you, and we will forever be grateful to you for dedicating decades of your life supporting NACNA and for believing in our organizational mission and statement. And then I'm going to read this is a little bit of background about Jerry as well. In the 22 years from 1972 to 1994, he defended over 20 peyote cases. winning every single case. So he has an undefeated record. Give him a round of applause for that as well. In addition to my peyote cases, his peyote cases, the Native American Rights Fund referred their peyote arrests and persecutions to him. He was using the 1978 American Indian Religious Freedom Act, defending Native Americans persecuted in many jurisdictions for possession of peyote years and years before the 1994 American Indian Religious Freedom Act amendments. In 1980, the U.S. Supreme Court, or in 1990, the U.S. Supreme Court in the case of Oregon versus Smith made a stepchild out of the Religious Freedom First Amendment and declared that the right of Native Americans to use their sacrament peyote was subject to criminal law prosecution. He knew from his experience arguing at with state and federal prosecutors that the American Indian Religious Freedom Act could be strengthened by an amendment which specifically protected the religious use of peyote by Native Americans. The key word in that is he understood it could be strengthened, that this living bill wasn't set in stone, but that it could be improved. I make note of that because there's so much misinformation about touching this act, and people are starting to believe that it can't ever be improved, but it can. And this is living proof of how it was improved in '94. So after Smith, Senator Inouye, chairman of the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs, held public hearings, and this was to establish a congressional record. The first hearing occurred in Oklahoma. At that hearing, he shared with Senator Inouye the strategy of amending AIRFA to protect the religious use of peyote. He took that idea and ran with it. Senator Inouye, Representative Bill Richardson, chairman of the House Committee on Natural Resources, joined with Senator Inouye and was also impactful. Senator Inouye, a native Hawaiian, was a World War II hero. Both Inouye and Richardson had great passion for Native people. They should be honored above all else for shepherding in the AIRFA through Congress. Make a note, we lost Congressman Richardson about 1.5 years ago, and of course our beloved Senator Inouye for quite a while now. He's been gone. Reuben Snake and Walter Equihawk, among others, great leaders and NARF lawyers, led the charge, and this was under the American Indian Religious Freedom Project. Senator Inouye ran into significant resistance that almost derailed the AIRFA amendments. Senators were arguing that a hallucinogenic drug could not be regulated. He also represented the licensed peyote dealers, and he had good relations with the Texas Department of Public Safety and Tracy Schwaylock that supervised the enforcement of peyote regulations. He requested that Tracy Schwaylock provide a letter to be presented to Senator Inouye in support of the Native American Church. She readily agreed and asked Jerry to prepare the language for her to write in that letter. So he drafted the letter and provided it to Tracy, stating that the relationship between the Native American Church and the Department of Public Safety in Texas was excellent, and that the regulation of peyote had been problem-free. Tracy provided the letter on DPS stationery to Senator Inouye. He was able to use that letter to convince hesitant senators to support the AIRFA amendments. All of his work for Indian people and the Native American Church has always been volunteer, and he has paid his own expenses. He wants to be known that he treasures his experiences with Indian people and NAC, and testament to him, he's been adopted in every tribe that he's ever touched, and people reciprocate you cherishing them, and they cherish you, Jerry, and that's why we're recognizing you here today. So we want you to go ahead and stand up. They're going to put this quilt on, and we have something for Linda as well. That's the way good, a good couple, a good team. and awesome friends to Indian country. Give them a big round of applause, everybody. Yeah.
This is the greatest honor of my life. Ready, 1, 2, 3, smile. I can't stop smiling.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Jerry, we're asking you to offer some remarks over here. If you can stand, or if you want to sit down, you're welcome to do that as well.
Senator, Representative there.
Okay.
You want me to come over here?
Yeah. We learned a word from our European American relatives, brevity. We have Congressman in the back here. He's going to come up and share, and we'll see. I hope. But this is your day, Jerry, right here.
I think 2 words are all I need. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I grew up a hard scrabble life. My mother was a dirt poor sharecropper's daughter. My uncles were all Teamsters. I put myself through law school as a Teamster working on freight docks. But I always remember as a young kid watching TV, and they had all these cowboy and Indian shows. And I was always for the Indian. I just, I'd even make these out of chinaberry trees, these bows and arrows, and I'd do these little breechcloth things and run around my yard. But the experiences that I have had with my wonderful Indian friends and relations and the Native American Church are foundational in my life. Linda and I have been together 55 years. She is the wind beneath my wings. And she's the mother of our 3 children. And that joy and pain of motherhood, and we honor our mothers. And oh, what a wonderful, loving, affectionate wife and mother to our children and our grandchildren. We are blessed beyond measure. And I think about our ancestors. Virgil Franklin, old Black Coyote, Southern Arapaho, carried the medicine wheel for the Southern Arapaho, Sundance man also. He told me, he said, honor your ancestors. And he gave me a practice to honor my ancestors and to send love, appreciation, and support to my ancestors. And when I got in a corner to call on my ancestors, my family ancestors, all these wonderful Indian people that have gone on, to call on them, and they'll be there for me. And that's been a reliable source of strength, inspiration, and power in my life. I remember telling Uncle Virgil, he took me as his nephew. I remember telling him, you know, Virgil, our culture doesn't even know about honoring our ancestors. And he said, how'd they miss that one? And I am just so blessed by my ancestors, my family, my wife, my family, and the Native American Church. It has given me strength, perseverance, resilience, courage, and confidence beyond measure. And I'm so thankful for the Native American Church and all my relations, the birds, the animals, the flowers, the trees, the air, the fire, the wind and water, the earth, the sky, the moon, the planets, the suns, the stars. You know, I think about that old war bonnet wearing Indian on the plains and connected with and communicating with all nature in a way that our culture doesn't understand. And thank you for giving me, just in small measure, an ability and appreciation to connect with the Holy Creator through nature and this peyote. And I don't know why they call it a hallucinogenic. It shows you reality. Thank you.
Good relatives, we have an awesome visitor here, Congressman Vasquez. All you New Mexicans, go ahead and raise your hands, or if you're related, give him a round of applause. He's joined us here, and we're going to turn it over to him, and we say ho-ho to you. And this is a real Indian lover, this guy. He loves us, you know, and, all the way. He knows, you know. So we'll turn it over to him. Ho-ho, thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Greetings, buenas tardes. My name is Gabe Vasquez. I represent proudly the 2nd District of New Mexico, and it's a pleasure to be here with you all today. First, I just have to say, Happy Native American Heritage Month. We had a terrific celebration yesterday in the Capitol, which was very well attended, where I think you heard from a lot of my colleagues as well. Thank you for that kind introduction and for inviting me to speak at this important summit. It's an honor to join the Native American Church of North America, the National Congress of American Indians, and all of you as we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the American Indian Religious Freedom Act, Peyote Amendments of 1994. And my better half, who is Coeur d'Alene, told me to make sure to thank Pancho and Tuki. So Pancho and Tuki, thank you. As an advocate and as an ally and member of Congress who values being in community with Native peoples, I want to use this time to verbally reaffirm mine and Democrats' commitment to upholding tribal sovereignty and upholding the rights of indigenous communities, especially the right to practice and preserve spiritual traditions without interference. The Peyote Amendments of 1994 were a landmark in protecting these rights. By explicitly recognizing the use of peyote in traditional Native American spiritual practices, the amendments reaffirmed what tribal nations have always known, that sacred ceremonies are an essential part of cultural identity and community well-being. These amendments ensure that federal law respects and upholds the spiritual heritage of Native peoples. Tribal communities in my district, including the Mescalero Apache tribe, Zuni Pueblo, and others, are integral to our shared culture and history. Their voices guide my daily work in Congress, and I carry this responsibility with deep respect, urgency, and humility. Since my first election, I've been committed to protecting tribal religious freedoms, which means ensuring that Native leaders and communities have the resources and respect they need to preserve their sacred practices. It means defending access to ceremonial plants, like peyote, and safeguarding lands that hold spiritual and cultural significance. These are not just legal issues. They are about justice, dignity, and honoring the promises that this country has made. As we celebrate Native American Heritage Month, I promise to continue advocating for tribal sovereignty, access to education, and the protection of sacred rights. I'm excited to continue working together with all of you to ensure that the next 30 years bring even greater recognition and respect for the cultural and spiritual foundations of Native communities. Thank you for your leadership, for your advocacy, and your trust. I look forward to continuing to serve you as the representative for New Mexico's 2nd District with 7 sovereign nations and continuing this journey with all of you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you all.
Good relatives too, we want to acknowledge the Vice President of the Navajo Nation, Michelle Matoyo, who's joined us here as well. If she wants to wave her hand, everybody give her a good round of applause. We thank you, Aho, for joining us. And like so many of our tribal leaderships across the country, comes from a peyote family, a family that over generations believes in this way of life. And this is what we need, what we rely on too. So Vice President, we all appreciate you being here, and we're all praying for you and the Navajo Nation, and this is awesome, you know, that you've joined in. So, and that just a little story behind the story here. The totem pole in back of you, I believe that's Haida. Is it, Suzanne? Okay, that was Senator McCain's, who he got from Illinois, and apparently the Hawaiian chairman doesn't want it in his office, but it's here, so that's good. I like that. So we have a little bit of Arizona via Hawaii through Alaska right by you over there. So that's good.
So she'll be at 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we want everyone to. We have so much to do this afternoon as well. We're going to kick off our keynote at 1, but I told Suzanne Harjo to come here early and take in lunch with us. So she made it. She's sitting over here. Everybody give her a round of applause as well. She's right here by the door. And we'll be introducing her, and it'll be right at 1, maybe a couple minutes early. And then when that is complete, we're going to go to our tribal leaders panel, and the Vice President will be on that panel. Our other council delegate, Simonson, will be on there too, and then Reggie Wasanaw from the Cheyenne Arapaho tribes will be there as well. So it's going to be a really good panel. Then we're breaking up the teams for the Hill visit, so you have to kind of stay here because we have our briefing papers, our packets, and how we're going to do this, because we have 1 hour at 11 tomorrow where we have 4 meetings, so we have to coordinate and use our logistics and make sure that's done right. So that's that's kind of like a little heads up on what's to follow here yet. And at 2 o'clock, the senator from Oklahoma is coming, and that's right in the middle of the panel. So very, very awkwardly, but we're going to do it. We're going to shut the panel down to let him say a few words. That's Wayne Mullin is coming. And he's going to offer his remarks at 2, and then we'll get back to the panel. So think of it like a halftime break of the panel, and we'll have him say his expression, and then we'll move on. I want you to know that too, Gabe coming here was a hard thing because we're on this side of Capitol Hill. Right now, as we speak, they're all voting for the House leadership and all the caucuses, all the committees, and all of that. So it's a real competitive. It's a competitive vote, and I was telling my companion that last night. I said we were in that reception. You could even see it happening there. Who's vying for what, and what coalitions were being built, or whatever. But the Democrats are in the wilderness right now on the House. But those committee seats are still really important because when they take the House back here, eventually someday, they'll be in the leadership as well. And one of the gentlemen that was there is Raul Grijalva in Tucson area. I think it's the 3rd Congressional District in Arizona. He worked with us, and he's the one that hosted the field hearing we had in Oklahoma 2 years ago when he was the chairman of the House Natural Resource Committee. And he's, so what we're doing one by one is building those relationships, like Congressman Vasquez coming here, building our coalition. It takes time. Working with both sides of the aisle, trying to piece it together, a pathway forward where we could be successful in defending this way of life and protecting the peyote gardens the best that we can. This is all part of it. So I'm telling you this. Why am I explaining this? I don't want you to think we're using you as props, or that we're playing politics with your lives, here and all that. It's just, this is what needs to be done. And this is, as you heard from our elder David Clark, this is what they did, back there. And Suzanne's going to shed some light on that as well. And I'll be sharing a little bit more about her, but we have a piece of living history amongst us that really had a hand in the family of cultural rights and religious rights legislation, and we're going to hear some of that beautiful, awesome story. So I was talking to her. This is the prelude. I was talking to you, and I said, well, how much energy do you have? And you're going to be on the panel too. And we decided she had about 30 minutes of energy to share and to offer this keynote. So if you guys see me, come over and tap her on the shoulder at 30 minutes. Don't think I'm being disrespectful. It's also saving her voice and saving her what energy she mustered up to be here today with us. Does that sound fair? Yeah. Because she could go and not know that she's really, expending all of that, and she has things to do tomorrow too, and still makes a lot of appearances. And it's so cool, you guys, this technology now. And like, I was really slow on learning anything, and I just got an iPhone, and I just, got away from my flip phone. And but some of our elders like her, they learned to master this webinar and Zooms and all of that. They learned all of that. It's cool. So I like that for her. And that's a little bit, what we're going to do. So if, right now is a good time if you want to stretch your legs, if you want to go to the washroom, but come back, and don't come back at 1 because it's already going to be going. We want you to come back. And then we're going to need some engineers here to move these chairs, and we're going to get her up to the front. And so we need to make a way in the aisle to get her up to the front. But this is a good time to stretch your legs and take a break. And I'd say be back here no later than 10 minutes to 1. We're also Shannon O'Laughlin, Julia Wakeford, Jaden Powell, Linda Benally. You're welcome to come bring your items up to the front here for the panel and start to get seated. Okay, guys, Herschel, Darren, we need to move those chairs back and your gear back. And we're gonna get her up here.
I don't think he's going to be here, but she came and replaced Shona Claus as a council delegate.
Okay, is she here right now?
Yeah, she's here.
Okay.
So she's
All right,
gonna be-
Shauna Claw, Navajo Nation Council Delegate 2, we've been, we're recruiting you, and you've accepted to be on the tribal leader panel. What's that? No, they are the tribal leaders.
Unless you want to just put them all up here.
No, it's fine. We'll just.
All the names are here. We'll just use them.
We'll see the panel. Yeah. It's only. Yeah. Just so you're wondering too, we left this open time because there was a lot more members of Congress that wanted to come, so we had to leave a little, build in some open time. I'm not talking to fill in time. I'm just expressing, you know, kind of how we're doing this. We need some help, relatives. Let's get these chairs moved so we can get her up here, and then we can put the chairs kind of back. And Herschel, maybe push those things back a little bit there, and okay.
Yesterday, Carl called me. I guess he ended up in the hospital.
Oh,
yeah, he's not
he
doing
okay?
so. Yeah, food poisoning.
Oh,
yeah, he
he
got
ate
it
some bad
over the
food.
weekend. Yeah, so
He's okay.
He's done. Yeah, but he said there's good representation here. So
Yeah, there is.
yeah, just let you know.
Okay.
First panel, remember? Do that now or later?
Yeah, we want to.
Papa Bear has gifts too.
All right, Papa Bear, come up here with your expression, your offerings. Which one is she sitting at? Okay. We want the panelists from the first panel to come help us out. We're going to acknowledge you. Thank you. Good relatives, the panelists for the first panel, we have some certificates of appreciation, something you can hold for your records too to commemorate your trip here and commemorate the energy that you brought, the expression that you brought, and the message. We'd like to thank you, Brother Justin. Avery, we want to acknowledge you guys with a certificate of our appreciation. And then Papa Bear has some short expressions of gratitude as well to this panel. And we talked about, Brother Justin, and so they know, we talked about your presence at the Traditional Healing Summit yesterday. I explained to the audience that you guys were there, that there were real medicine men there, real ceremonial leaders there, and I expressed that on your behalf also. So just so you're aware of that, when I got my opportunity to share. And Poncho's getting the certificates ready. Okay, Papa Bear is going to do his little giveaway first.
Chumana, E. Papa Bear, from Wanaka Wapu Paco Yana Wana.
commonly known as San Antonio, Texas. Our ancestors placed the stones at the 5 missions, and Jesse and I, our ancestors are buried at Mission San Antonio de Valero, commonly known as the Alamo. We come here, we are the caretakers of the Holy Sacrament Peyote for a millennium, way back. And we use for different things, our bear dance, our community dances, our mitotes, and then later on we had a lot of help when we couldn't get our medicine like we used to for centuries. We had to join one of the churches. And finally the church, Native American Church of North America back in '99 accepted our credentials, and we've been in good standing for all those years. So I want to say good afternoon to everybody, to our executive board here. And we brought some gifts. First, we want to give some gifts to our executive board, our president, Mr. Brady, vice president. Go ahead. They're just tokens of our gratitude for being here. This is our 2nd year. We know that this is a long game, and we're in it for the long game.
Thank you.
We also want to, as he's handing out the officers, executive officers, we want to make an announcement that our legal entity, American Indians of Texas Spanish Colonial Missions, and our tribe, Tapilanqua Huitecan Nation, are opening a permanent office for Native American Church of North America in San Antonio. That way, when they come down, they have a place where they can make copies and send mail and things like that. We wanted to try to have a grand opening in February when we have the mid-year conference. You know, it being our homeland, we always stayed away. We stayed to ourselves. But in '99, we knew we had to join up. And I love the world, the way it is, our humanness, and the fact that this intertribal ceremony, our last stronghold, the Native American Church of North America, Yanewana Tapilam Native American Church of the Americas, and being appointed as Texas Delegate at Large under the Earl Arkeson administration. We've been very loyal to NACNA. But we want to have a brotherhood and a sisterhood with all natives in Indian country. So we just want to say thank you. If you did get a chance to go downstairs on the cafeteria, go pick up your supper for tonight. But thank you very much. I want to introduce our archaeologist, anthropologist, Jesse Wayo Reyes. Raise your cowboy hat, Jesse. Oh, he's over there explaining. And Auburn Sky, are you here? Auburn? I guess she stepped out. She's our secretary. So you all have a home down in San Antonio, Texas, Wanaka Yanawana. And the word Yanawana means land of spirit waters. And it's no accident that all the songs start with Yana. I really believe that when people came down to our land, they remembered, because we would identify it as Yanawana. And this is our archaeologist, our anthropologist, works in the archives, has all the history, going way back till 1500s when the strangers came. And just want to say thank you. God bless you all. Have a good trip home. And want to recognize our veterans. Thank you for your service. And God bless you. Amen. Tamok.
So at this time, I know it's almost 1 here. We're just trying to keep it, keep things going here. So this morning, you know, we had a really awesome a good panel of practitioners, ceremonial leaders, roadmen. I'm really glad and happy that they kind of set the tone here this morning and made some good energy, made some good vibes, through the prayer, the song. It's really appreciated, very much. And on behalf of the Native American Church of North America. But, just in a token of appreciation, we could be just like other entities, other organizations, we could have nice things too, We could have nice facilities, a nice prayer grounds, prayer lodge, whatever it may be, why not us as Native American Church people, because you all come from really awesome families, good teachings, good ways, good upbringings, so kind of reminds me of like the 2024 NAC awards, kind of feeling like that here today, we could do that too, drummer of the year or Cedar Chief of the year, or however it may be, or the longest prayer of the year, or however it may be, it's awesome. We could have these good things, so with that being said here today, with grateful appreciation, the certificate is respectfully awarded to Dr. Wilson Aranys Jr. for a lifetime of educating others in the classroom, conferences, ceremonies, and conversations about our peyote way of life, for sharing your traditional Dene knowledge in the recognition of your tireless efforts to protect, preserve the peyote way of life, and tirelessly advocating for the amendments to the American Indian Religious Freedom Act. We salute you, Uncle, and we will be forever grateful to you for dedicating decades of your life supporting Native American Church of North America and for believing in our organizational mission statement. John Brady, NACNA President, November 20th, 2024, Washington, D.C. So you can make your way up here, Uncle. Let's give him a good round of applause here. My wife here could get that gift. Yeah. So we'll go on down here to with grateful appreciation, the certificate is respectfully awarded to Ernest Harry Beay. Your presentation was well received. Your traditional knowledge, professional expertise, and eloquent expressions were informative and easily understood. We thank you for dedicating your time and helping the tribal nations for your unwavering support of the Native American Church of North America and believing in our organizational mission statement. November 20th, 2024, Washington, D.C. Let's give them a round of applause here. Yeah. You could give that to Uncle Wilson. Yeah. So also along with these certificates, we kind of have some gifts here for these presenters. So so at this time we have another certificate here with a grateful appreciation. The certificate is respectfully awarded to Dr. Avery Denny. Your presentation was well received. Your traditional knowledge, professional expertise, and eloquent expressions were informative and easily understood. We thank you for dedicating your time to helping the tribal nations for your unwavering support of Native American Church of North America and believing in our organizational mission statement. November 20th, 2024, Washington, D.C. Let's give them a good round of applause here. Could get gifts for everyone in them. Ties, whatever you think. So along with that, my wife's going to get some a gift here to go along with those certificates. So I know we have some more here too as well. You know, I know Travis, you know, I'm really appreciated that you, you know, made that good effort and that good goodness here. And with grateful appreciation, you know, the certificate is respectfully awarded to Travis Cloud. You know, your presentation was well received. Your traditional knowledge, professional expertise, and eloquent expression were informative and easily understood. We thank you for dedicating your time to helping the tribal nations, for your unwavering support of NACNA, and believing in our organizational mission statement. So we have a certificate here for you as well. And then we'll, I know you stepped in there for Lance, so we'll have one. You could come on up and receive this here. And then we'll have, let's give them a good round of applause. And then we'll have one made with your name on it. So, yeah. And then with that being said, I know Brother Justin here, we have one for him too as well. I know along, adding on to all the rest of his statements here, his rest of his, so. We haven't get cards. Yeah, you can bring them. So with that being said, I know I just want to make mention the certificate here. We know it's kind of limited when we fly. So one of the packages with other stuff, you know, just arrived, you know, so we have brother's certificate along in there. So with that being said, we have another one here for Mr. Frank Dayish and Mr. David Clark. Maybe if some relatives could come on up. Or if they're not here, maybe somebody could receive it for them. But same way, you know, along with all the other certificates, it's appreciation. And a certificate is respectfully awarded to David Clark. Your presentation was well received. Traditional knowledge, professional expertise, and eloquent expression were informative and easily understood. We thank you for dedicating your time to helping tribal nations, for your unwavering support of NACNA and believing in your organizational mission statement. So along the way, same way here with Mr. Frank Dayish here. So we have some certificates for them as well. Was well received. Your traditional knowledge, professional expertise, and eloquent expression were informative and easily understood. So on behalf of the NACNA, we have some certificate adding on to the rest of your resume credentials here. On the spiritual aspect of things, you know, we want to present this to you all.
Thank you.
So I just want to kind of, same time, I was wanting to do this at the end of the summit, but just kind of want to, while we had a few moments, 20 or 30 minutes here, just wanted to do that, you know, just wanted to keep the things going. We don't want you guys to get tired or, you know, things like that. So I just want to say thank you again. We have some more certificates we want to give out here. I know everybody's kind of anxious to hear with the next panel. So we wanted to even it out, you know, we're always hearing the men talk, you know, but in our way of life, the lady is important. The lady is very important in our ceremonial way of life, you know, because they kind of put the frosting on the cake in the morning, in the time of the morning, you know, and cover, you know, everything that's said throughout the evening, midnight to the morning time, you know, so, and they're always right, too. So I just want to say that to our lady folks. So I want to thank them, you know, so if there wasn't lady folks, we wouldn't be here. We all wouldn't be here, you know, so I'm really thankful for them. So I'll turn this time over here to Mr. Wilson to introduce the next panel.
Just real quick, relatives, we've, when they're done, and then we move on into the tribal leaders panel, when that's complete, we're gonna have a quick session on getting it figured out on the meetings and how that's gonna go. I just went out to get some of the briefing papers and there's no more. So we're gonna need to make sure whoever's guiding those particular meetings, I can't be in every one, that they've got the briefing papers and they know what the game plan is. So I don't know where they all went, brother, but we're out there. We have some of the ARFA stuff, but okay.
More copies. I've got a FedEx building next to my hotel.
Okay. And then, so I'm going to run over the schedule here before I introduce Suzanne, and bear with me here. I just kind of going by states, not times. So tomorrow's the 20th. We also have some meetings on the 21st. We're sending the Texas delegation to LZ, who's an interior appropriator, on the 21st to meet with Grace Dunlap. But the North Dakota will be meeting with Senator Kramer. We saw him yesterday and had a good hallway visit with him, and Mary Silverthorne at 11 o'clock tomorrow. And then at noon, the North Dakota delegation will be meeting with John Simmermeyer and Senator Hoven's staff. The Texas delegation, you have, I believe, 3 meetings tomorrow, but this is what I have confirmed, is Al Green, Representative Al Green at 11, and then Representative Cuellar, Max Raymond at 2 o'clock. You also have pending Castro, and the LZ meeting is booked for the 21st. On the 20th, the New Mexico, Arizona, we kind of just lumped that all together. You have Representative Teresa Fernandez at 11:30. Is that still standing? 11:30 Fernandez? Okay. That's on the House side. Big difference, because even if you're a good walker, it takes about 15 minutes to get across to the other side. And then Senator Lujan at 1 p.m. and Senator Kelly at 1:30. Herschel and Frank, what we explained to the NACNA folks is we don't want them trying to go to both meetings. We don't want people coming in late to meetings, and we don't want people leaving early in meetings. So we got to kind of pick which one they go to. And then Senator Heinrich at 2:30. And then we're still waiting on Eli Crane, Ruben Gallego. Anyone has capability? Oh, go ahead. Yeah, Rebecca Taylor. I'll get to that. My dear, we're in New Mexico, not Minnesota. Yeah. So I'm teasing you. Don't get mad. Don't get Indian mad. Don't get the Ojibwayan on me here. These are critical meetings, you guys. And Frank's one of the leaders. Justin's one of the leaders. You're all leaders, but we can't fumble this on the New Mexico, Arizona. And we're waiting on Gabe, who just spoke here, his staff. I'm not so worried about that because he could meet with us. He wants to do like a Zoom, just himself meeting with us. So I'm not so worried about that meeting here. But Melanie Stansberry, Eli Crane, Raul Gajalva, and Gallego. So does anyone have a capability to do a Zoom meeting here on your laptop or whatever? You do? Okay, Darren, you do? And you got to leave, right? All right, Darren, I'm going to get with you afterwards. And the reason why is Gallego is really important. He doesn't even have an office anymore. You guys know why? Because he's moving over here. So they shut his house office down, and they're just moving furniture at this point. But in Arizona, we got to kind of get to him before the other 100 interest groups a day get to him. But he's aware of this. We've been meeting with his staff over the last several years. This is our 3rd year up here. We've had 4 different meetings with his staff, so they're aware of this issue. We move on over to South Dakota. Uncle Daryl's not here, but I'll just say it. We got John Thune at 11 and Mike Rounds at 2 p.m. We're still waiting on Dusty Johnson and Sidney Powers over in the House. And then in Wisconsin, it's 3 p.m., and that's with Baldwin staff, Jack Flores. And that's here on the Senate side. And then We have a 4:30 on the 20th with Cortez Masto, the Indian Affairs Committee, and then we have a Tina Smith meeting, Christine, at 11 on the 20th, tomorrow. Anyone that's coming around, we have a 3:30 on Thursday with the majority staff at Senate Committee on Indian Affairs. And then we have a meeting at 9 in the morning with Tom Coles, Chief of Staff on Appropriations. Huge meeting there. And then we got a couple more, that are coming in. So that's kind of the lay of the land there on tomorrow. And so when we get done today with the Tribal Leaders Panel, we're gonna have to figure this all out and get our briefing papers and our folders ready and all of that. So that's the update. Time for a quick question, if anyone has one. And we had a training yesterday. There'll be some more training later this afternoon when we're all done with the program. So thanks, Julia. Yeah, this National Indian Education Association, they always make a dramatic entrance. So we got their governmental affairs person here with us, Julia Wakeford. She'll be joining the panel. We have Linda Benally here. Suzanne's here as well. Shannon O'Loughlin just emailed and texted that she's not going to be able to make it. She's got some kind of stomach flu and didn't want to come here and expose anybody, which we appreciate because we have elders here and so forth. But we've so that's the schedule tomorrow, and then it goes on Thursday too for those that are coming out of the ceremony Wednesday night, and then the ceremony tomorrow night. Justin's conducting. You're on a different time, guys, over here. It gets dark around 4:45. So it's going to be, and it doesn't get light till about 6:45 or so, and then it's good. No questions. You guys are getting the hang of this, huh? Yeah. Good.
Just say something about the ceremony.
Okay, on those that are going to attend the ceremony, I suggest you can't be driving your vehicle there, I believe. There's only one vehicle permitted, and that's going to be the guy that brought the teepee, the wood, and all the whole 9 yards. We had a whole Gettysburg address of rules of how, what we need to do and stuff like that. So I suggest no cars can be parked in that area. We just got approval just for one car, and that's the van, the prayer van, and this gentleman's going coming from New York with the poles. He'll be here this evening. So those of you that want to help out, I believe about 6 a.m. he's gonna put the teepee up, the lodge. So if those that want to kind of, we have a map here, we have everything, so it's not like, back home, so it's kind of a different vibe, different kind of setting, rules over here. So we just kind of go along with that, so I just want to make mention of that.
Thank you, John. What you'll hear too, if you haven't done that before, like the airport, you'll hear the airport going all till about 1 in the morning or midnight, and then it kind of calms down till about 5, and you hear it again. And then the helicopters too are just like always going. But we're here, and it's really important what we're trying to do. And if you really get in tune with your prayer, you won't, just block it out. So you'll be all right. And then you'll hear a lot of interesting things: police, sirens, and ambulances, and all of that. It's DC, but where that ground is really nice. It was nice, right where the teepee grounds is too. There's a red-tailed hawk nest, and there's a pair right there, right outside the teepee. It's real nice, when you come out and you see that. So it'll be good. But without if you want to, go ahead, Frank.
Not a question, but a comment. Is that okay?
Yes.
The Council of Iwiwis of Life
my coalition brought a contingent of grassroots people. And I wanted to make sure that they get the literature and also assignments to the meetings tomorrow. They can express some of their thoughts. I know that in years past, the Congress has always told us that we know what the leaders want. What about the practitioners? What about the people who actually are members? And so this year, we brought a lot of those people with us. And for the coalition, we have members from the NACNA, Native American Church in New Mexico. We have, some of them have Navajo names, organizations, and then also ABNDN, some of their chapters. And then North America has some of their chapters that are affiliated with us. And we have 5B Native American Church, a lot of independent chapters. So I just wanted to make sure that you're aware of that, and if they could get the literature so that they can provide their input to this. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, brother. I can't comment on the literature because it's almost gone.
Yeah.
So apparently there's more than 75 people that took our packets. I have a different way of how I like to make sure everything's done.
Yeah.
But if we share, we're going to be all right.
Yeah.
And then we're going to go hand in hand.
Yeah.
We're all together. And this is something you'll hear. I don't want to break into the introduction here because we're getting close, but these guys will pick us apart and they'll say, well, so-and-so over there said they want to legalize mescaline. Or so-and-so over there said peyote is just fine. We get it all the time. You know, there's no problem. Or so-and-so said you guys don't speak for them. Even though we're saying the same thing, you know, they'll pick us apart. We got to be together. And we got to know what each other needs and wants too. So we put it all out there. It's all out there. We're not hiding anything with our briefing paper. The main one is the peyote habitat, which requests a demonstration project be funded for conservation easements in the garden. The other one is Attorney Justin Jones did the establishment clause brief, which kind of explains it to these 19 and 20-year-old congressional staff, what free exercise and establishment clause is for Indians. And then we have overall the executive order, which is in that red and blue paper. And that's all we brought up, but we're also trying to work on a commission, and we're also trying to work on report language in the Interior Appropriations Bill. So when you and I, brother, testified a couple of years ago, we're also saying not only money, but we need report language to direct Interior to review and assess and evaluate and have tribal consultation. We'll get to this more in depth when we're done. So we're here now at the 1 o'clock, and you're about to experience a really awesome treat. Suzanne, before you came, we had one of the gentlemen. There's two gentlemen here, Wilson Aranys and David Clark, that are in their 90s. They were the ones that were jailed and had to fight and were hauled off by police and everything. And what we learned here in Indian country, there's still these living treasures. And sometimes people take it for granted that they're still here. And sometimes time goes by and these stories aren't told. And if you tell them, you're almost breaking the ethics of our Cheyenne ways and of bragging. But we need to hear these stories, and we need to hear how it come to be. And to have one of the principles of the original American Indian Religious Freedom Act here, relatives, sharing with us, and one of the last surviving executive staff members of the Carter administration too, with us here. And someone that worked hand in hand with Reuben Snake here with us, that was his chief of staff, his executive director, here with us. It's just a complete honor, and we're so privileged to have you here. And we could talk a lot about the bio that you have. It would take the half hour because all the accomplishments. But if you look at the family of cultural rights, the follow-along legislative efforts that came after the American Indian Religious Freedom Act, and where we are, She's had her hand on every single one of those, her fingerprints, her efforts, and it's like a pursuit that never ends. And when Creator takes you home one day, hopefully way out there, your job still won't be done. You'll be, helping us from over there. But the idea, this pursuit, this effort, it's never going to be done. And we have to hand off this baton too. But we have to know. We have to know what happened and how it happened. And I only know her because of my mother was her friend, my late mom, Roberta Wilson, and then Dr. Jim Wilson. They were, colleagues. And I got lucky because of who my parents were, my mom, how I got to know people like her and Ruben and Vine and different ones. And so I try to honor that too. I got lucky. I want to share that with everyone. And that's why you're here, Suzanne. So we love you. Everybody give her a beautiful, warm welcome, and she's going to go ahead and lead us off here.
How much closer do I need to be to this microphone? Hello, hello, hello? Hello? Oh, there we go. How does that work? Is that okay?
Yep.
All right. That was a really lovely introduction. People always say that, but that really was. Thank you, Ryan. And I'm very filled with emotion because especially the women who came up and talked to me before I came up here to remind me of a lot of things. My mother and I went to the Museum of the American Indian in 1965, and we'd never been there. We were in New York. I lived in New York. My parents came up to see me because I just had their first grandchild. So my dad stayed with my daughter, and my mom and I went to the museum. It was her idea, not mine, I hasten to say. And we saw all sorts of horrors there. A mummy, shrunken heads, burial clothes, moccasins beaded on the bottom with dirt on them, all sorts of things. And the thing that really got to me was a Cheyenne dress, little, for a little girl, with a hole, a bullet hole in the middle, and blood surrounding it. Just dried brown and reddish patterns where her belly had been. And my mother was looking at other things that were equally awful. So at one point she said, let's just get out of here. So we did, and on the street corner, she said, you have to do something about this. So I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to do it. So I started thinking what I could do, and my mother started thinking what she could do. And she kind of won because she organized, she talked with a lot of elders, the Cheyenne Arrow Keeper, the family, lots of our relatives and friends. And so what came out of that was a call to meeting, because a lot of us had been seeing things that were very disturbing. So a call to meeting at Bear Butte in 1967. And we were to meet there in late June after a bundle renewal ceremony and a couple of other ceremonies. And we were to meet with Lakota elders and also some Arapaho old men. And that was our camp. And then some people brought other people. There was one Zuni man who was a friend of one of the Cheyenne guys who was, met him in Vietnam. This is early on and before even the Tet Offensive. And so it was a conglomeration of religious leaders, of spiritual leaders, of practitioners, of all kinds. There was a teepee put up one night of the 4 that we were there. And one of the people there was a Winnebago man, and that was Reuben Snake, who wasn't a roadman at the time, but he was someone who knew those ways and started stepping up into leadership at that general time. He was a writer, and that's what he wanted to be. And he had written a book, and he talked to my husband and to me about, because, you know, when you live in a certain town, we lived in New York City, people think you know everything about New York City, and you're the person to do it. So, and that's how things are here, too. People call me because I'm in Washington, so they think I know everything about Washington. So that was us. Reuben got in touch with us because we were in New York, so we must know how to get a book published, and he had written a book. And it was a good book, as it turned out. We were kind of apprehensive about that. We really liked him, but we didn't know if it would be a good book. And so he sent us this book, and I have to tell you that what we, in 65 in our meeting there, what we really decided was to have a National Museum of the American Indian, which we called a cultural center, and to put it right in the face of the Capitol, so that the people inside the Capitol would have to look us in the face whenever they made laws about us. So that was a big deal, and hey, that came true. So it only took 22 years for us to get the legislation for that, but it came, you see the National Museum of the American Indian flagship, which opened in 2004, the east front faces the Capitol. I mean, it is what we envisioned there. And we talked about repatriation before anyone used that term about what we know repatriation to mean now. Then we just say, put them back and leave them alone and give them back, and why won't they let us alone? That was our language then. And so we had to devise a whole set of language. And the other things were natural products and sacred objects, and why were we being chased all around everywhere? Because of that need to carry out religion in a certain way. So what we were learning there was what's important to understand about legislation, which is when you're building legislation, you have to think of it as building a big door, and so that you get as many people and as many issues, as many imperatives through that door as possible. And sometimes you have to build it so that this part gets cut out and this part gets cut out. So you have the oddest shape entrance to legislation, but it's better the odder it is and the bigger it is and the more people and issues and nuances can get through. If it's a narrow, constrained little door, like a lot of pieces of legislation are, then people don't get through. You're not covered because this doesn't have a comma in the proper place, so your issue is, we'll put it off for 2 years or 2 decades. So we did a lot of work like that on repatriation and on a museum, and then we married those 2 issues. And at the same time, we were trying to think, how do we work with the sacred objects? How do we work with the sacrament, the medicine? How do we work with the eagle feathers? How do we tie all of this together? And what really grew out of that was AIRFA, was the American Indian Religious Freedom Act. And that was a way of making that door very broad. And we always thought of it as a policy door, not as regulations. And a lot of people who make laws in Washington try to make them like rules. They're really regulators. They want to make rules out of policy. And what we were trying to do is make the broadest possible policy, and then to talk about rules as needed down the road. But at first, you have to declare that it's the U.S. policy to preserve and protect the religions. I mean, that has to be the first thing. And why? Because for 50 years, from the 1880s to the 1930s, there were the civilization regulations that governed all federal activities, and that's where you had all Native everything that distinguishes Native peoples was criminalized under the civilization regulations. And it mentioned the Sundance, and all other so-called religious ceremonies. Mentioned the pagan and heathen actions of a medicine man, and they criminalized anyone who might interfere with the progressive education of the children, meaning taking them off to boarding schools. So the headwaters of civilization and assimilation really began with those civilization regulations, and that's an important thing to kind of know about. There's not a lot of scholarship about it because every historian who's been looking into that looks at the tributaries. They say, oh, so-and-so agent, McLaughlin at Standing Rock was just a racist guy and did this. No, it wasn't. It was the whole of the system. And that's why you have to look not only at the tributaries, but at the headwaters and find out what happened when and what was this? It was the precursor to the final solution that Germany came up with regarding all people they didn't want to live anymore. That's what the civilization regulations were. And Native peoples were confined to reservations, not to the ceded areas. It was a criminal act to roam away from the reservation. That was a criminal act. You could be starved, you could be imprisoned. And that mentality never changed, so we needed a policy statement. We needed for the United States to say, these religions are to be preserved and protected, period. In other words, we're not going to go back to the civilization route. Very, very important stuff that anyone who wants to know more about that, I'll be happy to do a tutorial if you want to give me a call. But that was kind of our guiding principle, was inclusion, broadness, people who are sincere in the beliefs of the religious protocols that are that everyone's required to follow. And that transcended and intersected throughout everything, whether you were talking about peyote, whether you were talking about a sacred place, whether you were talking about a place that was already open to tourists and is proclaimed a federal entity. How do you preserve that privacy? Repatriation, and then moving into inmates' rights. What rights do they have? How can you make that accommodation? And we, at one point, repeated the American Indian Religious Freedom Act kind of policy with something called NAFERA, which was the Native American Freedom of Religion Act. And that combined everything that we had combined in the American Indian Religious Freedom Act, but because that's a policy statement, what we had done was outline everything for follow-on legislation. We had intended it to mean more than just policy, but policy is what we needed. And that was okay, but there was one very powerful member of the House, Tom Foley, who was the head of the Ag Committee, and he was stumping for the Forest Service, which wanted to build a logging road in Northern California across a sacred place. And so he went to Mr. Udall, Morris Udall, from Arizona, who was our champion on the House side. And he said, I'm going to kill your bill when it comes up tomorrow if you don't say that this doesn't provide a cause of action for a sacred place. So Udall did a quick telephone call with some of us and asked what everyone thought. His recommendation was something's better than nothing every day of the week, and let's go for the policy statement and not wait around for something that's not going to happen until Foley retires or the Forest Service goes away or loggers are satisfied. So that a lot of people have made a big deal of that from the Ling decision of 1988, because that's that same loss, that's it, the logging road against a ceremonial ground. And that's how long it took to get from the logging road and Tom Foley arguing this on the floor, I mean in secret, but still buttonholing Udall on the floor and saying, let's just go with policy. So Udall, everyone's tried to make a lot out of the fact that Udall said on the floor, this is a policy statement, it has no teeth for protection of sacred lands. And that was exactly what was meant by, that's what Foley wanted, saying it doesn't, this is not the door to the courthouse. It does not provide the teeth in the law to get you into that courthouse. So that was what the Religious Freedom Act was, and it was, keep in mind that it had been through several iterations and had been opposed by the Justice Department and the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Forest Service and some other pretty big federal agencies. And the Ford administration wouldn't even meet with anyone about it. I mean, the Nixon administration would not meet with anyone about anything that comprehensive. They wanted something very narrow. And all they really wanted on sacred places, for example, was one sacred place that would stand as the example for everyone else. Say, well, no. And that's the route they took. Now, that's a good route. You can save one sacred place, but it's not the kind of thing that's really needed. You need broad policy there. So, the Nixon administration was opposed to religious freedom broadly, a policy statement, and then the Ford administration wouldn't even meet with us about it. So Justice and Forest Service and BIA were free to say, no, it's veto bait. You can't move it. So I was working at the National Congress of American Indians, and this is in the mid-'70s. I also worked there in the '80s, which is when I was executive director. But in the '70s, in the mid-'70s, I was communications director and legislative assistant, and we had a huge cultural concerns committee, which kept changing names: subcommittee, committee, commission. Whatever was available in anyone's mind, we would take it and try to put everything under it that we were putting under the Religious Freedom Act. So one thing, when I was looking for sponsors of religious freedom, what I did was to go to the outer corners of the Senate and to get the most conservative and the most liberal people to sponsor. And those were Senator Goldwater, Barry Goldwater from Arizona, who was known as the most conservative member of the Senate, and Senator Ted Kennedy, who was known as the most liberal, so that they would be the bookends, and that anyone else, because one thing people ask you all the time who work on the Hill is, who else is on this? Because they're trying to judge where they fit in. So when we would say, well, we have Goldwater and Kennedy, everyone would say, well, fine. No one was outside of those bookends, so they were fine with that. And we were able to fill in a lot with Senator Inouye and Matsunaga, Gravel, lots of people who are no longer with us, and people who weren't necessarily Native friends. It was when Senator Inouye was a budding terminationist. He thought that was the era he was from. He thought, well, Indians want to be liberated and to have education and all of this. So he was very, that's how he started out, thinking, oh no, this is good, this termination thing. And because that's really just cutting the ties that bind. And, so he bought into it. And then when we started talking to him about it, about how that was backward, then he got intrigued as a lawyer. And when we talked to him about religious freedom, he was intrigued because he was a student, even though he was a lawyer by profession, he was a student of comparative religions. And that was what got him into it, not just looking at a flat surface of religious freedom or our ways, but looking at it as if it's a prism and as if it were spherical. Lots of people talk about the white people are linear and Indians are a circle. No, everyone's really complex, and you have all of these circles going on at the same time. So if you're dealing with something spherical, the people you have the best chance of meeting about that are people who are religious, or people who are physicists, or people who are, like Inouye, a generalist who has that kind of interlocking mind, interconnective mind. And that's so that they're not just saying, like anthropologists and archaeologists, they're not just saying, well, tell me what you do there. Tell me what you do. When you go in that teepee and you close that flap, what do you do there? They want to know something salacious. I mean, they want to know a secret about what happens. Well, it's no one's business. And that's the important thing that has to be stressed with all of these things is there's nothing untoward going on, and it's no one's business about what the details are. The job of the federal government and the job of people on the Hill making policy is to remove the barriers that stand in the way of people exercising their religious freedom. That's what they need to know. That's what we need help with, is removal of those barriers, because they know where they put them up. Lawyers will tell you, oh yeah, we have that covered, that covered. Okay, how do we dismantle that bit by bit? And that's something that's very, that you'll hear over and over again is they're really looking for the secrets. And when you tell them, we're pretty transparent, there isn't a whole lot that's secret, but it is private. So we're asked what religions worldwide in the United States are not asked. What's sacred? What is a sacrament? What's the most important thing? What's the most significant thing? We're asked those kinds of things, and no one else is asked that. It's not permissible in court, for example, to ask or to even suggest that a person testifying is not sincere. You cannot question the religious sincerity of a person, but we're treated in the opposite way, where every single element and every segment of what we know as a comprehensive belief, a holistic belief, and for what we need to exercise in order to demonstrate our faith in that belief. Those are the things that we need, and the people just need to remember their manners when they go into any church or when they're talking to any kind of practitioner or leader of any religion. You don't ask the questions, what's the detail? Tell me what is it? What do you need between here and there? What do you really say? This is the context, and there are certain things that we consider private. There are certain things that we consider impolite to talk about, and there are certain things that we cannot talk about. And that's not because of anything awful that's going on. It's because it's private. So just to press those points is, I think, very important, and it comes up over and over and over again. It's sort of passed through the DNA of a Hill staffer. So you'll run into a lot of members who say, well, this sounds great. This sounds like what I wanted. Sort of like a no way. The whole picture, I like this. So that's what we were able to do on the religious freedom front, and thank goodness we had the old Coyotes brothers from Crow to do work with the Indian Affairs Committee to try to insert Native American church interest and peyote interest in the American Indian Religious Freedom Act. And they got a hard no from everyone on the Hill. And so a decision was made not to press that. And this was, I say, a decision. I mean, we had thousands of meetings. Reuben Snake officiated at a lot of these meetings. We had lots and lots of meetings with people about how do we go forward in the face of this, so whatever this was. So in the face of, no, you don't get to include Native American Church, you don't get to include peyote in the Religious Freedom Act as such, we said, okay, the best we can hope for then, since all those doors are closed, is not to get a negative. So we don't want something that says, and everyone can get in through this door except Native American Church or peyote people. When we did the implementation, the first year's implementation study of the Religious Freedom Act, we were able, and this was the people who were doing the final writing. It was, you know, written by thousands of people in 50 plus agencies, but we had a core group working on the final language to that implementation, and that was Vine Deloria and myself and lots and lots of people who had their hand in, Roger Buffalo Head, and we had all of these backups, consultations, and a good record to support everything. So what Vine and myself really came up with was to just state it very affirmatively that, of course, the traditional religious leaders meant also Native American church leaders, and to put that right in the report. So when you're talking about who's the consulting class under the Religious Freedom Act, Native American Church would be included. So we did that and got that through all of the agencies, and everyone agreed, yes, of course that's what we mean. So we did that in several places in the report, and again got, you know, when you insert something into a report and almost everyone agrees with it in the federal government, that makes it a truth. And if it's up on the Hill, that makes it the truth, the stipulated truth. But that's really what it is a stipulation to facts that are sort of the truth, but not the whole truth. So anyway, we did shoehorn, if you will, peyote leadership and practitioners and religion in as something that the original AIRFA covered, and that there was nothing to suggest that it didn't. And are we about at that mark? I just...
The bad guy. I don't want to be the bad guy.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay.
But there's more.
It's and you know how the amendment happened, but I wanted to give you a bit of that background as much as I could to tell you this. It took a very long time to get from there to the amendment, and we got to the amendment because NAFERA failed. Everyone was going to veto that. And Orrin Hatch was in agreement that we could have what Justice wanted, which was the amendment. They wanted statutory language rather than a regulatory exemption, and that was out straight from the Justice Department. So that's the kind of thing that you need to be prepared for, is that everything takes a really long time until it doesn't, and then it goes like that. And you just have to be ready for each thing. You have to be very patient, and then you have to be ready to go when it's time to go and a door opens. So good luck with all of that, and we made it this far, folks, and we aren't doing bad. So, thank you, and it's great to see people again.
Suzanne, you can add on more in the panel here,
Sure.
and we're going to honor you up for a second. So accept all the good blessings. And
Oh,
my uncle here, Daryl Red Cloud, his father, and my grandpa, they testified also. And then I brought this Senator Eagle Feather here. We're going to present it to you, but he's going to pray over it first, and then we're going to burn the sweetgrass here in the Indian Affairs room. Hopefully the rain doesn't come down a little bit. Then bless you. It won't. It's all right. That we have a quilt for you here too, and so someone will help you get all this back on your transport and do that. But we thank you, and then the panelists will be coming up when we're done with this, and then this is going to be yours too to put your feather in. But we want you, and in here we have cedar, flat cedar, tobacco, sage, and sweetgrass for you. But this feather's from the Native American Church in North America. I want you to use it every day. Just bless yourself. Just pray with it. Just ask for more life, and to keep going and to be encouraged like that. That's how we're trying to encourage you. So I'm going to turn it over to my Uncle Daryl this time. Okay, we're going to back you up a little bit.
Ogna heche unki heche nieso ya heche tukashi la wakontaka heche uyoki la heche no sula ish khachonki he ishake henna yawashte yo heche tukashi la nishnala unika nishnala tapo wase chetu oh taku ye wase.
Bless yourself with that feather, Suzanne. Bless yourself.
So with grateful appreciation, the certificate is respectfully awarded to Suzanne Shone Harjo for a lifetime of relentless support for the tribal issues and recognition of her tireless efforts to protect and preserve the Peyote way of life and tirelessly advocating for the amendments to the American Indian Religious Freedom Act. We salute you and will be forever grateful to you for dedicating your life's work to helping all our tribal nations, for your unwavering support of the Native American Church of North America, and for believing in our organizational mission statement. November 20th, 2024, Washington, D.C.
We thank you, Suzanne, for that beautiful expression. And we're gonna situate you back and get the panel going as well. So, and then we'll assist you with all these items. And I hope your driver can help you get it into the house. And, okay. So our panel, we're a couple minutes late, but our panel here, we're going to call them forward. We have Suzanne Harjo up here, and we're
go right.
this panel is titled "Realizing the Promise of the American Indian Religious Freedom Act." And Suzanne Harjo, Cheyenne citizen, Arapaho, Southern Cheyenne, president of the Morning Star Institute, Dr. Valerie Gressing, executive director of the National Association of Tribal Historic Preservation Officers. If you could come and find your seat. Shannon O'Laughlin, like I explained, is under the weather today and not able. Julia Wakeford, Muskogee Uchi, Federal Policy Director, National Indian Education Association. Jaden Powell is here. She's just going to monitor us. This is Majority Leader Chuck Schumer's staff, and she's chosen to just kind of watch on and take it all in. Linda Benally, citizen of the Dene Nation, Native American Church, State of New Mexico. And Faith Spotted Eagle, Braveheart Society. We have a seat for you up here as well. We want to join in. Linda, I have your name tag here, or your display, if you want to come and get it. We've asked Faye to join in for Shannon not being able to be here, but she's fresh off of her other two panels that she was at the Traditional Healing Summit as well. So you beautiful, awesome Native women, as you've seen in the day, the men really cooperated and talked real short and passed it off to each other and didn't talk over each other, and awesome teamwork and collegiality. It was really good. What we're going to do here, we're going to run for an hour, and it's going to be a fast hour. And at 2 o'clock, Senator Mullin from Oklahoma is scheduled to be here. He may be late, he may be a couple minutes early. We're going to summarize whoever's talking, and we're going to yield the mic to him, and then we'll get back into the panel. And we apologize for that ahead of time, but that was his schedule and what his schedule could do. Some of the relatives are just going, taking a little break out to the washroom, but we're going to get going here and to do that. And I wanted to start with you first, Valerie and Dr. Gressing. And as I mentioned, she's executive director of the National Association for Tribal Historic Preservation Officers. So what you're witnessing here, this is part of what Suzanne was talking about, the follow along legislation that happened after the original AIRFA of '78. And there's immense power in this National Historic Preservation and the Section 106, and the amount of tribes that are becoming more cognizant now on where their sacred lands are and sites and places off reservation as well. And this executive director, I watched her testify in front of the House Interior Appropriations Committee, and I was very impressed. And I mean that wholeheartedly. I study how people present themselves, not because I'm judging, but when someone really impresses you and they catch your attention, and this is what you bring to this. So in front of these ceremonial leaders, we wanted you to share, and we wanted you to have a seat at this table. We do have an issue with destruction that's federally invested in of peyote habitat, and we'll talk to you more later about that. But this is why we wanted to come together. I preach this to Native American Church. We have to have a bigger family than just us if we're going to really make things go. It has to be all the interest in cultural rights and ceremonial protection and sacred site protection. We have to grow our family of advocates too. So Dr. Gressing, we appreciate you being here. And again, good relatives, this is realizing the promise of the American Indian Religious Freedom Act. When we chose that title, it was exactly what Suzanne said. The policy statement, preserve and protect. How do we realize that? How do we make that real? And that's the title of this panel. So the rules here, you can go 5 to 10 minutes, and then we're going to circle back, and then we're going to pass it along, and I'll introduce each speaker when you're done. But we thank you. And again, relatives, let's give them all a big warm welcome, this awesome panel that we put together here.
Wow, thank you for that introduction. It's trying to make me emotional before I get started. I deeply appreciate that. You already introduced NACNA, and as well as myself, Valerie Grusing, Executive Director.
Pull it towards you a little bit.
I think so. Is that okay?
You just need to be a little closer to this, to the actual.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. The National Association of Tribal Historic Preservation Officers is based in Washington, D.C. We don't have a physical office anymore, and as our team has grown, we are all blessed to be remote and work from our homes. But I need to be in Washington, D.C., and so that's where I am. I grew up in North Carolina. I've lived in the Washington, D.C. area for about 15 years. I'm not a Native person. I'm descended from colonizers of North Carolina, and when you extended this invitation, again, I found myself wondering why me? Why am I here? And so I wanted to take a moment to address my role in this work. My ancestors, my direct ancestors, came to this country seeking religious freedom. Indeed, some of their countries of origin, in those places, church and state had become so intertwined that some people felt constrained or coerced in the practice of their beliefs. Their vision was a new place where they would be free to worship and practice independently from government-sanctioned or imposed religion. So how tragic then, and ironic, that we're the next couple of 100 years, not just for you, the people who were here first, but also for my ancestors. On the surface, my demographic has arguably been the beneficiaries of colonization. But as the perpetrators, especially as it relates to flipping that origin story on its head, we have also harmed ourselves. When some of us aren't whole, none of us are whole. As a practicing Lutheran, I'm proud to be part of a tradition that takes a stand against systemic injustices, and by that I mean the original Reformation. If change is to happen, we must be an integral part of it. So it's for these reasons that I'm called to do this work, and it is a humbling honor and a blessing to have the opportunity, and I'm grateful for it every day. In reviewing the full agenda for this program, I again asked myself why I'm here. What could I possibly say about this topic that isn't already being said so much more eloquently by someone else? So, do you remember the movie My Big Fat Greek Wedding? And how the dad could take any word and connect it back to its Greek root? That's what I do with tribal historic preservation officers. So please bear with me while I get there. As you mentioned, the National Historic Preservation Act, a law that, similarly to AIRFA as well as RFRA, can be said to have no teeth, comes from 1966, a time when the government's approach to tribes was not oriented toward historic preservation or religious freedom. It was amended in 1992 to create Tribal Historic Preservation Officers, THPOs, as counterparts to state historic preservation officers, based on Congress's understandings at that time. In the decades since then, the number of tribes who established a THPO has grown to 227, with 5 to 10 more each year. And they have also outgrown the framework that created them. They do many more duties than the checklist that they assume from the state. And they do those formal duties in a fundamentally different way than the states had been doing them. The work of THPOs is sacred and foundational to their tribal nations. They have been and continue to be so underfunded that they are frequently in triage mode. They are charged by their leadership and community with wearing many hats, and there is a spiritual and emotional component of their work. Pardon? Break, sure. Being asked to take a break, and so I'll do that.
Dr. Gressy, we're going to just put a comma on it right there, and then Senator Mullin, if you could come up here. This is our senator from the great state of Oklahoma. If everybody could give him a warm welcome.
Cowboys.
That's pretty awesome to get apologized by a senator. You're in good rarefied air. So we got to meet him years ago when he was a lowly congressman in the House, sleeping on his couch. And my first meeting with him, all he would let me talk about was Brahms ice cream in Oklahoma. And we did it for half an hour. And so every time I see Brahms now, I always think of you, Senator. But we're so happy to have you here. And we'll give you the floor. He's a member of the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs, like we said. Also, there's an emerging Republican leadership that really cares about tribal issues and that is really going to try to do hard and work hard for all of us. And he's a good manifestation of that. So give him a warm welcome as well. Senator Mullin from Oklahoma.
Well, thank you guys for being here. You know, I know we're talking about religious freedom and the right to visit about it. You know, I was raised in Oklahoma whole life, and I never knew I was special for being Cherokee until I came up here, because I always was raised in Indian country. My mom is currently actually in IHS facility as we speak at Hastings, which is where I grew up. She unfortunately had a stroke yesterday, and it's the hospital that we've always used. But I say that because you just don't really know there's a difference when it's something that you always used. It was just, everybody did. Everybody grew up in the same thing. I didn't really realize what the difference was. And when you really start talking about where I also grew up in the Bible Belt. And everybody spoke about church. I was raised up in a very strong Christian family. In fact, if you want to hear the most beautiful song in the world, listen to Amazing Grace in Cherokee. Even if you don't understand the words, you understand the meaning, and you can feel it in your heart. It's honestly something that's shameful to think that we even have to lobby for that, because maybe you have a different path to the Creator than what I was raised with growing up in a very strong Christian family, and you have the right to express yourself in that. And it's no different than anybody else, but you have the right to express whatever it is you believe in. We may have difference in beliefs, but I respect your right to be able to do that. I mean, you'd have in one group I would go to, you would have people singing in hymns in Cherokee, and then maybe the next place we go to, we could have a tribal doctor there. And guess what? We all had a communication. We all talked about our heritage, and we all talked about our past, and we all talked about where we came from. We also had no quorums with each other. And I just want to tell you how much I appreciate you guys coming up here, taking your time to visit with us, taking your time to go on record. You guys taking your time to come up here and listen to and really express the struggles that we're still having. Once again, I didn't really realize it was a struggle until I came up here, because it was our life. If everybody's living the same path you're walking down, you don't realize there's anything different, right? And I've been fortunate. My family's been living right where we've lived since we were, historically it's called, and I've gotten in trouble for saying this, but it was historically called the Volunteer Walk. Even though it was part of the Trail of Tears, that's what it's referred to by historians. And you can go look at in the Cherokee Nation, they'll refer to it, but it was still the Trail of Tears. But we call it, we came over instead of the Volunteer Walk, and I use that in quotations, so don't anybody get mad at me for saying it, but it's still historically what it says. We were the first wave to come in, and where we stopped is where we still live to this day. And it was 1 mile across Arkansas state line into Indian territory. And right there where we live is called the Old Baptist Mission. And a lot of people say it was the first church that was set up when we moved. Now there's questions about that one way or the next. But it's always been part of our life is what I'm trying to get to. And so when we start talking about our religion, whatever it is that you want to refer to, we're talking about our past and our heritage too. Because in my family, it's one and the same. You can't talk about your past without talking about your religion. And I know many of you guys are the exact same way. So once again, thank you for being here. I thank you for giving me this time, ma'am. Thank you for allowing yourself to get interrupted because honestly, you was on a roll. But I'm running real short of time. They pulled me out of one meeting to come here, and so I didn't want to miss the opportunity. God bless you all. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
As he's exiting to his next meeting, let's just go ahead and give him some more encouragement, and we hope to see you again, Senator. Dr. Gressing, proceed.
You guys keep putting me behind the toughest acts to follow. All right, where was I? Triage mode. I'll back up a little bit. The work of THPOs is sacred and foundational to their tribal nations. They have been and continue to be so underfunded that they're frequently in triage mode. They are charged by their leadership and community with wearing many hats, and there is a spiritual and emotional component of their work. When they have to prioritize their to-dos, what is usually highest is Section 106 reviews. Anytime a project has federal funding or permitting, this is required. While it does not provide a mechanism for tribes to stop a project or withhold consent, it does require that agencies consider the impacts of their undertakings on historic properties, which involves consultation with THPOs. Historic properties, we'll talk about that term, is one of those fundamental differences I mentioned. In 1966, Congress was thinking largely of the built environment. I don't have to explain to you that to tribes, this also means not just archaeological sites and landmark sacred places, but landscapes, view sheds, water, plants, all other types of living relatives, and the framework of indigenous identity that's based on all this. Culture is literally grounded in the land. That includes language, practices, traditions, subsistence, medicines, and more. This argument is laid out so beautifully in the amicus brief for the Apache Stronghold case, of which NACNA is proud to be a part. When THPOs conduct a Section 106 review, these are the things they're considering and articulating, including holistic and intangible elements of places. Further, they also wear many other hats. THPOs are frequently also their tribe's NAGPRA official, and they lead efforts on language revitalization, museums and cultural centers, species and ecosystem restoration, and more. When we consider the many challenges faced by Indian country, we are looking at the symptoms of colonization, genocide, assimilation, and fundamentally land dispossession. The work of THPOs is aimed at addressing the causes in restoring and strengthening connections to the land and ancestral places. In the Tribal Nations Summit last year, I heard someone say, culture heals people. And that was in a session on incarceration in the Department of Justice. It's all connected. Not all tribes have a THPO, and not all THPOs have support, meaning financially from Congress, practically in broken consultation processes, emotionally in the heaviness of the work, or politically from their own leadership sometimes. Everyone here can do something to make a difference in at least one of these areas. If you haven't read the amicus brief in the Apache Stronghold case, I strongly encourage you to. And thinking about Congress's understanding and how it shaped the National Historic Preservation Act, I also see that in the framing of AIRFA and RFRA. What the word religion means to me is not an exact translation to the relationship of land to indigenous identity and indeed individual and community health. How then could we expect anything other than what we have now? Continually placing the burden on tribes to prove and defend in court things they hold as fundamental truths. And as you said, things they shouldn't have to talk about, things you can't even talk about. You have to defend them. I don't have to defend my religious beliefs in that same way. It's a higher burden of proof. And the arbiters of these decisions are people with an utter lack of understanding, unable to put a square peg in a round hole. It is true to say that NHPA, AIRFA, and RFRA have no enforcement power, but it is so much deeper than that. So where do we go from here? I like your quote, to quote you. Good luck with that. Not my conclusion. Both in light of and despite recent events. The mission of NAFPO, protecting Native places, is nonpartisan. In every administration and every Congress, there are both challenges and opportunities. One of our members emeritus from Standing Rock Sioux Tribe, I asked him, I was talking to him about this topic, and he said, it's all the same. Left wing, tongue twister now, left wing, right wing, same bird. And that really stuck with me. One opportunity I do see is indeed the priority of religious freedom in the coming years. I choose to be hopeful about the chances of the Apache Stronghold case. Even within the existing framing of the law, there is a chance to extend greater freedom of religion to our nation's first peoples, and not just my own ancestors. And wrapped up in that is greater protection of, not just consideration for, land, water, place, and everything that goes along with it. I'm also hopeful that we can continue to have these conversations about the framework and how we can all make it work better for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gressing. And we're going to move over to Linda Benally, and we have a special debt of gratitude to you. And she's been helping us with the National Congress of American Indians Peyote Task Force. And she's been our voice at the United Nations, the World Intellectual Property Organization. She's our former legal counsel for many years, worked on with Archie Arkinson, the former president, the Department of Defense exemption for our warriors to be able to use this medicine, and has an incredible legacy in her own right. And so we thank you, Linda, and we turn it over to you at this time.
Yeah, how's my sound? All right. But anin change ganzo pashes chain na kaida ne da shanala do tachi ni da che. Hot a son. I'm sitting here before you today as a mother, a grandmother, auntie, sister. And in that vein, I'd like to think at this moment of my mother, Hazel Dayish. Love her dearly. It's her legacy upon which I'm able to do the work that I do. My two daughters, Joy and Gianna, and then my granddaughters, Aliana and Adriana and Michaela. Very dear to my heart, and they are the matriarchs that will carry on the way. So I'd like to just mention them before I begin my remarks. I'm really thankful for the privilege to be here today. I'd like to thank the Native American Church of North America for giving me the opportunity to dream. I think that's the way Ryan described it to me. And it gave me time to reflect and also to think about the work that we've done over the years. When I say we, I'm talking the collective we, not just any particular organization. As a lawyer, you think about how you can build barriers. I think that was one of the things Suzanne mentioned, or ways to open doors and try to think creatively on how you can use the law or the words that are put before us that we have to navigate through. So I'd like to share with you sort of initially my remarks from that perspective, and I'll kind of meander a bit, but I will get to the dream. AIRFA 1978 was enacted on August 11, 1978, and it was codified at 42 U.S. Code Section 1996. So there are two things I'd like for you to note in that notation. First, it's powerful that there's even a law in the United States that's addressing the inherent right of freedom to believe, express, and exercise the traditional religions of indigenous peoples. And I use the term religions because that's the term that's used in a lot of the statutes. You heard this morning that it's really a way of life that we live by. You also heard from Suzanne Harjo earlier about the long, arduous road that they took to get to the point of AIRFA 1978. So that's tremendous. So I'd like for us to own that, the fact that there is even a statute. Second, I'd like us to pay mind to where this law sits within the United States Code. Title 42 of the U.S. Code is the corpus of law for the public health and welfare. AIRFA 1978 and its subsequent amendment, the 1994 amendments, fall within Chapter 21. And what do you think Chapter 21 is titled as? Civil rights. And civil rights is human rights, and we need to own that as well. The fact that AIRFA 1978 and its subsequent amendments was codified within Title 42, Chapter 21 affirms Native American religious liberty and is an inherent human right. Inherent meaning the traditional American Indian ways of self, of us individually as Native people, an integral part of our culture, our language, our tradition, and heritage, and it forms the basis of our Indian identity and value systems. So with that very brief framework, let me move to the road that we've traveled since 1978. Suzanne did a wonderful job talking us through and sharing with us experiences leading up to the passage. Well, AIRFA 1978 fortified protections for traditional ceremonial ways that are defined as traditional, again I used the word religions, and began a new era for Native American ceremonial, cultural, and language protections into perpetuity, which is important. Many describe AIRFA 1978 as a policy statement. However, we need to think about the bellwether change that AIRFA 1978 brought for us. AIRFA prompted greater public and governmental awareness of Native religious practices, leading to incremental policy changes. That is a win for us. That is a win for Indian country. Federal agencies started consulting with tribes to protect sacred sites. That was also unheard of prior to 1978. It also catapulted legislation and policy changes, and I'm just going to mention three very briefly. It inspired the NACNA, Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act of 1990, which ensures the return of sacred objects and human remains to tribes that have rightful ownership. Second, AIRFA 1978 served as the foundation for the 1994 amendments that specifically protect the religious use of peyote, the sacramental use of peyote, a law that this body is commemorating. We had commemoration yesterday, and we're continuing that today. And finally, another advancement is the 1994 amendments led to the Department of Defense's instruction, which instituted guidance regarding the use of peyote for active duty military personnel. That also was not in place and would not be in place today had we not had the passage of 1978 AIRFA as well as its subsequent amendment. So with that, let me move to what I call the next generation. There is a changing of the guard in the Native American church. And in the Native American church leadership. NAC members who were born in the 1980s and 1990s, I sort of refer to them as our new gen. They are evolving into leadership with a different experience than those of us who are sitting here perhaps at this table or those who've been speaking over the last several days. They are not personally encumbered by the history of fighting for religious liberty. Their entire adult lives, they have been able to freely participate in ceremonies, openly speak their language, and be a part of their tribal cultures. They indeed have lived the inherent right to believe, express and exercise traditional American Indian ways of life that have been given to the American Indian, the Eskimo, the Aleut, and Native Hawaiians since the beginning of time and passed down from generation to generation. With that lived experience that they own, they bring a new understanding of protecting and preserving the inherent rights that are set forth in the 1978 Act and the 1994 Amendments. So what's the hallmark of this next generation? They will rise to new challenges. They face new and unprecedented challenges to protect and preserve the Indian ways. Many you heard about earlier today, you heard about yesterday, that you will continue to hear about. The leaders of tomorrow understand that law and policy does not exist in a vacuum. Rather, they appreciate that it is inextricably connected to the larger society, and that's how decisions are made, and they understand that. This new generation of leaders stand on the gains made by others, such as what Suzanne shared with us earlier, such as the medicine men who were here at the table earlier spoke about. And they also have an understanding of the areas of Indian law and policy as they lead the way and they navigate uncharted waters that the Native American community and the Native American church community faces as we move onward. And importantly, they are visionaries and they are reformers, and I think that is something to take great delight in. And it is with this lived experience of not being encumbered of fighting for religious freedom as we have in the generations before him, for them, and then the information that they have in hand, many of the things that they heard about today. The future of Indian country and the Native American church community is in good hands in the coming years, and I really believe that to be a very integral part of continuing the work that we do. So what's possible for the future? And Ryan, feel free to wave your hand and let me know when to wrap up. I'd like to just mention a few things that I think are very positive. I'd like for you to think with me about what it looks like and what it would feel like to realize the wonderful work that our future leaders will do for us. There's going to be collaboration between tribal nations, policymakers, and the broader society to ensure that Native religious and cultural practices are not only recognized, but actively supported and protected. So when we sit down with congressional leaders, when we sit down with tribal leaders, when we sit down with other non-Native American church members, they will be aware of what the history is, and they will be there with us actively supporting and protecting this way of life. There's going to be an expanded tribal control over lands and cultural resources that permit the safeguarding of religious freedoms and the full deployment of indigenous knowledge to address the conservation of medicinal plants and sacred places. Think what it would be like to be able to go to where the medicinal plants are that are outside the reservation boundaries of tribal lands, lands that were originally homes of many of our Indian nations in times past. Tribes and advocates enjoy stronger enforceable protections for sacred sites, practices, medicinal plants, and ceremonies. And there will be policy innovations that we're seeing the emergence of in today's time, where federal agency policies respect indigenous cultural practices, such as the co-management of public lands on reservation lands as well as off reservation lands. There will be an understanding and active advocacy by the broader public that help protect Native ceremonies, languages, and cultural ways. And in closing, I would like to thank with a humble heart, the Native American Church State of New Mexico and its President Leo Daesh for encouraging creative and innovative thinking with regard to medicinal plant protection. I'd like to thank them for prioritizing capacity building of our next generation in ceremony as well as in federal tribal Indian law and policy and the work that they carry out. Thank you to the Native American Church of North America and all involved for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share with you my thoughts. Thank you, Ryan.
Our next panelist is from the Muskogee Creek people in the Yuchi, and she's the Federal Policy Director for National Indian Education Association. We got to develop a kinship with her when she was with the National Congress of American Indians. This was our staff liaison with the Peyote Task Force and also the Native Language Task Force. And she has a unique distinction relative. She's the only person in Washington, D.C. that absolutely never returns my calls. Ever. Yeah, but she's one of my favorite people, and we're glad you made it. And we've had a great relationship with NIEA, and we don't know what that's going to look like as they have new leadership. But we really enjoyed what we had, and we hope it carries on. So I'm glad you're here speaking, and we turn it over to you, Julia.
Mro Hinkste, Julia J. Hojov Koros, Moman and Hisihaya J. Hojov Koros, Muskogee, Moman Ucholgi, Airos, Muskogee, Moman Legados, Nogosoma Legados, Artasi Almadol Vados. So, hello everyone, my name is Julia Wakeford. I am, as Ryan said, the Policy Director for the National Indian Education Association, and I formerly worked for the National Congress of American Indians, where cultural preservation and protections was in my portfolio area. That language space has carried over, and all of these issues, regardless of where I work, remain very close to my heart. As Ryan said, I'm Muskogee and Yuchi. I'm originally from Oklahoma. And with my Muskogee people, I grew up at one of the Muskogee Indian Baptist churches, Marazoma Indian Baptist Church. But I remain an active member on my Yuchi, with my Yuchi people of Duck Creek Ceremonial Ground, for those of you who spent any time in the Yuchi Stomp Ground ceremonial ways. And then I was also raised by an Osage man so I was raised in and continue to attend regularly the Osage and Lonshka for the Gray Horse District, and also up until I was around 12 years old when my grandmother got sick, was also raised in a Osage Native American church with Andrew Gray, for any of you who've spent time in Oklahoma. So that is my experience and where I was raised, and the different communities and ceremonial ways that raised me long before I ever thought about moving to DC or doing any of this as policy work or as my career. So in that, I think you all obviously are here for the Native American Church of North America, but we know that all of these issues extend well beyond just peyote ceremonials and Native American church ways. That my community, the Yuchis and those of us who grew up at Stomp Grounds, was also threatened for a significant period of time, very similarly. And I have the distinct pleasure, as was just stated before me, of being one of those youth who never had to question if it was okay for me to practice my ceremonies. I hear stories about it a lot. I didn't expect to get emotional. I'm so sorry. I hear stories about how my ceremonial ground had to move 3 or 4 times before the 1950s, 1960s, because it would get shot up by cowboys. People would come and do things that weren't supposed to be done there, and so they had to move the ground and hide it. And I hear about how our ceremonial ground, or the Osage and Lonshka, in the 70s, especially during the Vietnam War, were all threatened, that there weren't participants, that the youth weren't coming, that people that did come were scared, there were elders, and that the numbers dwindled. And I think that that is something that was probably experienced across all of North America in our ceremonial ways, that there was a time where we were afraid that it would go away. And now, I've even seen it in my lifetime, all of my ceremonial ways are packed full. Like, there are just people everywhere. There's so many youth, people my own age, and I don't have to worry about being in DC and spending my career out here, because I know that my cousins are back home keeping those fires going. And that when I come home, I can come home to a lively fire and not feel torn between those ways. And that is, I know, a distinct privilege that people in this room have fought to make sure that I was raised in that, and that all of my relatives and that my generation and generations to come were raised in that. So that is a unique privilege, and we do intend to pick up that mantle and recognize our privilege and know that we hear our stories and we listen to our elders and we commune with our elders, and then we go on and we pick up the microphone, the pen, whatever's needed to do this work, to fight this battle and continue it going. I frequently say that if I do my job well, my job ceases to exist. If NIEA is good, if NCAI is good, you shouldn't need these organizations anymore, because it means that our communities have the rights that they deserve, that the treaties are being upheld, that our sovereignty and self-determination is protected at every level, that our communities are thriving emotionally, ceremonially, economically, educationally, in all regards. That is my goal for my job to no longer be necessary. And I think that that's probably true of the other national Native organizations that are at the table, that we dream of a day where we don't have to do this work anymore, that it's just kind of done. So for the National Indian Education Association, where I currently work, we don't work directly on POD issues or NAFPO issues or on co-management or co-stewardship of lands, but we are in charge of protecting the children, or making sure that our communities are set up to protect the children in ways that matter. There's a quote from Wilma Mankiller that says, "Whoever controls the children controls the future." And we know that. I'm sure each of you bring your grandchildren, your nieces, your nephews with you to meetings. It's important to you. I know I see Ryan with always a little tail behind him frequently. I'm surprised he doesn't have a tail this week, actually. And that's how I was raised too. And so those protections in schools and being able to wear your hair, speak your language, to take the time off you need, to be able to not be threatened with absenteeism when your children go to funerals, when they go to ceremonies, when they go to meetings, that those are all protected under the religious freedom and the rights that they deserve. We obviously get Christmas off, and there are all sorts of Western holidays that are protected. But it's important that we protect our children for our ways. So we talk regularly, especially up in Alaska, where there are migrant communities, right? Where they move to do ceremonial fishing or whaling to enact their ceremonies, that their school years and their number of school days do not reflect in the same way the typical American school year. And so working with them so that they are not threatened with lack of funding for absenteeism, that they're able to, in fact, use some of their migrant traditional knowledges in those migrant activities that they engage in as part of their science curricula, that language is protected, uplifted, funded at the highest level for our children and also for our adults, because it's important for our children that our adults continue to be speaking our languages, that if we don't have adults that speak the language, who's supposed to teach the children to speak them? So working with all age groups at all levels, and then also understanding that as our children have the space and the time and the mental health successes that they will come back to ceremonies, and that ceremonies in turn lead them back to school and lead them to success. That when they feel fulfilled, when their social, emotional, and spiritual needs are met, that they thrive. That is what gets them into the classroom. we see frequently when there's language and culture in the classroom, either a part an hour for your high school or middle school students, or a part of your regular curricula for our younger children, that their test scores go up because they feel reflected. They feel like school is finally a place for them. For so long, school was a weapon that was used against our people. And it's important that we take that back. That's why NIEA was created in the first place. That's why the Indian Self-Determination Act exists in the first place. It was to take back our schools, to take back our children, and to be able to determine our own futures. So I will leave it at that. But I appreciate the time, and you guys are doing the good work. You guys are keeping the fires going, but you're also coming to DC and to the Hill, and the knowledge that you're doing both of those things is all that any of us could ever ask for. Thank you.
Ohamitake pi yupiket yushka na pesh chius papi de tunka inajui hemiaksto. I am Standing Stone. My English name is Faith Spotted Eagle, and first and foremost, Tokahe Ehana Oyata De Tipi. I want to give deference to the Piscataway people, the peoples that lived here, that had their land taken, and I know they're listening to us, and I give appreciation and love to them for allowing us to be here and talk about this very heartfelt thing that we're doing. I'm here because I'm a friend of Suzanne Harjo. That's my reason. And you could be all my friends too, but I'm here for her because we come from it seems like a long ago generation, but it was an exciting time. And I mostly appreciate that she really got to know my Dixie, Uncle Vine Deloria. And so I feel like he's listening too, but I want to give the perspective of being on the front line. I'm grassroots all the way. I try to stay out of the colony of the United States. I try to stay out of the colony of the tribal governments. And I live over here in this village of grassroots. And I border cross, I go over here when we need to stand together with your community, other tribal groups, but I always go home to the grassroots because we had to carry out, we got the opportunity to carry out what Suzanne and Uncle Vine and all the trailblazers did in order to be able to do what this young girl is talking about, to practice what she can do now freely. Not always freely, there's still those challenges, but I want to give you some examples of how we play it out on the front line. So in my community, I come from 4 bands, Fort Ushpaya of the Ocheti Shakoin in the Northern Great Plains. I am Sichangu, Rosebud, I am Ihangtua, Yankton, I'm Hunkpati, Crow Creek, I'm Bide, Wakantuya, which is Shakopee, and I'm also Hunkpapa. So I come from many different bands and a lot of wisdom and teachings from mostly Kunshis or Unchis or grandmothers. I'm a child of a massacre, the grandchild of Whitestone Massacre. I'm a grandchild of a treaty signers, and I'm a grandchild of a non-treaty signers. So I got to see both sides, but most of all, coming from Wia Okurakichia, the native governance systems that we had before the people, the invaders came. So our native governance systems ran everything, education, we had protocols, we knew our role. And so I have appreciation for the speakers before me that know their role very explicitly of what they're doing for our communities. And that's our charge, is to go home all the time and teach the grassroots, and especially the colony of tribal government, what is your role? It's not just to get grants and get federal money, but to be able to enable our young ones to be beloved children like she talked about. So the front line, on our community, I came here in the 1990s. Actually, I was here as an intern for Senator McGovern in this building. His office was here. And I don't think he really noticed me too much because there was 20 of us there. And so we'd go to congressional hearings and we'd sit through long, long meetings. And I went to the bathroom where I would take a nap sometime. I saw this down the hallway. So I just brought back a lot of memories from, but it lit my fire about this is what happens in Washington. This is how they took our land. And so and that was back in 1969 and 70. 70 I was here, and I think they started the intern program, which I hope is still going, and the tribal youth come. And then I went to school at American University. But I also knew somebody very instrumental that is very special to all of you, and I got to share him, and that was my brother, Reuben Snake, my troubled brother. I met him when I was hitchhiking to Wounded Knee. I slept late, so they left me. And so I was walking along the road, and he drove up, and he said, "Indian girl, get in." And so I thought, oh dear, here we go. So I went with him to boring tribal meetings out at Kyle on Oglala country. Sat and listened to meetings for people for 3 hours, and then finally Reuben did something that I have learned through blessings and creation. He knew how to do shka. He knew how to do energy. And so I'm sitting with this older person thinking, why am I here? I got to get to Wounded Knee. And all of a sudden, he didn't say anything through the meeting. But he said a lot in this room in 1978. But in that little room in Kyle, I thought he was asleep, and he started to go like this. Some of you know him. He used to go like that to his hair all the time. And then he rubbed his heart. And then he went like this. He went down to his feet, and he just went like that. And I could feel that electricity. And then I thought, well, what is he doing? And then I was watching him. I was real fascinated. All of a sudden, he turned his chair around. He got up, and he hiked up his belt. And then everybody in the room turned around and looked at him. And I thought, how did he do that? And when he got the attention of everybody with that shka, he said, "Mitakiapi," my relatives. And they turned everything over to him. And I used that about 2 months ago, and it works. I got into it, but we'll talk about that later, because I might come back here and use that. But on the pipestone issue. But anyway, I learned so much from him about his leadership and what he did in relationship to your families that come from that part of our religion. But on the front line, one of the things that Brother Reuben told me, he said, whenever you do something, he said, do it 50 years or 100 years. You know, we have the old saying of 7 generation. But in the Native governance, we revived a traditional women's society 30 years ago. It's called Chanteo Hitika o Korakichia. And we started in 1994. We laid the prayers, went to the water. Women are water keepers, and the doors started opening. So 30 years later, we are doing things in the grassroots because some of it cannot be done in the colony of the tribal government. There's too many closed systems. So sometimes we have to go over there. We have to renew our relationships, but we stay over here. So there came a time that the grassroots had to stand up on the Missouri River. And Sister Suzanne used to always call me in June, and she said, okay, it's time to go pray at our sacred sites. Remember that? You'd get the calls out, and we'd get ready and run down to the river, and she always, and then later on, Arvel, our Chanupa Awayanka, began the Sacred Sites movement. It's been going on for about 25 or 30 years on summer solstice. So anyway, being a child of the river, we were at a meeting, and the Corps of Engineers came in, and they said, oh, by the way, there's a bunch of your relatives that are surfacing at the river, at our old community, that they killed. In 1990, I was in a march here where they coined the word environmental racism. And so an act of environmental racism came with the Pick Sloan. And I was 3 years old when the water came. That was 1952. And I saw the log cabins going under the water. And so here the Corps just marches in and says, oh, your ancestors, you know, they're showing. And just what I call red rage, it just hit in the room. And I was ready to be that child of a massacre. And so I went down to the Corps, and I said, you need to stop. And the Corps guy said, I'm sorry, ma'am, Omaha controls this. We don't have any, this is in December. We don't have any control of the water. Omaha calls the shots. I said, how can you say that? You're a human. He said, yeah, but I don't have any control. So my red rage went all over, and then I was living in Rosebud, and I went home, and at night I was crying and praying, and I was looking at the phone, and I thought, I'm going to call Dekshi. I'm going to call Uncle Vine. So I called him up, and sometimes he was a little bit gruff, remember? And anyway, especially to younger nieces. And so he answered the phone, and he said, who's calling? And I said, you're Tojan, Faith. He said, oh. He said, what are you doing this late? And I said, I need your help, Dixie. And I was crying. And he said, well, quit crying and tell me what you need. And I said, well, and I told him the whole story. And the Delorias, many of them were born in White Swan, my community that was taken. Auntie Alla was born there. And my grandma was Judy Deloria. But he said, tell me what's going on. So I told him, and he said, okay, And I really didn't pay attention at that point to NAGPRA. I didn't know the in or outs of it. I just took it for granted. He said, you get a TRO right now. Find a good lawyer. Don't get one that sucks up to the government. He said, be sure you get you a good one. And so he said, then call me and let me know who you get. And he said, you get a TRO. Now stop your crying. And I said, okay, Dixie, I'll call you back. He said, be sure and call me back. And then he sent money. He said, you'll need some money to take care of this. So we called an attorney, and I remember the morning the Corps called, and they said, we're going to escort you down there so you can figure out, if you want to do something, you'll have to call someone else or whatever. So we already knew. We hired a lawyer, and she was on her way to Sioux Falls to get the TRO that Uncle said to get. And this was just so delicious. My sister and I were in the Corps pickup, and we were going down to the river, and he said, well, there's certain areas you can go down here. And I thought, we're not going to listen to you. We're going to do it anyway. But yeah, you can do your routine. So we're in this pickup, and here somebody calls, and he says, sorry, I got 2 tribal members with me. I'm going to step outside. So he gets outside, and he says, Sioux Falls? Now? TRO? And then he got in the car, and he said, I'm sorry, ma'am, I have to go to Sioux Falls. And I looked at him, and I said, this is your chance to be Lieutenant Dunbar. Remember Dances with Wolves? And he didn't think it was funny. First of all, he didn't know who he was. But I explained it to him, and I said, this is the time to work with us. This is ours. And so they didn't listen. All we asked to do was consult. And so we used NAGPRA. We had the ACHP come out, Advisory Council on Historic Preservation. And I think spirits make things happen. We all know that. The spirit was moving this morning, because when the ACHP came out, Valerie Hauser, and you all probably remember Valerie. Anyway, I was coming down the hallway, and I met, the spirits allowed me to meet the new director of the ACHP. And she was coming down the hallway, and she shook hands with me, and she knew who I was. But Valerie came out, and they foreclosed after they saw the horror that was happening on the Missouri River, and we used the religious freedom, all of the laws, and we can just turn it over to the spirits and make those sound powerful, because they are powerful, and they don't understand them anyway when you explain it to them. And so we were able to convince them, and the ACHP, I remember Ellen Stanfield called me at midnight at the spirit camp, and he said, I'll probably get fired, but he said, I'm going to go ahead and make a recommendation that we do a foreclosure on the Missouri River, and we terminate the programmatic agreement. I could not believe listening to this on the turn of the, Y2K on 2000. And he said, we are foreclosing on the Missouri River. We're going to shut it down, and you'll have a chance. And I thought that was because of your work. Like, we had all of those laws. And the thing that Dexter Vine said, he said, now you listen. He said, when you do something, you got to have a treaty. You got to have a federal law, and you have to have some pretty darn good prayers. He said, you put those 3 together and you can't lose. And that's what we did. And so we've done it over and over again. I did it later in 2000. That was a bad year. They did the Mitigation Act. Daschle partnered with our racist governor, Janko, and they created the Mitigation Act. Am I done? Almost? And are you just giving up and letting me talk? But the Mitigation Act went and took our land when it was supposed to be the Surplus Property Act that would go back to the tribes, which you still can do. They ignored it, and they created the Mitigation Act. And I knew that, and they told us we'd be able to retain our rights in that sacred place of our home. And so when that happened, I tucked that away. And I remember what Dick Vine said. So I tucked it away, and I thought, they took our ceremony grounds. What are we going to do? And then I thought about it. I'm going to put those 3 things together. So I called the Corps, and I said, we need our ceremony grounds back. You took everything. And they said, oh, I'm sorry, Faith. We can't do that. And so I never give up. I know you can manifest these things, and the spirits help us. So I called to Oregon. I called Portland. And there's a lady named Joyce Walker. She could walk on water, and she was a Washichu lady. And she said, you know what? We could do that. We could create these places. What do you have in mind? So I named off the 5 historic preservation laws. I named out our treaty. I named our traditional laws, the natural law. And she said, I think we might be able to do this. And I said, what do we have to do? She said, well, Omaha's going to be pretty upset, but we're above Omaha, so let's set a date and I'll come down. And she made it happen because of this work. And so she came down and we created ceremonial grounds. I mean, we didn't create it, it's been there forever, but we were able to return. And I used it at Standing Rock, the very same thing, that the 5 laws and also the Clinton executive order where we can practice ceremonial places over and over that we've used. And so when Colonel Henderson, the big shot at DAPL, I was one of the leaders in the room and I said, Colonel, I got something for you. And he said, what? And I said, the Clinton executive order and all of the historic preservation laws allow us access. And all the young protesters were trying to get to the hill where the drill pad was. They're getting arrested day after day and getting hosed and everything. And so I said, this law requires you to allow access to my ceremonial sites. And I used it at White Swan. And he looked at it, he read it, and he said, okay. And I thought, okay. And he said, all right, what do I need to do? And I said, well, first of all, you're going to have some Corps people go up there because Morton County will arrest us if we go up there. And he said, done. And we did it. We got to the drill site and we saw all the sacred boulders that will no longer be formed because they were formed because of the intersect of 2 holy rivers. It will never happen again. But they were all there. There were burial sites. So we put the prayers there, and eventually prayers don't happen in a week or a day. Sometimes it's 100 years, like the Muskogee people that have your tree. How many years did it take for that decision? 200 years? And that tree is still there. So those prayers work 200 years later.
We got it back last week.
And did you? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the city of Tulsa
Gave it back?
gifted us back our tree last week.
Yes, so it takes a while, so that generational work, but I know that there are sacred streams in life, and if we can step in them and create the stream that my friend Suzanne and Uncle Vine and all the other ones, and I love the way Linda puts it, because that speech has to be given to thousands of our young people. Because you've given marching orders. And those marching orders are really important because when I was 12 years old, I was sitting on the river. I promise this is the last one. I was sitting on the river with my dad, and he said, you know what, my girl? He was looking at the river and being all sad, and he said, when you grow up, you're going to have to do something about this river. And I looked at him, I said, I'm only 12 years old, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? He said, you'll figure it out. So guess what? I figured it out. Thank you.
Suzanne, we're going to you to wrap it up in a nice bow and to put the frosting on the cake and the cherry on top and bring it home for us here and summarize in a couple of minutes. And we thank all the panelists. We have some expressions here of gratitude when Suzanne's done. Make sure her mic's on. And we're going to take, just when she's completed, we're just going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we have the tribal leaders panel coming right after that. So we don't want anyone to leave, and then we have our assignments for tomorrow. So I'll close with that and turn it over to Suzanne.
Okay, am I close enough to the mic here? Yeah. Okay. Well, Learned Counsel, I was so happy to hear your remarks zoning right in on inherent sovereignty. That was something that we absolutely insisted on in AIRFA, and it hadn't been in earlier drafts. There was, everyone shied away from it. They didn't even write sovereignty, and then when they put sovereignty, they wouldn't say inherent. So we kind of took over drafting. We got it, but what really pushed us over the top was the National Congress of American Indians had a convention in 1973 in Tulsa, and the whole conference, the whole convention was a question: sovereignty granted or assumed. Well, that shows you how little most of our people thought about sovereignty. That it had to be one or the other, just an accident or residual, just a byproduct of someone else's sovereignty. So our friend Reuben Snake and other people mounted a demonstration on the floor of the convention against that. And when it came time for the actual panel, then everyone was taught a lesson about what inherent means as opposed to granted or assumed. So that was a big deal. And it was important that we had backed into it by the people doing, our main organization doing something that was wrong, because that made everyone listen very attentively and be able to explain it to people when they met them on the Hill, in federal agencies, when it came time to trying to overcome the Justice Department and Forest Service and BIA objections to religious freedom as a policy. And when the other thing I really appreciated you looking into or focusing on was the what's in the statute as opposed to what's in the law. That was a big point of contention, was even after, well, I have to go back a little bit, but I was going to say, even after we got the president's imprimatur on religious freedom, and that we still had objections by those agencies I just mentioned to the use of sovereign, inherent, all of these things. What they were really objecting to is us calling ourselves part of the religious thing. And at the same time, we were looking at, we didn't really fit into religion because it's a way of life. So these are our ways, and these are our cultural attributes, our hallmarks, our things that make us distinctive. But it's not a Sunday kind of thing, and it's not a once in a while kind of thing, and there's so much nuance to it. I will say a quick thing about 3 people. The first one is Jimmy Carter. I looked at the field of people who were running for president that year in '76, and I loved Mo Udall. He was a great friend and just a tremendous person. But even he knew that his candidacy was a joke. And he would say, he said, I was walking past people I didn't know, and I said, I'm Mo Udall, I'm running for president. And so one of the guys said, oh yeah, we were just laughing about that before you came up. So he was great. But the one I knew was going to be president was Jimmy Carter. So I hopped on his campaign, and I was the Indian on the Jimmy Carter campaign, and then got to set up the meeting that he had with tribal leaders in Albuquerque just a month before the national election. And we already had worked out during the campaign the agenda, which was the same one that I had worked with the Cultural Concerns Committee of NCAI and with traditional people in ceremony. And we had certain things that we wanted to get through. So I got to brief Jimmy Carter about what he would say and what other people would say, what he would be asked and what he would respond to. So mostly say yes, 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 yes. And, will you support the Indian Child Welfare Act? And again, the same organizations, agencies in the federal government were lined up solidly against the Indian Child Welfare Act for all sorts of reasons. And that's a whole other long involved history. And, but Carter felt that they weren't he was convinced that they were not sufficiently informed and that he would go with that he wanted to sign the Child Welfare Act. So that was one. Another was the Tribally Controlled Community Colleges Act, as it was called then. And again, education, fine, yes. So he would be asked the questions, and religious freedom, fine. So one by one, different people would make a brief statement and say, so when you're president, would you sign into law the Indian Child Welfare Act? And he said, yes, I would, I intend to, and I look forward to talking with you more about that. But my decision is yes. Will you sign into law the Tribally Controlled Community Colleges Act? Yes, I will, and same sort of answer. Will you sign the American Indian Religious Freedom Act? And he said, yes, and I'll tell you why. Well, when you've staffed something like that, the last thing you want to hear is a question asked by the candidate and say, oh no, I didn't brief you on why. And he said, so I just held my breath for a minute. He said, here's why. I support it because that's what my Bible tells me to do. And we all kind of looked like, really? And he said, my Bible tells me to respect everyone's religion. I thought, well, that's really something. He said, so I not only want to sign this, I have to sign it. So I thought, oh, how wonderful that he was reading his Bible rather than the Bible. Because that is something that said. The other thing I wanted to say about, to say that Jimmy Carter went from, he had a trajectory sort of like Senator Inouye did, from going to something that we were fighting against to something that, to being our champion on so many things, and how wonderful. And I was thinking of them too when Senator from Oklahoma was talking about his upbringing, as Cherokee and in Cherokee Christian churches, and what that meant to him. And that is really the success that we had with the Religious Freedom Act and with the amendments were a product of our understanding that inclusiveness, and that you don't judge people from where they even say they are when you first meet them. You judge them by where they end up. And if they end up sitting right by you, and they end up supporting what you are staking your ground to, then that is what that's what is needed. And Reuben Snake had a very colorful way of talking about these things, and he used to remind people. He said, I had a nephew one time who came to me and he said, Uncle, I don't know what to do. I pray for people, I go out of my way, I do things, and then they treat me badly and they say things behind my back, and it's breaking my spirit. I don't want to do that. And he said, so is it okay if I just don't pray for them? And so Uncle Reuben said, oh no, nephew, pray for them. You pray for them hard. You pray for them till you can't stand it anymore. And he said, in daily life, forget about them. So it's a harsh lesson, but it's so true that if you have common ground, go for that common ground. And you'll hear a lot of people put it a lot of different ways. Mo Udall used to say, Anywhere you go, it's always going to be 90-10 at very best. No one's 100%. But if you have 90-10, if you have 80-20, if you have 70-30, you're way ahead of the game. You're on a winning streak. You're going to prevail. So don't judge people by what they don't know or their shortcomings or where they started out. Judge them by how good a friend they're going to be. And our Cheyenne people, and I'm sure some Muskogee people too, but our Cheyenne people always say that you choose your friends as you would choose people going into battle with you. And you do that knowing where they're going to end up. So that, what you're doing and going to carry this on until the passage of the kind of legislation that protects the gardens, and whether that's 5 years, whether it's 2 years, whether it's 6 years, it doesn't matter. It's going to happen. It's just, you have to know that that's going to happen and that eventually you'll get there. But you have all of these things to do before you get there. And while you're going there, make sure you don't leave someone behind just because they said something the wrong way. Or they looked at you somehow. Just say, come on, let's go. And always pray for them. Pray for them till it hurts. So thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you. We have some appreciation. We want to give this awesome panel, and John's going to pass them out. We're going to just kind of speed right along. The next tribal leaders panel, we want you to be making your way over. We're going to help, probably need to get the video stuff out of the way, Brother Herschel, so we can get Suzanne through there again. Want to also acknowledge Crystal Williams, Coshada Tribe in Louisiana, the chairwoman here joined us, so give her a warm welcome as well, and she's observing. That means clap your hands. And we have, as we mentioned earlier, the 2 council delegates for the Navajo Nation. You're gonna 3 council delegates for the Navajo Nation. You gentlemen are gonna have to move your stuff. And then we have the governor, the Cheyenne Arapaho Tribes of Oklahoma, Reggie, is here as well, and the communications director for the Speaker of the Navajo Nation is here as well. Very well, good representation of tribal leaders. And we're wanting to keep things going here because we've got a lot of work to do after 4 o'clock as well. Geez, Faith, you just like getting loved up today everywhere. Yeah. And we're asking Justin Jones to come forward. He's going to be handling this next session for us. And immediately following the tribal leaders panel, we'll be going into the session on dividing up these meetings, how we're going to take care of these meetings. So Justin Jones put this together, and I want to commend you. What a wonderful thing that your tribal nation came here to support like this, the largest tribe in the country, and also that you reached out to the Cheyenne Arapaho governor, and that other people came to want to participate and see this too. So it's a good tribute to you, brother, and we appreciate it and thank you. And we're going to turn the mic over to you at this time. We'll kind of ease these guys out and get the new panel up here.
Yeah, come on. I'll just jump.
the agenda. What are we talking about?
Okay. So I'm gonna kind of schmooze it up a little bit. Intro the whole talk. And then start pitching.
Sounds good.
I'd like to have nomination Vice President Rochelle Montoya up here. Jermaine Simonson, Council Delegate, Nomination Council. Shauna Claw, Delegate, Nomination Council. And I believe the Governor here, Reggie Wasana, Shannon Arapaho Tribe, is already here up the panel. Achadoshi anhaz andoshi abiga. Koina nishigi biga tonda abiga sade abiga tonda abiga. Ach ahto endaga. Good afternoon again. Yat e anotsko. I want to say thank you for such a wonderful afternoon here. We had some good presentations, good invigorating discussions, and something that we could take home. And I think that my brother here, John Brady, was certainly right on the mark when he did say that this morning, I believe that the tone was set, and it was set in such a way by a traditional ceremonial song that was uttered by Dr. Avery Denny, and then the prayer that was made. And the spirit that it has invigorated in this room and throughout, I believe that all on behalf of what we're talking about here today. And I believe that the discussion and the scope of thought and words today are going beyond just our peyote, but we're talking about a lot of things. And it was really good to hear the panel before, the wonderful ladies that were talking about some things. And I was sitting there thinking that, you know, I thought about all of the readings that I've done, not only as a poli-sci student at one time, but also in law school. And it was more or less like not reading it, but hear it from some of the people and the mentioning of certain things throughout the last 30, 40, 50, 60 years of Indian policy and Indian law that was right before us. So it was good to hear that in one way or another. And we also had a component of traditional practitioners as well, khatkhashis, roadmen, and philosophers, and people that are in the trenches of putting all of these things into motion every day. You have patients, you have people that are in need, you have communities that are in need. That doesn't go away. So the responsibility of somebody having to tend to those things, it continues every day. And so we heard from them today to say that this is really what's going on over there. It's just not a speech or a presentation or even a PowerPoint presentation. This is the real deal here. And so those are some things that we deal with at home. And I know that it's like that on all of the communities, tribal communities that are here. And so it's good to bridge that together, because a lot of times it seems like we get lost in talking about the same old thing up here without any putting some color and some tones to it. And so I believe that the panel this morning really did that and brought out the real issues. When you have issues with behavioral health, you have grief, you have depression, you have suicidal ideations, you have social issues such as alcoholism and fentanyl issues that we're dealing with. We have domestic violence that we're dealing with. And so those are all words, it seems like, here at the DC level. But to bring those by the people that are actually dealing with that, I believe that really gave it another angle in one way or another. And so they were not statistics, they were not just numbers, but these were real accounts of how a practitioner, how a medicine man, a holistic healer, a traditional counselor tends to their patient, tends to their people, and utilizing the ceremonies, utilizing this medicine, the peyote, utilizing the tobacco, utilizing sweats, utilizing all these things that we've had. And I believe that it was important to say today that we tend to forget that these were the same things that sustained us from time immemorial until first contact. And it seems like from that point on, we kind of went that way a little bit here. And so that's what sustained us. Without those prayers, without the knowledge of those medicines, without the knowledge of how to take care of even a child that is breached. These are the kind of things. Everything about our communities was based upon these prayers, ceremonies, and medicines. And so it was good to hear that and bring that angle to this discussion and to this arena as well. And so I want to thank the panel this morning and especially this afternoon as well, to hear the historical account of, just like I was saying, it seemed like I was reading my notes. I was reading my American Indian history class notes. I was reading those books, and these are some of the books, and these are some of the notes that I used to research about little accounts, little things here and there. And it was amazing to me. And this day and age, whether it's federal Indian policy or whether it's federal Indian law. And so it was good to hear that and bring that all together. And it's very fitting today that we would have another component to all of this, which is our tribal government. We have a tribal government here that whether we like it or not, we still have a tribal government. This is our first hand, our first line of a certain policy establishment, our first line of defense, our first line of something that we have. And so it's kind of sad to say that a lot of our tribal governments are not premised upon our traditional form of governments today. The tribal governments that we have today, as I stated today, it seems like a lot of our tribal governments, the formation of it and the structure of it, basically, they were structured around at gunpoint, pretty much. It was basically forced down our throats as natives and say, this is the way that you're going to govern yourself. And so, again, it's a government that does not really necessarily know who we are, doesn't really understand who we are. There are no songs and no prayers for the structure of government that we have. However, but we still have it. And we have to make something of it. So it's not necessarily the structure of government anymore. It's not necessarily that we need to, I believe that we need to concentrate on. It's the leaders that are there. They are the people that are there, that are the movers and the shakers. And it seems like we're coming off of that generation finally, up to now, to where we're coming off that generation where we're no longer really having leaders that were indoctrinated through the boarding school era, who believe in the same belief that this town believes in one way or another. A lot of our leaders at that age range that they're at today, it seems like they're more or less, they're post that boarding school era. They grew up at home. They were raised on the reservations that we have here. They were raised around their grandmas and their grandpas. They were raised around our lifestyle. Like at home, our lifestyle of livestock and ceremonies. And so it seems like that generation is finally beginning to come on and beginning to take those leadership roles. And that there's hope. There's tremendous hope. But the flip side of that is that there are a lot of leaders who grew up in the urban areas, who know nothing about herding sheep, but they come home back to the reservations, and then we begin to have conflicts different ways like that. So this is what we're dealing with today. However, we believe that as Native American Church of North America, where we're at today, I believe that we're trying to cover these grounds in either to protect and preserve our ceremonies, our medicines, our language, our Indian protocols, and different things. And so we assembled this panel in one way or another, and I want to thank the panel here. I want to thank the Vice President of the Navajo Nation, my sister here, Rochelle Montoya. And then I want to thank my sister, she's my mom by clan, Sherilyn Yazi. She's a council delegate for the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And then my sister here, Jermaine Simonson, who is a member of the 25th Navajo Nation Council as well. And then my sister again here, Shauna Claw with the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And then my brother here, Reggie, Governor Wasana. And it was a real treat that he accepted the invitation to sit here, because I believe that what you have before you today is that new generation of leadership, that new generation of looking at things. And I believe that all of these individuals not only just read about ceremonies, they just don't say that, well, I just read about it, never been to one. They are actual practitioners, participants of these ceremonies, and they take part in that. And so they have a really good idea of a lot of the discussions that's there. And I think that's very key in choosing our leaders today. There are those that talk about it, and there are those that actively participate in it. And I think there's a distinction in there. So I want to premise this panel here today. And we no longer can do that, and we kind of deviated from that, it seems like. And I was listening to the discussion here earlier. The names of Reuben Snake, they were tribal leaders. Parrish Williams, he was a tribal leader. Roland Haig Sr., he was a tribal leader. When the 2004 or the 1994 amendments were coming through the system, they were the tribal leaders that took that stance. The late Peterson Zaw, they were the ones that stood by one another, and they came here to Washington, and they're the ones that really stood with all the others, the team that came together. But you had to have a tribal governmental support. They have to participate in this. And so a lot of times we find ourselves here as the Native American Church of North America at times, we're by ourselves, it seems like. So we say, where are they? And that's what we're trying to encourage now, is so that our leaders could stand with us. Our leaders could stand with us, and then maybe at some point we're going to stand with them as they do their presentations and as they present before the leaders here in this town as well. And so that's the intent. And it's not just an intent, it's a prayer that we have. It's a prayer that we have all the time. And so I'm glad that we could add this aspect to our endeavors here in Washington, D.C. for the American Indian Religious Freedom Act, as well as to protect and preserve our ceremonies, to preserve, protect our medicines, our sacred sites, and our language as well. We cannot do without language, because without our language, we cannot perform our ceremonies. And so I want to say that. And so the panel here are going to express some thoughts and some of their perspectives on the importance of tribal governments to protect and preserve our ceremonies, our medicines, our sacred sites, our language, all of that we've been talking about yesterday and today. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and start at the end of the panel here with my mom here, Sherilyn. I'll start with the vice president here. She's been here since this morning when we first started. And she's been sitting here all day and listening to our discussion here. So I think that let me start with my sister here, the Vice President of the Navajo Nation, Rochelle Montoya.
New Mexico, de e na shah na neil jean ho ye e adi eshi ya ho ato adi e ya shama do shi ja khat lont e shama sana shi che shnala sana lont e ya di khwagi ba ya de thi do bin ye hi khwagi e ya khwagi e yo in ni go do bansis kes ko e ya ko be shi ya ho ato shi citizen dits ato shi yin dits ko ya la. Thank you everyone. My name is Rochelle Montoya and I come from the state of New Mexico. I just mentioned that I come from the homeland, my homeland's of Torreon Star Lake chapter, where all four of my grandparents, both of my parents, raised me in this way of life, this way of prayer, this way of singing, this way of thought, and I truly appreciate it. One of the biggest things that I came from and take away from this way of prayer, this fireplace, this Mother Peyote, is my grandfather, my maternal grandfather, passed away when I was about a year old. But I was raised to know him through this way of life. And I feel like I know my grandfather like he was raised with, he has been with me this whole entire time. It is his and the clan that he comes from, the Kintlachitni people, the Red House people, is where my leadership skills come from, my love, my traditions, everything that I have, everything that I am. And when we have outside sources that come to try and navigate for us how to pray, how to take care of our way of life, it really takes away from what our ancestors placed here before us. The way that Creator wanted us, indigenous cultures, to take care of this way of life. And when I read and I've listened to various groups for Native American church, their one goal is to take care of peyote, to take care of it because it's taken care of us for this long. So many generations have come through. And as I sat here and listened to today, I just want to express my appreciation, as I always do, to my matriarchs in the room. Everything that you have put forth into making sure that everything is taken care of for this way of prayer, this way of life, this tradition, this culture that we have, that includes the fireplace, that includes all the elements of the world, all the elements of our Mother Earth. Thank you so much to each and every one of you for keeping that. As I grew up in this way of life, one of the number one goals as female is to one day bring in that morning water for your uncle, for your dad, for your grandpa. You know, that moment early in the morning when you sit there before the fire and you say that prayer to solidify the prayers that were said all night long. You know, that was a very strong goal that us young women grew up to achieve. And the first time that I was ever asked to do that for one of my brothers was such an honor for me, and I still remember it like I did it yesterday. The way you're supposed to conduct yourself, the words you're supposed to say, the things that you're supposed to remember. And from that point on, you became a soldier to take care of this way of life, to take care of the fireplace, to take care of the ceremony, to take care of the songs and the prayers and the stories that your matriarchs have placed here on Mother Earth. Because everything inside that ceremony tells you how to conduct yourself in a positive way to fulfill your obligation here on Mother Earth. One of my obligations here currently right now is to serve as the Vice President of the Navajo Nation. We are 400,000 people strong, 27,000 square miles large. And I'm very honored, I'm very humbled to be here today as I sit with some of our leadership here from the 25th Navajo Nation Council who are also female. So many years ago, not even that very long ago, a panel up here of tribal leadership would have only been men. But I sit here before you again humbly and honored to be the first female to ever hold this position. I am humbled and honored to sit here in the same room with one of our other vice presidents, Shiyash, Mr. Daesh. All of those teachings, all of that prayer that comes from this way of life, that comes from this tradition, this culture that we have, Native American church. That is why I'm here. My love, my tradition, my culture, everything that I have and hold dear to my heart is from this way of life. And it is an amazing bind that we have across Indian country. All of my uncles in here, my aunties in here, from the various tribes across the Navajo Nation or across the United States, across the world. We have our brothers and sisters from Mexico. We have to take care of one another. We have to take care of this way of life. We can't add to it. We can't take away from it. As I was sitting here today, I thought about my younger generation, my grandchildren. Everything that we tell them, everything that we talk to them about, the first thing that comes out of their minds is why? 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 And I remember when I was a little girl, my grandfathers, my mothers, my grandmothers would always tell me a story of, this is how you sit inside ceremony. Not once did I ever think of asking why. But this is why they ask why now. We have to tell them. We have to tell them because of the outside sources that are coming in and telling them different. They're giving them that other way of thought. And we have to remember, we need to tell them why. We need to tell them why this is a woman that brings in the water in the morning. We have to tell them why the cedar man sits where he sits. We have to tell them why the fire chief does what he does all night long. We have to tell them why the drum is tied a certain way. We have to tell them why songs are sung at a certain time during the ceremony. We have to tell them why the teepee poles are the way they are. We have to tell them why the ceremonies are held the way they are. Because we need to make sure that the outside sources don't win. And because of that, we need to take care of our Mother Peyote. We do not extract, we do not put in anything else to anybody else's religion, to anybody else's way of life. We don't do that. We, as indigenous people across the United States, we don't do that to our brothers and sisters of other races. We don't do that to Christianity. We don't do that to the other religions that are out there. That's their way of life. They know how to take care of it. They know how to do that. And as I want to echo some of the words here today, let us continue to do what we do. We know how to take care of it. We were honored with the teachings of our ancestors, of our elders, to make sure that this way of life is conducted in a good, positive way for the next generations to come. Thank you so much to my brother Justin and to the organizations here, to the individuals that brought this summit together. Thank you for letting us be a part of the voice that needs to be heard. And as leadership, it is a fine line that we all have to walk to make sure that we speak not only for what we hold dear in our hearts, but for the other ways of life that are here on earth. Because it all comes to us as leadership. We talk about the revivals that go across Navajo Nation, that go across Indian country. We have to help them because they have their ways. And as leadership, we have to make sure that everybody is taken care of. And that's what we do. That's what we have to do. And that is something that I was taught by my grandfathers and my grandmothers. You don't hold people separately. You don't push one another away. And as female, as mothers, as matriarchs, as grandmothers, one day we may have 10 children, and all of them possibly could have different types of religion. We're not going to push any one of them away. We're going to take care of all of them because those are our children. And that's how I feel as Navajo Nation Vice President. We have to speak for everyone. We have to speak for everything as long as it is a positive energy that puts out into our world. Thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate this time.
Our next panelist is Governor Reggie Wasana, the governor of the Cheyenne Arapaho tribes of Oklahoma. I want to take a special moment here to acknowledge the Cheyenne Arapaho people, at least from my perspective and my knowledge and my experience. And the Navajo people, there are a lot of stories that go with that, as far as how this peyote, this Native American church, came into our lands, our Diné people. And one of the first ones that brought it to our nation were the Cheyenne Arapaho people back in the late 1800s, or the late 1800s and the 1900s and like that. And so a good chunk of our you could call it fireplaces that our people use to pray with, they come from the Cheyenne people. And so how the Cheyennes, they conduct their peyote meetings like that. And so a good number of our people, they learned that, and they follow that today. And so I thought it was very fitting for the governor of the Cheyenne Arapaho people to be here to say some things about all of this. And it seems like as Navajo people, we don't really say ahiaha a lot of times to the Cheyenne people. I know that my Dayish family, they did that here some time back. They went around and thanked some of these great peyote leaders around the country. And so I thank him for that. And then so today, here at Washington, D.C., and here in the Senate Indian Affairs Committee room, on behalf of the Navajo Nation, we say thank you to the Cheyenne people for sharing that with us. So at this time, I'm going to turn this time over to you, Brother Governor.
Thank you, Justin. I also like to thank Ryan for always inviting me to come to these events and these conferences, and I've done it at NCI. And I'm Reggie Walsey. I'm the governor for the Shine-Rapo Tribes. This is my 7th year. I was speaker of our legislature for 2 years. And I'll give you a little bit of background on how I'm accustomed or what dealings I had with our NAC. In the early 70s, we all lived with our grandparents. We all lived in rural western Oklahoma. And we used to have peyote meetings. That's what we called them. I know languages have changed and people use different things, but I'll tell you what I'll remember when I was a kid growing up. So we always called them peyote meetings. We're going to have a peyote meeting, and we'd get out there and we put up the teepee poles. And back then, the teepee poles weren't like they were today. They were a little bit lighter, and you could actually pick one up. But today, I've noticed they're like 8 to 10 inches in diameter, and they're a little bit heavier where 2 people got to pick them up. So we did that as we was a kid. My uncle would make a railing, and we would put hay in there, and we would do a lot of things. And he would do the moon and pat it down real nice and all those things. And I remember when I was younger, this was probably in the mid or later 70s, that my grandma, she used to make tea for the peyote meeting. And everything started earlier back then. I mean, they started in the mornings. That Saturday morning, they got it done. And today, I hate to say it, but I've been almost like at 10, 11 o'clock at night while they've been making the moon and bringing in stuff. And I was going, why is everybody so late at doing things? But things have changed. And I will say this, that things have changed. And as a tribal leader, the way I grew up and the way I was brought up has definitely changed. So I would clean the peyote. I mean, my grandma would sit me down at the table. Back then, before plastic bags, we had paper sacks, and we'd cut the paper sack up, put it on the table. And I would clean the peyote, take all the, I always call it fur off the ends of it, and I would peel it. And my grandma would say, put it on the paper. And I'd put that table, I'll put it on the paper, and I would cut that top off and give it to her. Then I would take that stem, and I learned as an young person at an early age, that I could push that bark off that stem, and that bark would come off. And I thought, wow, this is pretty neat, because I didn't have to work at cutting it off or doing it. So I'd push it off, pull it off, and I'd have that stem, and I would cut that stem into chips. My grandma would say, put it right here. So I actually used to clean the peyote, and she would sit there and boil it and strain it and put it in jars and stuff, and that's what they would use. So I had a pretty good upbringing on how to do things, and I learned through hands-on. I didn't have to have somebody tell me. I participated as I got older. When we were younger in the 70s, we couldn't attend. We couldn't go in. It was full. We had a lot of people that would go in and come out and go to peyote meetings. And one thing I always saw when I was growing up, everybody was nicely dressed. They had slacks and boots and cowboy hats and their bolo ties, and everybody looked sharp. Today it's not like that. Some places you go, it's not full. There might be 10 or so people in there. My boy Christian, he started going when he was younger, because my brother Homer, I don't know if some of y'all knew Homer Wasney, but he took him. So my boy got to learn how to go in. He got to learn how to sing and tie the drum. He used to tie the drum real good, put his foot on there, put that hide on there and tie it up. Homer would come over, and if Homer had to do the drum at the peyote meeting, he would say, Christian, come here. He goes, I want you to tie this drum before I go. Because Homer always had problems. Homer was kind of a heavy-set person, and unfortunately we lost Homer a few years ago. But so Christian would get that drum, pull that hide out, soak it, all the things they do, and tie it up. And he goes, here, Homer. Homer would go, thank you, and take it. And I always thought that was kind of funny, because my little teenage son would sit there and tie that drum up for Homer. But so he learned. He did learn quite a bit. And on his 13th birthday, he goes, my mom was living then, she's gone too, and she would say, what do you want for your birthday? He said, I want a peyote meeting. I want to have a meeting. So we did, and some of you all know Archie Hoffman. He's gone too. So Archie ran the meeting for us, and all those things. And it's kind of funny when you have young ones growing up, because they're always so strong. And I remember Christian, I would tell Christian, did you stay up all night? Did you stay up all night? Oh yeah, Dad, I had no problem. I stayed up. So at this meeting that night, he fell asleep, and I pushed on him. I said, Christian, get up. This is for you. You can't go to sleep. And he got real mad at me after the 2 or 3 times. And he goes, Dad, I'm never coming back again. And I was thinking, well, you're supposed to stay up the whole night. This is for you. But, so I had quite a bit of experience, and Archie made us the medicine, and, peyote meetings are highly structured. Just as our sister down there was saying, because you go in a certain way, you come out a certain way, you get seated off when you come in. And, people talk about spirits. I heard the last panelist talk about spirits. I said, when we were kids, we always talked about spirits. I said, I wonder if anybody's going to bring that up or say anything, or if it's just something we always talked about, because everything we did when we were younger living with our grandparents was, a spirit this, and spirits are coming out after somebody dies, get in before dusk, and all these things, don't eat outside. We had a lot of rules, a lot of things we follow today. We don't follow those. Like I said, things are changing, but, we had a story one time where my uncles, they served in World War II, almost all my uncles, and my grandparents were born in 1901, 1903, who we were kind of raised around. But I remember one of the stories is that they were being led off by somebody calling them out, because we lived out in the country, calling them out to the pasture, and someone had to grab him because he was being called off by somebody. But those are the accounts. There's many more that I had involving our ways. And I've told somebody this. I was at IHS, and they want to do the all the traditional stuff. And I said, one thing that you have to remember in order for a lot of this to work is you have to believe in it. I said, you have to believe in it. I said, you can't just go in there and say, make me well, pray for me, do this. You got to believe that something good is going to happen, and that it's what we're doing in there is going to make a difference in your life and your health and your mental capacity. Because some people just think that they can take a pill and it's going to cure you. It's not that way. So you really, really do have to believe in it. So when I grew up, we lived in one world. I just knew one world. What we did every day, lived at my grandparents, went to the creek, hunted plums, all those good things that you do as a kid growing up. But today we live in two worlds. Today we have Western medicine. Peyote, when I grew up, was our medicine. I never saw IHS. Didn't know IHS, actually existed. We used to stand in line, take that teaspoon of peyote and have that orange peel, that little orange slice there, and we took it because you guys know it's kind of bitter. We were just little kids, and we'd all be in line, take that teaspoon, take that orange, and go on, because that was our medicine. We believed in it, and we believed that we were going to stay healthy, and we were going to, anything wrong with us, it was going to protect us, just like we did bear root. If we were sick, we did that. But, times have changed. The tribes have changed. As far as the tribal leadership goes, we're sitting here in the Senate Indian Affairs Committee in the Dirksen building. I don't ever think 30, 40 years ago that the tribes would have been invited to share or even stay in this room. So whether changing for the good or the worse, or we're losing some of our capabilities as a tribe in our culture and heritage, we have to remember, we have to provide, and we have to secure and protect what we do have. And so every time somebody comes up and says, we need teepee poles, you know what I do? I give them money. We went about 3 months ago, and we got like 10 sets. Go up to Colorado, take the trucks, come back and get them hotel, food, lodging, all these things. And so anytime we need teepees, we buy teepees. If we send money down to Laredo for peyote, we get big old sacks of peyote. When I was little, they used to have they call them gunny sacks back in the day. I don't know what they call them today, but so they would bring back big old sacks of peyote. My grandparents would bring them back, and of course Mexican jumping beans too. I used to love seeing those things. I didn't know what they were, but they were moving. I was going, there's something in there that's moving. In the middle of the night, you'd be scared too. But so we try to do as tribal leaders, to put forward our best effort to keep those things alive. Because I always said, if we don't have poles, we can't have teepees. If we don't have the teepees, we can't do our religious or cultural beliefs. So I always try my best to do it, because I don't want it to fade away. I grew up that way. I seen my grandparents go through it, my uncles and my brothers and my cousins. So I know exactly what everybody talks about. So it's something that we have to preserve and protect. If we don't, it's going to die out. And I always tell people when I said if it wasn't for our faith and our belief and our prayers, we'd never got this far. And I said, when we have nothing, what do? We go back to our faith, our prayers, and we live. I said, we manage, we survive, regardless of who was president of the United States or who was police chief or mayor. We always came through all the time. So even in this new administration, I always try to feel confident, as positive as ever, that we're going to survive and we're going to come through. And that's the way I believe. I've always believed that. And maybe that's the way our grandparents taught us, is that, you know, we're going to be here, and we should be strong in our beliefs and our culture, our heritage, all those things that make us who we are today, because we're all in this together. Although we may be different tribes, we all still have the same issues. We all still have the same problems. We may come at it differently, but we all still have the same problems. So I just want to say, appreciate everybody coming out. Thank you. And like I said, thank you again to Justin and Ryan for always inviting me, taking time. And I was here, so they said, can you come over? I said, sure, I'll come over. So I did. And yeah, I have a background in it, and a little more hands-on with the polls and the peyote than a lot of people do. So, but anyway, I just want to say thank you. Ha-ho.
About 2 years ago, I asked a question of some of the tribal leaders at home. And my question was this: all of you tribal officials from the office of the president and the vice president and the 24th Navajo Nation Council, I have a question for you. And they said, what was it? What is it? I always wondered why you all talked about culture preservation and protection and this and that. Yeah, there's two things. The first one is that I've never really seen any outright funding for Navajo language preservation. I used to be a Navajo language teacher. There's really no outright funding for that. So that's number one. Number two, I have a lot of friends and relatives across the Navajo Nation where they have to borrow teepee grounds, where they have to borrow hogans, because they don't really live like that anymore. So how come the Navajo Nation government, they spend a lot of money on a lot of things. How come you don't buy teepee poles or create community ceremonial grounds so the community can come in and they can use that, whether it's for a Native American church or whether it's for traditional ceremonies? How come we don't do that? I didn't get an answer. So my next panelist here is my sister, Jermaine Simonson. She's a member of the 25th Navajo Nation Council as well.
Jermaine Simonson Dashijana Ado Chishadaneshla as a Lana Bashishin Sedeshkiji Dashnal Dozelt Aki Ani Dashiche Adon lay back it has sun Zerpahajil Washe the Hasnese Haskai that the Hasne neck etcher it's okay Dalia Adeo Ade Nasha Adol hard rock she's stop a Dahanasan Adeo Isha Sisto Ako Adashagan Adakewanst Ado a Quado Beshmatas Anan Shlon Asian Nish and Quajitli has Aja Ako good afternoon everyone. I could do the full presentation in Navajo, but half of you will not understand what I'm saying. But good afternoon, good late afternoon everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm happy to be here today. My name is Jermaine Simonson, and I serve as a delegate for the Navajo Nation, and I have 5 regions in my area, and I call it the Tifijin region. So I'm really happy to be here today because I have an aunt who I feel like Shipijin Lo, my father's sister, who really laid the groundwork and the footprints for me to be actually in this room. So from her story and what I understand, she spent 30 years in D.C., and she spent many of those years here in this Senate of Indian. As she calls it, she's still doing all the acronym things because she spent that many years in government. She just wrote SCIA. I grew up in SCIA, so That's what she's saying. She's talking about this room. And she was assistant to Senator Inouye. And so she really was here during the time that the amendments were taking place. And she spent a lot of time here. And she also really helped our Navajo delegates, our Navajo leaders, our Navajo medicine people. And she was the person here greeting them and making sure that meetings are set up. So I'm going to read just a bit of an excerpt about her experience. And that should, because I think it's really important that if we are, navigating this, coming here to Congress, coming and working with the President of the United States and all the different entities, that we should know, what that looks like. And so I believe what she has to share is just really important. But before I do that, I just want to acknowledge from my region, Zilligene region, as they say, really also was one of the first recorded and documented areas of when peyote first came. And so I had a lot of my Nhahas Tui, our fathers and our grandfathers in that area, who brought the medicine back to our region. And I was really fortunate, and I was, in my life, I was happy to see the late Mike Kia'ani in his late years run one of his last ceremonies. So I was there. I'm proud to say that I was there. I also, come from grandparents who also conducted ceremony. And my grandma, and this is the time that, you had to hide sometimes and have them in secluded in areas where you're not found. And there was a time that was emergency meeting was called, and my grandma's story is that there wasn't enough men that came together, so she had to help her husband and be the fire keeper for the night. So I think about those leaders and how, I really, it makes me feel good and to also be raised in that with those teachings and that fireplace. So I want to, give them the acknowledgement. Also, all the medicine people there in our Zilligene region. And Hina Azay, Azay and Hima is what we're talking about here today. So I just want to say, as a tribal leader, oftentimes we come into spaces where we're limited on speaking, limited on time and speak in terms of speaking. So a lot of times in council session, we only get 5 minutes, and we better say everything we need to say within those 5 minutes. So I'm getting better and better at it. And so I just want to say, here's just a little excerpt from my aunt's, experience here, the time that she spent here. My aunt came here as a young woman, and her parents are the late Betty and Ram Herder. And they were, so she came here as a young woman, and she started working here, and this would have been probably in the early 90s. So here's, I come back to her, and when I have to come here as a tribal leader, I often ask her, how should I do this? What should I say? What does that look like? How do I work with these folks? And so I ask her some of those questions, and she just says, in one of her responses, she said, should the Navajo Nation support amending the 1994 law, know that the climate is different today in all aspects, congressional, legislative, and especially in U.S. Supreme Court. Now, this is something she wrote before this new administration. And she says, Native Americans in 1994, now she was here in 94, she said, had friends in all three branches of the federal government. The U.S. Supreme Court was made up of friendly and sympathetic justices, well-versed in Indian law and policy. The U.S. Congress was made up of friendly leaders, knowledgeable in Indian law and policy. And we had environmental advocates and Christian organizations working alongside us to protect Mother Earth and its resources. And she, according in her opinion, today we do not have that, as the new and young congressional members and new and young justices need to be educated in Indian law and policies. That's why we need to ensure that we have the support in these branches prior to any major undertaking. And she goes on to say that in 1994, there was a pan-Indian effort to preserve the use of peyote, that tribal leaders and NAC organizations coordinated and agreed to talk with one voice and agreed on the legislative language to ensure safe passage of the AIRFA Amendments, Sacred Sites Executive Order, peyote use by Native Americans in the military, Native prisoners' rights policies, and the NACNA. The policies were all made possible in the late 1990s because we had friends in the White House. And so there was President Bill Clinton, some congressional members helped influence the Clinton administration. She said it was not easy, but there were many lawyers involved, many tribal leaders involved, and grassroots efforts by NAC members involved in letter writing and lobbying for at least 3 years prior to the fruition of these policies and laws. And she said, and I think here this is really important here in what she says. She says, we were a humble people back then, and we had one goal, which was to protect and preserve the use of peyote for future Indian generations. And that is so important as a tribal leader today. I come from our Navajo lands. I hear from all the various groups and people. I listen to everyone. I listen to everyone. And I, as a tribal leader here today, I'm asking, we have to be one voice, because that is the only way, and we have to also partner with other Indian tribes. We have to partner with all kinds of people. We have to build allies. We have to educate the church groups, because they can come here. The church groups, when I was here a couple months ago and Save Oak Flats was here, there were various church groups here talking and helping and supporting Save Oak Flats. So we need to build those allies. We need to talk, to everyone. And that's our job here as delegates, as a vice president of a nation, because when we come here, they say to us that we only work government to government. And so we can be those voices. I am committed here, and I'm sitting here today as a tribal leader, as a delegate, to say I can be that leader, I can be that voice, to come into the different agencies, to come to our congressional folks, and I can ask for that tribal consultation as a government to government, because that's how business is done around here. Someone talked about how it is important. I am grassroots too. I come from grassroots. I'm very grassroots, but there is now a direction that we need to go and we need to embrace, is that not only there's a need for grassroots, but there's a need for grassroots people to become grass top leaders. So grassroots now we need grass tops. We need leaders who can help and push and talk about the things that are important to us. As we always say at the Hogan level, okay, those are things that I want to talk about. I just want to, I believe just a few minutes left. I just want to encourage all of you, as you are participating in your ceremonies, not just peyote ceremonies. We have our Navajo people, we have our 9-night ceremony, our medicine person sitting here, Mr. Avery Denny. While we're participating in all these ceremonies across our Indian country, we need to pray for your leaders, pray for your tribal leaders, pray for all leaders. Pray for, this is crazy because it's gonna, no pun intended, but pray for Mr. Trump's ears. Here's the thing. I had an aunt one time, real interesting. And she says, my daughter is taking this real important calculus class, and her teacher is a Middle Eastern, he has a real heavy accent. And I said, oh no, how are you going to deal with that? And I said, how is that working out? How are we going to deal with that? And she says to me, well, I prayed for my daughter's ears. I prayed that she could hear him and understand him. And so that's what I want to say, is that you pray for these leaders, pray for their ears so that they can hear and understand what we're saying. Pray for us as leaders, pray for our words so that we say those right things. And so as you have a whole new young generation coming into these meetings and ceremony, and as a young person, I always followed my grandma. I always followed her into ceremony. I slept all the way through, but she just blessed me all through the night. But slowly, as I got a little older, she would say, real slow, encouraging you. Say a little something this morning. Say a little something. Encourage your little ones to speak little by little, because we need them to be voices here tomorrow on. We're getting them ready for that. So as I conclude, I just want to say, and I want to thank Mr. Red Cloud. I also grew up in, I've also been around a Sundance ceremony probably all my life. But in that ceremony, and as I sit there and I watch, and I'm sitting there praying long, and it's, hard days. It's hot. This summer in South Dakota was extremely hot. Am I right, Mr. Red Cloud? I've never seen that kind of heat before, like 100+ degrees, and people are sun dancing. And as I sit there and I listen to the speakers and I listen to the medicine people talk, there's a word that I keep catching and I keep hearing, and I'm thinking that must be something really important. And that word that they keep talking about, and so it was blehichiapo. And I said, okay, so then I go to Mr. Red Cloud and I say, what does that mean? Because I think I know what it means. And then he corrected me. He said, you wouldn't say blehichiapo. You would say blehichiayo. And so because only men say blehichiapo. So I said, okay, what does that mean? Because I think I know what it means. And he said, what it means is have that courage to speak, have that courage to face difficult things. So I just want to end with that I want to say that is the message we need to go with. That is that encouragement. And that is what we need to go with as we come into this administration, because I was scared for probably a hot second, and then I said, no, I can't be that way. I'm going to come here, it's going to be a challenge, and I'm going to go walk these halls like I belong here. This is I belong here. And so I want to give that message to you. And slowly encourage them to learn how to be brave, be courageous, learn how to speak, learn how to sing.
Thank you, Shiteju. Thank you, Shiteju. The next speaker is going to be Sherilyn Yazzie, another delegate from the Nomination Council.
I'm from Delcon, and I have 5 chapters: Tisto, Delcon, Greasewood, Indian Wells, and Whitecomb. And I'm glad I have my constituents here in the back. Thank you for all your hard work. So what I want to also say is thank you to everybody who came here today to listen and to be advocates. And you already know how to do that. And so whatever, you can do to move forward. Thank you for your journey. And then I also want to say thank you to the Cheyenne people. So I want to kind of start with how peyote came into our family. We had it introduced through Nelson Turtle Sr., and so his son Nelson Turtle Jr. still practices it, and he takes it with him. And so that's how our family was introduced to that ceremony. And it was through my dad who really picked it up. His name was Art Yazi, and he passed away during COVID. But my dad really, he studied peyote, and how he would tell me about it is, when he took medicine, and he would sit there all night listening to the songs and the prayers, and as he was eating this medicine, and he was observing the way the teepee was made. And so my dad, when he was younger, he learned how to use a sewing machine. And so he told me he learned how to sew and put together the teepee just by observing and paying attention to how it was cut, how it was sewn together. And I thought that was really interesting because, he didn't really, I don't know if he really asked a lot of people of how this was made, just putting it up, taking it down. And as little kids, we would follow him. He started to take orders, and so people wanted to get the teepee poles. And so we would go with him, and he would chop the teepee poles down and bring them home. And then, we had the job of taking all of the bark off. I mean, we had fun with it, but I didn't know that, that was going to go into, be somebody's ceremony at their church, and we would follow him around, and we'd understand, okay, we're going to, put a moon together. We didn't know what that was, but, he was kind of getting us used to understanding this is the protocol, this is how you do it, this is how it's done. And then, my younger sister, she always wanted to bring in the water. And so she was, just a little girl and went, I want to pray. And so, might get a little emotional here, but so when my dad passed away, he was on the West Coast, and we had gone to pick up his belongings. And so, picking up all his stuff, I found his teepee that's not made, it's cut. And I felt like, okay, this is going to be my job to figure out how to put this together. And I think that's kind of what I feel our tribal government has to do as we start to advocate. How are we going to put this together? How are we going to understand the seams? How do we put this and sew it to where it's strong? And we're going to build this teepee. And these are policies, legislation. How are we going to do that together? And I'm glad my Delegate Simonson brings up, how to be humble. Be humble when we do this. I know sometimes in Indian country, and I'm coming from also the another meeting, the Tribal Interior Budget Committee. We're talking about money, and over there they're talking about our treaty, what's owed to us. But I think also I'm glad that the grassroots people are here because they do community organizing, and how do we come back to a place where we do more with our prayers and your songs and your faith and your belief, because that's going to take us into 150 years from now. And how do we do that? How do we motivate each other? How do we love one another? I always say that doesn't cost a lot, but it really can be hard to do. in our communities, sometimes even in our families. And so I'm very thankful that you all showed up here today because you have a love for this just tiny plant, and you want to, honor it. And I'm very thankful for that. I don't know, with my dad, he just taught us a little bit. And the way my Nulla lady said is, you observe and you're supposed to learn it. And so I have to go back and kind of think about, all right, how would I put this teepee back together? There's a pattern there. There's another teepee made. How do I make sure this is done? And so we're gonna really need each other as we move forward. We talk to one another in a good way, from being good relatives. And sometimes I know I don't know a lot of things. I'm still learning, but there's a lot of you out here that will, I'm gonna also look to you. And that's what I think as a tribal leader, we have to do, is just really listen to one another. And that's what I'm very good at. My background, going to school, I went to school to be a social worker. My role as a social worker is a broker, a teacher, enabler, advocate, and a mediator. And a lot of that was just listening. So I'm good at that. I know I can listen and understand and be able to advocate for, what the community people want. The other thing is, I learned how to become a farmer again, learning how to grow foods. And so I have an understanding also the importance of, protecting not just the plant, but also what it grows, what it grows under is our soil. And so in this time of our changing our climate crisis, we also have to be aware that, our Mother Earth and the way it changes is not exactly what's happening. It's all different. The season is changing. I also heard here in Washington that it's warmer. And so those are things that as a new farmer, I have to be mindful of. And what I've done back at home is learning how to grow in non-traditional ways, learning how to grow in a greenhouse, learning how to grow in smaller space, because I don't have a lot of land to work with, smaller space. How do I make sure that I put organic implements into the soil so that way that soil can hold on to more water? So there's things like that in technology that I have to go out and research and pay attention to, and what can I bring back. And so with that little plant, when my dad's stuff, when I unfolded stuff and I was taking things out, there was this paper bag and out came out some peyote. I was like, oh my gosh, there's a plant here. And, it was almost dried up, but I said, okay, let's see what happens. I put it in, not its traditional soil, but I was like, all I have right now is, some compost, and I'm gonna put you in this and see what happens. And so, back at home, it's in the greenhouse where I know it likes it really hot. And so I have it in the greenhouse and it blooms this very beautiful pink, flower. And then it comes back down, and it's been doing that. And so, it's just really a beautiful plant to observe. I'm just trying to be very, give it its time to do what it needs to. And so the next part of this is, and it might not be something that a lot of people here might want me to do, but, I really do want to learn how, seeds come from it. Well, how do you do the next part of, can you make it grow? Can you get it to grow a little baby, Because I'm also, again, thinking in 150 years from now, having another plan, can we grow it ourselves? And I know that gets into the split space of walking this fine line of, don't do that, you can't be doing that. But, I feel like we have to also give ourselves some permission to be able to figure out where, how much I can do that. So as a traditional leader, as a leader here today, just want to say also thank you to everybody for being here. Have safe travels home. We can have.
Thank you, Shada. Part of Native American Church of North America is we encourage, and we certainly are always blessed by tribal leaders who are willing to be here with us, but at the same time, especially when they have a few words to share with us as well. And likewise here, we have a visitor. Everybody's on a schedule here in town. And so we try to tend to our schedules here. But along those lines, we have one of our tribal leaders here. We're going to give her some time, share some words with us. It's Dr. Pakoi Victors Kozad. She's the Director of Policy and Advocacy for the Native American Boarding School Healing Coalition. And you can come up here and say a few words to us. By the way, you're my Isaro. Your husband is my Babe, Dustin.
Yeah.
So good to see you, good to meet you, and give you this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Pankui Victors Kozad. I'm from the Thanatham Nation and Ponca Tribe of Oklahoma. And thank you for letting us be here and be a part of this. We just got off the plane, and I said we got to get over there to the Dirksen building right away. And so I'm glad to be here and just want to give you a little update about what we're doing here. We support what you all are doing here too. I grew up in the Native American Church. I belong to the Comanche chapter. My brother, the late Thomas Blackstar, brought me in that way. And so when life gets stressful, I always turn to the church and to pray. And that's how I was taught. And so about our bill, we have to have a lot of faith, a lot of hope that those ancestors, those prayers are leading us, are guiding us. In the end, they could say, there's no hope, we're not going to get our bill passed, but I still have faith in the church. I still have faith in our ancestors that they're behind us. I want to introduce the CEO of the Native American Boarding School Healing Coalition, Deb Parker, and also her executive assistant back here, Alicia Horn. They are from the Tulalip tribe in Washington. Yesterday they was in a meeting in Oklahoma, and then they flew over here, and we got meetings this week on the Hill. And so, do you want to introduce yourself?
Haslahel, good afternoon. It's beautiful to see. We seen a ribbon skirt in the hallway, so we knew we were in the right place. It's always good to come to DC to see, especially our elders in the halls, and each and every one of you, our tribal leaders, our mentors, and that voice that needs to be here, because I agree with the speaker before me that this is our home. This is our home. This is our home. And yes, through the halls, outside, this is all of our homes. So we have a right to be here. In fact, we should be here daily and often. And so being here represents our voice, our spirit, and this is where we lay that foundation. And so we are critical to the foundation. Even on the plane, we were with some veterans who are meeting at the Pentagon, and they reminded us that they fought for the lands. They fought for safety, for our tradition, and for our culture. So we more than deserve to be here. Our ancestors laid that path down for us. And so I know we'll continue to advocate through whoever's here, whoever is here. I started over 20 years ago working in the halls of Congress with Billy Frank Jr. from the Northwest Coast. And I'm sorry, I didn't even introduce myself further. I'm a member of the Tulalip tribes. My traditional name is Sitsayaltsa, and I'm a former vice chairwoman of the Tulalip tribes. And I have the extreme honor of working with people like Dr. Ponkawi and a full team at the National Native American Boarding School Healing Coalition. So we work with boarding school survivors, descendants, and others. There are a lot of people in this country who want to support the work that we do. So even though it may get crazy, we're in this together, and we are stronger than all of that because of the teachings that we have, because of the way that we walk and how we put down the medicine when we carry that walk through these halls. So that's stronger than any hate, any ignorance that surrounds us. So our teachers in our longhouses and our smokehouses they always said, believe in what you have. Believe in what you have. That's how you say it in the English way, but it's believe in your stomach, your spirit. Believe in your spirit. It was hard to understand when I was little what that meant, but now that I get older, like Ryan Wilson, we're getting older, almost the elders. I think he's ahead of me, but I didn't understand what that meant until when you're alone sometimes in walking the halls here, you're alone, and then you have to believe in what you have and believe in your voice and the gift to be here, because you belong here. And we're here fighting for our bill to pass, Senate Bill 1723 and HR 7227. 4 years ago, I know Christine McCleve is here. 4 years ago, we went into then Representative Deb Haaland's office, and we asked for her to work on a bill with us to create a Truth and Healing Commission for the United States. We know Canada has one, but we need one here to examine what happened in the federal Indian boarding schools. So in the United States, there's over 527 U.S. Indian boarding schools, 527 that operated between 1801, and there's still some operating today. So we need to pass our bill, and we need your support. We thank you for your support to date. Many of you have advocated for our bill, and we have a flyer here, so I don't know how much, I don't want to take up too much more time, but we're happy to be here to answer any questions that you may have. And we thank you for this time and this moment. And we're going to pass this bill. Not, it's just a matter of when. But we feel like we can pass it this Congress. So I'm going to maybe turn it over to Ponkawi. I think she may have a couple more words, and then we'll wrap it up.
If there's any tribal leaders in attendance that would be able to provide like a quote or a picture that we can put on our social media blasts to show that Indian country is behind this bill, that would be great. Also, tribes, if you could pass support resolutions. I have a template. I have cards back here that I can get you a template to pass. We have currently in the House, we have 80 bipartisan sponsors on the bill, and we have 32 in the Senate side. So in your meetings, could you please include to pass our bill? We greatly appreciate it. We're closest than we've ever been before. And we only have a little bit of time left. So please keep us in your prayers too, as well, that everything goes good for us and that we'll get this passed. But thank you very much again for allowing us this time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Tell my brother I said, yeah. Okay, we have our last speaker here on this panel today. It's Shauna Claw. She's also a member of the Navajo Nation Council. And give her this time.
Thank you, Shauna. I just want to say good evening to everyone. My name is Shauna Ann Claw, and I'm a council delegate. I represent the community of Chinle.
Aro don neshlini ya hawatlan and nishlino torchini bashes chin kachni the shichedo kiani the shanella quit mother sunsha. Aro shananish bedit egi a besh basa ana equit ashananish shle. Aro allahigi a manshle. A kohala benachet di nihaman hezegi a manshlo a ko equit ashich biyaho a kot is a larger ba a hinsen. Chala di in the ne ebits ado ye gas anotro a ko ebeneche ba a hinsen. So I just want to say thank you to everyone. And today, this year, marks the commemoration of 30 years of AIRFA. And without the work of each and every one of you, I want to extend our gratitude to your communities, your tribes, and of course, your leaders, past and present. Our role as a leader involves, number one, the allocation of funding for our tribal communities. Second part is to become a voice, not just for our tribes, but to reiterate that at the national level. So that's what we're here for today. The challenges that we face are that our lands are becoming victim to policies that are implemented by the federal government. And one of them is the encroachment of our nihma, our peyote and mescaline. So it is the duty of tribal leaders to make a stand and to take a stand, to use that historical context of how our people have been suppressed. If it were not for Native Americans and indigenous communities, those people that came to our lands left because they were persecuted for their religious beliefs. Now we are suppressed to their policies, but it is the work here today of your forefathers, your ancestors, that you continue that role. You are guided by your spiritual being. You're guided here today because many of our youth look to you. You are the voice and you carry the fire for them. As a Navajo Nation Council delegate, one of the main things that I see that is important for our young people is our language. I recently introduced legislation to have Navajo as the official language for the Navajo people. And although it says Navajo, which is an English term, we say Denebizad. So although it doesn't read that, we all know what it means. But language is a very key component to the preservation of our identity. It is also the key component for us to reach out to our Creator. And it is with that that we as tribal leaders need to be forward thinking. In addition to that, right now, many tribal nations need to take up their own stand against the federal government by posing where they stand on the federal regulations. Our peyote right now is not regulated, and we're talking about decriminalization and how important it is for our Native American communities to make their voice known. As you march tomorrow onto the halls of the hills, I ask you to think, to reflect this evening, what moves your spirit? What moves you? And as you think about that, may that, spirit guide you so that you can be the voice of your people and your community. So as a mother, I speak with humbleness and humility. My daughter carries the middle name of Cheyenne in honor of the Cheyenne fireplace. And I can say proudly that she knows how to set up a teepee, that she brings in the water, and that she continues the language of her people. Many of our young folk, they are doing this. They do it instinctively and inherently because they come from a mother's womb, the womb where the mother carries that love, the protection of the father, the guidance of the grandparents. And with that, those are the words that I heard today. So I seek to all of you that may peace fill your hearts and your minds today, and that may you carry on the good work. So with that, I want to say thank you and Ihehem.
It was an enjoyable afternoon.
It started this morning. And I want to say thank you, everybody. And I want to say thank you to the panel here. I was just thinking as I listened to all of you, if you were to make tangible our elders' prayers years ago, 30, 50 years ago, when they rolled that tobacco and prayed that someday our children, our grandchildren, they're going to take up these leadership roles and talk on behalf of this peyote. That was the prayer a long time ago. And I believe that we are there. And thank you for taking these leadership roles to carry that forward some more, to talk on behalf of our beloved Zehinan. And I want to say that. And I want to say thank you to all of you from the Navajo Nation, the Navajo Nation Council. And I want to say thank you to my brother here, Governor. I was just thinking back there. There's several of us in here that would, if we were to be given one wish, our wish would say, I want to see Asa Howling Wolf and Wesley Howling Wolf sing one more time in that last round, and to maybe pray with Archie and Grandpa Albert again, and maybe Grandpa Hotshot, Rutherford Loneland, one more time, to hear them pray and sing. Grandpa Grover Turtle, and all the folks there. Toby Starr, Alan Bushyhead. These people, some of us, we grew up with. We heard him sing and pray. And that's what we're talking about here, the spirit of that. So I want to say thank you to all of you at this time, and thank you for your kind attention to have this panel, and all day, it was a good spirit here.
So before you guys leave, we have a little presentations here. Well, while I'm giving these items out here, I'm going to have my wife say a few words here at this time.
I'd like to say good afternoon to each and every one of you once again. I just want to say thank you to the panels all day that have spoken and shared their experiences and their good words with us. I was sitting here thinking, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Rebecca Brady, and I'm from Pawnee, Oklahoma. Originally, I represent the Sac and Fox, Pawnee, Oto, Cheyenne, Kiowa, and Apache tribes, and I'm very humbled to be here, to be in the same room that one of my grandpas were in, to stand up, Grandpa Parrish Williams, back in the early 70s, to fight for where we are today, and then for all of these wonderful people to try to help us to fulfill even more, for what our elders and our grandfathers set that foundation for us, to keep it going, because I want this to continue on for my children and my grandchildren, for the generations to come, to be able to sit in our ceremonies. We attended one Saturday before we came up here for my little nephew. He turned 18 years old. My brother Anthony Manassi ran it for him, gave us a good spirit, good uplift before we came here. We already knew we was going to hear good things and it was going to be successful. Because of that spirit. Our grandparents told us that everything has a spirit. Everything that we have that God blessed us with. He gave us beautiful creations throughout, all over the country, And I was thinking of these things and these words, and my grandmother, she told me that when you stir up the colors of black, white, red, and yellow, you get the color of brown, and that's the land where we come from. The land that we sit down on to pray and to take that holy sacrament, to seek. We all have had beautiful testimonies from this Native American church, from this medicine, from this holy water that we bring in.
I had the honor to bring in water for my grandpa, Joe Bassett of the Ottawa tribe before he left us. And then it was like he knew and prepared me for helping my husband today and our children and our grandchildren. So all these wonderful words that were shared, with all the many tribes that we all represent. I'm proud of each and every tribe that I represent, my clans I come from, my Thunder Clan, my people. My Indian name is Rain Goes By, and I'm just expressing myself how proud I am to be Native and to hear these wonderful words. It should inspire us all to continue on and do our best and fight the best that we can to keep this going for our next generation. This is a cruel world that we live in. A lot of negativity, a lot of drugs and alcohol that try to hinder our children and our grandchildren. And it's a tough generation. Some of the drugs out there we've never even heard of as us growing up. I'm in my mid-50s, getting ready to be 56 years old, and some of the stuff out there I've never even heard of because I had strict grandparents. I had strict parents that kept us, and maybe we didn't like it at the time, but when you get older, you'll be grateful. So I hope that each and every one of you, from the bottom of my heart, that you help us, continue to have this for our children and our grandchildren. And I'm speaking, from the love and compassion of our Native American church, our tribes from Oklahoma, where it came from, our Apache woman that found this medicine. God gave it to her for a reason, to heal us. When we're seeking things of goodness, it gives it to us. My father-in-law used to say, believe in what you asked for and believe in what you say, because our tongues are powerful swords. You can speak positive and it can be that way. When you're asking for something, speak it and it'll be that way. And so I share that with you today. I just had in my heart, my husband always asked me to say a few words, and I try my best any opportunity I get to give God all the praise and glory and to share good words. I'm thankful my sister Pankui, she works hard for a lot of bills and been a senator and doing her best, and I'll say thank you for coming and sharing a few words, and good luck to you all and your bills that you've done for fighting for our children and our grandchildren, and for those, in the past as well, our grandparents, So I just wanted to say that, and if we could just, share our good spirit, give them, they all share good words with us, and along with our officers, all that they're doing, this hard work that they're doing to keep this going for us, and not let it stop here. When you go back home, continue it and share and get these letters of recommendation and these letters to help us so that this next administration, I believe that, who they put in certain offices, that it's meant to be, because God's saying, that it's our time now. We all have our time to shine. We all have our time to put us in situations to share good things so that it'll be accomplishment for everybody. We have our dad here, probably one of the oldest members of our NAC, sitting here, shared good words with us this morning, and he's here today, gonna spend his 96th birthday tomorrow with us. Things like that. That's a testimony itself, to live that long and to be able to share that good acknowledgement that he has, and the good words and good experiences to share with us to keep us going. Things like that. That's what we got to be here for, to help one another and stand up for another and be proud of one another instead of trying to pull one another down. We're never going to get anywhere if we keep doing that. We're here for the medicine. We're here for not only peyote, but all medicines upon our Native people. My daughters, they just completed their 4th year of Sundance. Make me proud. All those medicines and every way of life that we share throughout Indian country, Northwest, South, and East, we got to keep them protected so that we can continue on. Like my Cheyenne brother here stated before, just how he expressed, that's the same way I was raised, Peyote meetings, been going since I was a little girl. My daddy took me all over with him. I was teasing my mom. I said,
Mom, I said, why did Dad take me all over as a little girl like that? Because even though I was asleep, they said I was still getting blessings. Even though I was laying there and tired, I was still getting blessings and would get up and get cedared off in the morning time, things like that. It was good, and I'm thankful that I was able to experience that. I have a lot of grandpas on many tribes, but I'm proud of each and every one of them. I had a lot of grandpas that I was able to witness, their beautiful nights of prayers and ceremonies. I can name, I have my grandpa Ronnie Harris and my grandpa George Butler, Carl Butler. On my Sackandfox side, my Oto side, my grandpa Joe Bassett, like I mentioned, and many others that I have. My grandpa Frankie Redbone on my Apache, my Kiowa side, my Kozad family. I come from a lot of, I say I'm rich because I'm rich in culture, heritage, and where I come from. And so I just wanted to say that, but I told my mom, I said, why? All the kids, all my friends were all over, my cousins, but I was always with my dad. I said, did you send me because you didn't trust him? And my mom started laughing. She said, I can't believe you just said that. Your daddy loves you, and he took you because he wanted you to know, and he knew that in your life that you were going to be a good person to share good words and share your acknowledgement and share your experience with others. So that's what I'm doing today. So I just wanted to make that comment and really acknowledge all the speakers all day today. It was really good and it was inspiring, and our elder as well, back there, how we honored him, what he went through. That should make us want to be even stronger and fight harder for what we have, the little bit, before someone tries to turn it into a pill form, like what was stated yesterday. If we don't stand up, where's our Native American church going to go to? And it's no one's fault but our own, because we didn't do anything about it. So I encourage each and every one of you to do your best and pray most of all, and speak it, that it'll be that way for us all. So I just wanted to say that. God bless each and every one of you. Aho.
It's that awkward silence. She dropped the mic, I gotta pick it up. As the panel exits, we invite everyone to stay. We got about 20 minutes and I've got to get to another meeting. So we're gonna go over our schedule tomorrow in 20 minutes. So this is the fire hose coming at you guys here. Quick, take notes. And also I'm gonna give my cell phone out. I'm so proud I got a new iPhone, and I got the flip phone got retired and all that. Yeah, so you need to write the number down. If you get lost, you get in trouble, you're going to be late, you don't know where you're at on Capitol Hill. So here, this is the number. This is Command Central. It's 701 421 3359. And then if you guys are going to need some Poncho, everyone, we're going to need to settle down because we got to get our direction straight here. We just got a couple minutes to get this straightened out. It's 701 421. Niece, go ahead and come sit up here and we'll take some notes. It's 701 421 3359. 3359. That's my cell number. So this is if you get lost, you can't make your meeting, something's going on. Governor, Councilwoman, Reggie, let's go have them take the. We gotta. That's part of it. That's part of it. So, yeah. I'm only being that way because we just got a couple minutes. And this is actually one of the reasons why we're here, the primary reason, but yet we give it the least attention. And we get the least organizing on it, you know, on how we're supposed to do this. So what I need you to do is get your pamphlets out. If you have your, you know, the folders with the briefing papers, if you can all get those out and just kind of raise them up so we can see who has them. I have 1 here, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay, 6. So we're out of briefing papers. So we got to make sure everyone's got what you're going to bring when you do your meetings. And niece Jessica's, she's going to help us here. Yeah, you guys, we're asking if you could take your conversations outside. We got to get this straightened out here. And then there's a nice hallway out there. What we're going to do, and Christine's leading the first meeting with us, and that's with an appropriator. That means one of the people that's on the House Interior Appropriations Subcommittee. And that's our great champion, Betty McCollum. And that meeting, Christine, if you want to confirm it at 9, go ahead and text that into Rebecca Taylor. It's with Rebecca Taylor. McCollum's going to try to pop in, but they're doing their leadership votes and all of that. But we talked to her last night at the reception. So that meeting, there's some meetings that are really important, and then there's some meetings that we can't miss. So in that meeting, I'm going to go in there with you in that one. This is Minnesota, if anyone wants to come with us, but we should have leadership for NACNA there as well. So John, if you want to go, or Justin also, Elroy, some of the top brass to meet with that appropriator. And this is over our demonstration project for conservation easements in the Interior Appropriations Bill. So I'll say that again. We have a $5 million ask. We also have report language that we're asking that gets put into the appropriations bill that would require Interior, to review and assess their implementation of the American Indian Religious Freedom Act in consultation with tribes and with ceremonial practitioners. That's our ask at that meeting. Very important meeting. And then we have another one on the House side at 11:30 with Grijalva, who will be the ranking member of the House Natural Resource Committee. So he was at the reception last night as well. This is, if a time comes where he's the chairman, we want him to drive this bill in the next Congress. When I say next, I'm talking about the 120th. So we're planting those seeds now for his eventual return to chairmanship, but we'll be meeting there. And then we have three meetings, four meetings at 11 o'clock. So Papa Bear, raise your hand for the Texas. You got all the material? Yes. Okay. And you guys are meeting with Congressman Al Green at 11. I'm going to get my glasses on here. When Debbie Parker was calling me old, I didn't want to wear these glasses, but I got to. No. I gave you the thing. It's in the House side. Yeah. Avery, could you hand me my bag? That one.
Bag?
Yeah. So I've got 6 congressional directories left, but I gave one to the Texas delegation already. So you're going to look your congressman up in there, and then it'll show you where his office building is. Okay, then And then we have Kevin Kramer meeting at 11. That's John Brady and Rebecca Brady, myself. Oh no, that'll just be them in that one. And anyone else that might want to go to that Kramer meeting, that's going to be at 11. That's on the Senate side here. And then we have the John Hoven meeting at noon. I'll be in that one with John Brady and Rebecca. And then we have the 11 o'clock, and that's John Thune. So do you have all, where's Uncle at? Uncle Darrell, do you have all your material for the Thune meeting?
No, I don't.
Okay, so how do we get you the material if it's all gone?
What's that?
You don't have your stuff? Or? Yeah, that's what was laid out on the. Okay, good. Okay, that's what you got yesterday. Okay, so this meeting, I'll be going there with the Thune meeting, I believe. Does anybody else want to? Thune is going to be the majority leader of the United States Senate in a couple weeks. It's an important meeting to establish that relationship with his staff. His staff came here. They came here yesterday to the briefing. So does anyone? You could raise your hands. This is an open meeting. If you want to go, there's also, and that's on the Senate side in Dirksen here. It's just downstairs from right where we are. And then there's the Tina Smith meeting at 11. Are you going to be able to make that one? Or are you be on the plane? Okay. Okay. So what we're going to need, because that meeting's booked, we need some people to go to the Tina Smith meeting. And I don't know if Elroy, if you could lead that meeting, or one of the executive committee members. Okay. And that's on the Senate side here. And then niece Jessica, can you go to that meeting too? It's at 11. Okay, wonderful. So we have that covered. And then there's an 11:30 on the House side with Teresa Fernandez, her staff. So this is going to be the Navajo delegation attending that. And that's at 11:30. And Frank Dayish is leading that meeting. Do you guys have your material, Herschel, for that? And did you get our packets too? Okay, good. If all else fails, you just use our packets. So everybody raise your hand. You want to go to that one. She's going to be the ranking member on the Indian Subcommittee on the House Natural Resource Committee. Then at I need you guys just take the conversations outside. We got to get this done here because I got to leave in a couple minutes. And then we have the 1 o'clock with Ben Ray Lujan, and that's Justin Jones, Frank Dayish, and the whole delegation of the Navajo delegation going to that. Simultaneously, there's a 1:30 at Kelly's office. At least what we should consider is breaking that up where there's two teams that go to that. So you're not leaving a meeting early or walking in on a meeting late. And do you want to take the Kelly? The 1:30. Okay, so Elroy's going to lead that. Frank, if you want to slip in there after, it's just how fast you walk and get there. Okay, good. And we're all going to cover both those two meetings. Then we have the 2:30 at Senator Heinrich and Justin Jones and Frank will be handling that one. The Texas delegation at 2 o'clock, they're going to be going over to Quaylar's office. All right, here's a quiz. You know which side of the Capitol that's on? Texas? Come on, nephew. I'm going to make you carry my bag if you can't answer this. It's on the House side. The House side. We've been there several times already. So that one's over there, and that's with Quaylar. And he's going to pop in on that and say hi to you guys, but that's with Max Raymond. And then at 3 o'clock, are you still going to be here, niece, at 3? Okay. That's the Baldwin, Tammy Baldwin, who just got elected and re-elected in Wisconsin. Huge meeting there. So we need some people to go with niece to the Tammy Baldwin meeting too. And then at 4:30 we have Cortez Masto meeting, and she's on the Senate side here. So the leaders who are leading, Frank, would you like one of these, or? Okay. This is the congressional directory, so this has the offices, it has the phone numbers. Niece, do you want one of these? Okay, and Elroy, you got one already? Okay. And then we have a 345 on the House side with Texas Congressman Elsley at 345. I'm going to go to that with you guys, to that meeting, but that's on the House side. I kept you guys on the House all day. You don't have to come over here to the Senate side. You're on the House side all day, but that's 345. I'm explaining it now. We have a 345 with Elsley, who's also an appropriator on the Interior Appropriation Subcommittee. So we met with an appropriator yesterday. We're meeting with 3 tomorrow on the Interior Committee on the House. And then we're meeting with Tom Coles, Chief of Staff, on Thursday. So we're covering all this appropriations for what we're trying to get done.
Question,
Yes.
did you certify a visit with Joaquin Castro?
No, never. They never responded. So I would keep calling them, and you guys check it out. They just never responded, you know. So, yeah. Okay, so then, so I'm going to go over it again. 11 o'clock, Tina Smith. Jessica's handling that meeting. Who else wants to go with Jessica to Senator Tina Smith, who's on the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs? So she's not going alone. Okay, and then Niece, are you going to go too? Or okay. 11 o'clock, John Thune. It's Darrell Red Cloud. This is an important meeting. He's going to be the majority leader in the Senate. Who else wants to go with Darrell? All right.
And you?
Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm just playing center field where we're needed here. 11 o'clock, Kramer. That's Poncho and Tookie. 11 o'clock, Al Green. That's our Texas delegation. 11:30, Teresa Fernandez. That's the Frank's leading that meeting. 11:30, Teresa Fernandez on the House side. Yeah, at 11. Here, it's right downstairs. And then 12 noon. 12 noon, we have a meeting with Hoven. He's a Republican member of the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs here. That's next door in Senate Russell. Me and John are going to be at that one. At 1 p.m., everybody, 1 p.m., this is one of our hugest meetings we have. And you guys got to really cooperate. But that's Ben Ray Lujan, that meeting at 1.
Yeah.
30 minutes later, it's Kelly's office. I don't think you'll be able to meet with the staff at Ben Ray Lujan and really get into the details of what you're trying to do and then get over to Kelly's. That's why we want 2 different groups. So Elroy's agreed. Herschel, you help out with that too, making sure we're covered. And then we'll ease in our leadership, Justin and others, into the Kelly meeting at 1:30.
Yeah.
Then at 2:30 we have Heinrich.
Yeah.
At 2 o'clock, Texas has Quaylar. Relatives, Quaylar, just so you guys know, all the natural occurring wild peyote in this country grows in his congressional district. He's very important. He's very favorable towards what we're trying to do, but he also has some challenges. Yeah? Okay. You'll go there with the Texas delegation, and we're going to meet with Max Raymond, and he's going to try to pop in. And then he tried to come out here, too. Were you doing that to me, or was I seen you? This. Is that being tough, or is that an aim thing, man? Is that? We might need you, Jerry. We'll talk to you separately, but think of this as a buffet for you, and then we're gonna pick a few special ones where we probably need you at. Al Green isn't a meeting we need you at.